Good morning and welcome to the wonderful stadium here at Hastings, where we're about to bring you day 2 of the Somerset Retirement Village Champion Fours, which play is underway. One round has already been played this morning. You'll see the matches which we're going to bring you on the live stream. Doreen Moselen of Otaki up against Muriwai of Palmerston North, and also, of course, Tanya Weele, who, of course, won the champion singles only but a few weeks ago up against Stevenson of Napier. And we'll be bringing you all of that live action now shortly up on the screen as well. There you'll see that's the state of the poll. You can see already that we have got 3 qualifiers through to post-section play. Those have been Karen Hemer of Carlton, Cornwall and Auckland, Lisa Dixon of Takapuna of North Harbour, Galen Kanawa of Parongia of the Waikato, Heather Johns of Paratutu in Taranaki, Patricia Murray of Kensington in Whangarei. They are through to post-section play. And then, of course, in this round, this is where teams have to win that last round. Tanya Weele, as you'll see, one of the key games. Glenys Whiteman of Gisborne, Muriwai, of course, of Palmerston North, who's going that we'll be bringing you. Robyn Stevenson and of others. And then you'll see down the bottom here, these are unfortunately the teams that won't make it through to post-section play. So play just starting to get underway now, and we've got a full day's play here today. And after this, of course, we'll be going to the men, where they'll be continuing their section play. And just checking these sheets here. Otaki, and that's the other one. And with me, I've got Merv Brown with me from the home club here. Good morning, Merv. Great to have you here.
Good morning, Kevin.
And as we can see already in this game, the Otaki Palmerston North game, pretty tight end to, well, isn't that, how many times you see a sun hat? and look at that. Isn't that, and very nice shirts as well from the, I take that's the Otaki side, and those very colourful shirts. And Martinborough up against, Napier, Hawke's Bay side, and Robyn Stevenson, Kay Goldsworthy, Jan van der Weele, and Adia Crawford. And they play out of the Napier club. Now, so as people know watching, the game of Otaki versus Palmerston North, the Otaki side have got the black stickers on their bowls, and the Manawatu or Palmerston North side, they have got the white stickers on their bowls. In the other match, it's the Tanya Weele match versus Robyn Stevenson. The Tanya Weele side from the Wairarapa, they have got the black stickers on their bowls, and the Napier side have got the white stickers. And as we said, Tanya Weele needs this game to qualify, and we'll just check. You want to check down here? I think Palmerston North's the same. How many wins do Otaki have? You can see on that list there, I think. That print's a bit small for my geriatric eyes. I know Tanya Weele, in the Martinborough side, I know they need this game to qualify.
They're 2 from 2, the Otaki team.
Right, 2 losses. Yes, it would be. Yeah. So the game, although we've got both the games here in front of you, we'll concentrate a bit to start off with on the Martinborough Napier game, because Martinborough, we know, need this match to win,
and so do Napier.
And so do Napier. So this
winner goes through, loser goes home.
Yeah, correct. And of course, Tanya Weele was the victorious in the singles, which was here, wasn't it?
It was.
Sort of lost track of weeks.
Where you've been for the last month.
Yeah, it's certainly been. Though this is, of course, this is our completion this weekend. This is our last. This is our last event. But yeah, we've certainly been on the road. That's for sure, right around the country. So pretty good head on that first head down in front of us. You can see the pink bowl just out adjacent from the jack. be the shot. So we see the skip for the Napier side, Robyn Stevenson, trying to play down through the port, down through here, not going to do so. Always going to be under the head, and definitely it is the black bowl. Well, it could be. Well, they could have. There's one that's come out. There could be more here. Look at the front. Putting the tape around, but of course, as you know, the angle that we've got here can be just different.
Yep,
slightly
for us.
Comprehensively to what's out there on the green. They're taking the tape around to the white. There's the white disc. You can see the pink bowl. They've got the tape around there. One they've taken out. That's the bowl in front there. The one that I thought was definitely, that's come out. 2, 3. No, and this one might be. It is
4.
So that to me looked like a 4 for the opening end for Martinborough. Very, very good start, and you wanting this win to qualify. And as you rightly said, it's go home time, isn't it, for the one that can't get the W next to their name. So Muriwai on the map, and Rozanna Muriwai and her husband Gary doing a tremendous amount of work in the Wairarapa in promoting the sport. So in this the event we had over here in the week earlier on the week here preceding this, we had a secondary school event here, correct?
Yep. Yeah, we did. Yep.
Wairarapa, were they over for that?
Yeah, the Wairarapa and Hawke's Bay, and we had Wellington come up, and Waikato came down as well. So I think Taranaki were also in it, but they couldn't make it this year. So they're hoping to come back next year.
Well, it was certainly it was pleasing to see on social media the amount of coverage that it was getting, and photos and the work that you people are doing here, and other centres, and especially I'll give a pat on the back to the the small Wairarapa Centre. They're doing an outstanding job in fostering and promoting, isn't it?
It was great. It was great to see the kids here, and they all seem to be thoroughly enjoying themselves, which is mainly what it's all about at that age. Ada, who's leading for Napier, she was involved in the secondary school team as well. So
here the young girl here in the black shorts.
Ada's just about to bowl now. She's secondary school for Hawke's Bay.
Great to see. And of course the young girl was in here yesterday as well. The girl that played with Natasha Grimshaw.
Oh, Henrietta.
Yep. She was working in here yesterday, and I remarked before, good bowl here and I remarked yesterday, in fact, that I saw the photo after the Piers, and she had a photo taken with Joe Edwards.
She did, yeah. And I think Natasha got pushed out and Joe came in from the background. So
and it certainly looked like, there was the tall lady and the very short young lady. But lovely young lady, and it was great to see her, and we're appreciative who came in here yesterday and lent a hand. So really, really good to see that to have that sort of help. And now Jan van der Weele, number 2 for the Hawke's Bay side. Of course, dropping a 4 on the first end, 15 end matches. There's I'm going to start off being critical. I shouldn't really move, but I am going to be. I just find that the challenge that seems to be for so many players to get aligned, you know what I mean, or get an idea of where the green really is.
Yep.
I don't know, and to me, it sort of confirms back to me.
Get your weight now, Jan.
Really, the value of good coaching.
Yeah, definitely, and it's all about hitting that line every time, Kevin?
Absolutely,
especially when you come into a complex, whether you're here or Dunedin or
outside
up in Auckland or thing. In here, it's line and length.
It is. Now, I had,
mate.
I was one of the very lucky players in my early days. I had astute coaching of great bowl here, good correction of John Murtha in Taranaki, who looked after us junior Taranaki players. And, the one thing that we just learnt so early on was on fast greens, of course, in those days as well, that don't think you're going to play with me if you can't take your green time. So, Loon Bowl coming in here from the Wairarapa number 2, coming down towards the jack. Has it got all the way? No, it won't. But in fact, I saw those yellow distinctive bowls last weekend in Nainai. They were in the Wairarapa, in the plain, whatever it was we had last weekend. Triples, was it?
That was triples, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a travelling month. Is that the best way to describe it?
Yeah, you could say that, man.
We've certainly commentated a lot of games of bowls of all sorts of disciplines, but it's fantastic to be able to bring this live coverage right around the country. And I think it's there's Tanya Weele, the course, who was very convincing, played so well here in the singles and defeated Linda Ralph of the Carlton and Cornwall Club in the singles, and very, very cheery player is number 3, Janalle Frew. Very quick turn to the back there goes by.
The line was fine, Kate. It was just your weight.
So you hear there, it was indicating was the skip, Robyn Stevenson, that, it was just your weight. So going to the forehand side, having to get around those front bowls to get back to the centre line. So it's imperative you send the bowl out move, isn't it, and get it to work through. Well, might get the port, will it? Yeah, slide. No, it won't. I would think that it is I would think it'd be Napier holding shot with the bowl out to the side, would you not?
I would believe they're just holding one there.
So your old club mate has his first game of pennant bowls in Australia tomorrow.
Today, mate.
Today is it?
Yeah.
He lines up for Musgrove.
Straight into the pot. Old Dino. He's playing a double header this morning. He's playing. I believe they're playing pennants out at Tweed Heads. They got a game this morning, and I don't know who they're playing this morning, but I know they're playing Birkenhead. Sorry, I can't remember the.
Burley.
I'll come to me in a minute, mate. But yeah, they're playing one this morning, one this afternoon. He's already been throwing balls over there, so yeah.
Yeah, and I've had an update from their number 1 player, Crystal Eve. He's updated me on Dean's arrival, and there's Tanya Weele endeavouring to try and reach through the yellow bowl. Had the weight to do so, just ran wide of the head. Obviously, as we said, we thought it was just the one down, trying to play with weight through the bowl. And now Robyn Stevenson, the skip for the Hawke's Bay side, trying to add to the head. It's the bowl down. Yeah, well, that looks on that narrow side. Wants to be careful with that weight. She might get the yellow bowl here. And this, wow, that was, well, I've never seen that before.
That took a long time to fall over.
Yeah, I've never seen that before. Just before, you'd have seen just before the bowl reached through, all of a sudden one of the bowls decided to turn itself through the head, and that's more than likely made 3 of it. It could have made 2 because we thought it was going to get to the yellow bowl.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden the yellow bowl decided, I'm going to go a different way. So Tanya Weele really she's got to reach through there, doesn't it? And that bowl way up in the front there is a real eye catcher, isn't it? On that line down to the jack.
1 to Otaki, and we're 1-1 after 2.
1-1 in the Otaki Palmerston North game, and we will be giving coverage as well of the both matches. It's just with the dual screens, you can watch the Otaki Palmerston North game, and we'll do a couple of ends here, and then we'll move over to that match. And so there's not a lot on here really for Tanya Weele, is there, whether she can get down through that port to reduce, get to the jack. You know, just picked up a 4 on the first end. You don't want to give most of it back, do you?
No, not
straight away. The second shots are pretty good, and that going to the backhand, to me, looks like that's the option that Tanya's pursuing, trying to get down past the, well, it's going to be tight, but might get her own. It does. Well, there's fortune again. I know people are clapping out there, and I know it got the right bowl, but let's say its landing place was a wee bit fortuitous.
Oh, she came in with weight. She gave herself a chance.
Yeah, nice inning.
Well, she was only a bowl away, from, you know, and it was hard to get down that port, wasn't it, really? It was, so a good turnaround for the men. And so what here does the Hawke's Bay, the Napier skip, what did Robyn Stevenson do? Not like ready to play to down there, is there? I can't see her chipping the bowl out.
No, I don't know what she's got over the head.
Yeah, it'd have to be down past this yellow bowl, of course, wouldn't it? That's the, we know that's a Tanya Weele side bowl down through there. So we'll see here on the backhand. It's really, at this stage, and trying to get to the double shunt, and a great attempt tremendous attempt from the Napier skip there from Robyn Stevenson. She was only really half a bowl away from getting a cannon and getting a result, getting the bowl, that bowl right out of the head. That was a 5-shot turnaround, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You know, that's so for the Martinborough side. It was. I'm not going to say fortuitous, just it gave them the right result, but it is pleasing though, Merv, to see what I would sort of call the re-insurgence of the Wairarapa region in the bowling area, because a couple of years ago, of course, they got through to the final of the men's inter centre in Wellington, but there just seems to be a bit of a rejuvenation in the Wairarapa, and number of young, like the college thing, number of young people playing in the Wairarapa, and there's a lot of good work going in the region.
No, it's great that there's guys obviously out there giving back to the game. They've had their time with it, and they're looking for the future of the sport and bringing these youngsters through. Because
Tanya Weele, of course, who was from Wellington, now played in the Wairarapa. Also, of course, last weekend when you were at Nine, was in the triples as well at Nine. So she's been in 3 of the 4 champion events. Karen Hema, the 3 of the Auckland team, Karen Hema, Linda Ralph, Lisa Bordeaux, they've been here in 3 of the 4.
Yeah.
So there has been some pretty good performance, isn't there? And of course, Rozanna Muriwai started her bowls with husband Gary, actually originally in the North Harbour. But there's just 2 good opening bowls. This is what you want on the carpet, isn't it?
Yes.
This is, and you really, you also the way how those bowls are positioned. If we compare both heads, just the importance, isn't it, of getting those bowls on the head early on how it enables you to build your head, doesn't it? Just gives you that opportunity to do so, but not to be outdone as the youngster. Oh, bad luck, just went by. Did Ada Crawford? Well, the good thing was she gave herself weight to get down there. So pat on the back. Now here's number 2 for the Wairarapa side, Yvonne Riley, and that always looked to be way under the line. So, tell me, Merv, we've got a big event coming up here.
And here.
Our Bowls for Life. Yep. It's going from strength to strength at the moment. We're getting some great auction prizes through, and we've got a couple weekends. One a local weekend in Holiday Cottage, and one from a local Goodin and Piglet Viggers, who a lot of people know. They've given up their Holiday Cottage for a weekend. We've got Nigel Keller down in Greymouth only last weekend gave us another weekend down there. So
That was fantastic, wasn't it?
It's just great that everybody's getting behind us, and yeah, we've got, as you well know, the guys turned up this weekend with 2 shirts from Joe Edwards signed.
Joe was only...
Shannon signed a shirt for us. We've
Well,
got,
both of those people, both Joe and Shannon, I can assure you, were only too happy to avail their endorsement.
Yeah, and that's what we're finding with the tournament. That everybody, no one's saying no. We all know it's a great cause, and well, hopefully we can get the Bowls for Life sort of going throughout New Zealand. That's our game. Aaron did a great job with the logo, and Bowls New Zealand have done nothing but back us the whole way, and I'd love to see it spread out every centre, having a Bowls for Life tournament. And it doesn't just have to be, as you know, we're raising money for suicide awareness in a local charity, but yeah, because it's the Bowls for Life, it can be for anything to do with our lives. We can raise money for, and it'd be just awesome if everybody got on the Bowls for Life logo, and they've only got to contact Bowls New Zealand or Bowls Hastings, and we'll flick it through to you.
Well, I've got a note here for you, if I can get this thing to work here. It is a great cause, fantastic cause, and none so more to be endorsed. Which I'm just going to tell you in about a moment.
Okay.
Yep, that's good for us.
Oh, great bowl.
Oh, there's a lovely bowl coming there from Kay from Napier.
Okay, please pass my regards to the Hastings Bowling Club and thank them for their courage in raising awareness around mental health. Hope all is good, JK. So that's from Sir John Kerwin.
That came with 4 bottles of wine, I believe.
4 bottles of
ready for our auction.
Of
so
JK14, and as you know, John is so deeply he's actually in Italy right now, but he's so deeply involved in mental health, suicide awareness, and he's just done the big trip around the country, of course, selling the raffle tickets, and his. I'm a fortunate person that I've known John well through rugby from the year after he left secondary school at De La Salle College in Auckland. So I regard myself as one of the fortunate people where JK has been part of my sporting or rugby involvement over a number of years, and on more than one occasion he has opened up his assistance on a couple of things that I've been involved in, and when you've got advocates like Sir John Kerwin who are standing behind something which you're doing, it really, you're on the right track, don't you? Oh
yeah, and the fact with Bowls New Zealand itself getting right behind us as well, and we've spoken to a lot of guys. We were fortunate that passing through yesterday we had Lance Pascoe and Mandy Boyd came in. Mandy's straight away has given us one of her paintings. She's going home to find her best painting to donate to us. Oh, she's fantastic at it. So, it's just, and there was no question. It was like, oh, well, what can we do to help?
Yeah, well, that's
straight away. And yeah, it's just fantastic cause. And we spoke to them about, where they're going to be playing their bowls, and would they be interested in doing something under the Bowls for Life logo down in Canterbury with Elmwood Park, and they were keen as, and that's what it's all about.
Well, if you take down there, you've got guys like them, and you've got, Andy Curtin coming to the shot bowl here. This is a great attempt here. Just got a flick on the outside of it. Guys like Kelvin Scott, Andy Curtin, there's so many real good guys down there. In Dunedin, of course, the Scott brothers, Mike Kernahan, and some of the younger boys down there like the Masons and that. Taranaki, you've got them here, Zittersteins and Rodger Hassall. And I would like to put the pledge out there to every centre around New Zealand. Roll your sleeves up. It's for a cause which none of us really like to have to talk about or don't want to have to address, but it's a reality now of everyday life, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's our push, Kevin. It is we want to make it a common subject. We want you to, everybody out there, that when you see your mates and men and ladies, and you always go, oh, how's it going? You all good? And everybody's yeah. But just those guys, you know them. They're just not themselves.
Correct.
Just have a quiet word with them. Just say, oh mate, you're not really yourself. And is everything okay? And you might be surprised of
Well,
how
it's
much it is on their shoulders.
Interesting you
and stuff
say
like
that, Murph, because I had the pleasure of well, they're going to have to do some moving in this. They're going to have to start moving away off the head in this Martinborough.
One to Martinborough.
I've had the pleasure with Sir John Kerwin of being unaware, and I've known John since he was 18, been innocently unaware of the life challenges of which he was going through. And I was involved on a very close basis with him with rugby at the Maris Rugby Club and in other aspects as well. And when it came out and I then reflected back on some parts of his younger life, it brought home to me, well, there was something there. There was a glimmer there, but at that stage it wasn't talked about, or it wasn't made awareness of.
No,
and there were signs. There were signs there, right? Yep. And in those days, of course, we didn't actually talk about it. Now we openly and rightly talk about it and encourage talking about it, of the challenges that these youngsters are facing.
Yeah, it's something that we need to do. We need to look after ourselves, and if you notice your friends, your good mates, just not himself, just put him to the side and ask that question and be sincere about it, because you might be surprised what you get. But we only just started this. This is going to be obviously our first year of running this, and hopefully we're just going to get bigger and bigger. But as soon as we started putting it out there that we were running this tournament, I had 3 guys that were involved in bowls that came up to me and said, oh, Merv, I've never told anyone this, and then told me a little bit about what was going on, and we knew then we were already a success.
Well, I'm going to publicly make a commitment here, Merv, that our company that I work with, involved with, Apex Advice and Apex Insurance, we do all the insurances for the bowling clubs, all around New Zealand. It's in conjunction with Bowls New Zealand, and I'm going to talk to our directors and find a way how that we as a company can be actively involved in enlarging this around the country, because it is such a good cause. And I'll be talking to our directors and say what role can we play to assist in getting the message out there and getting and I think it's personally I think because of if you take bowls as an example, we cater from 12-year-olds to 90-year-olds.
Yep.
Of all ethnic groups, of all sizes, of all occupations, of all life challenges, of all sorts of things. And so when you start thinking about the bowls fraternity and then start to peel things back, etc., there's a role as a collective that the sport can play.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that's, I can only thank you for that. Kevin, it's great. And like you said, everybody just keeps getting behind us. We keep moving forward. And every day I'm getting phone calls about what we're doing. And just so I'll put it out there now that with our auctions and stuff, we've got quite a few other things going on as well. We're still trying to work on a few more auction prizes. We've Hawke's Bay Racing kindly the other day gave us 4 tickets for their all-inclusive spring festival.
Great.
The Spring Carnival, that's a value of $600. We've got quite a lot around that thing. We're still trying to get other things, but we're just going to go from strength to strength and stuff. And this is going to be a continuation. And I just would love to see it out every club, every centre, and anyone listening. If you want to pick it up, it's Bowls for Life and go for it. But what we'll be doing with our auction is we will Bowls New Zealand are going to put it out there. We're going to do the lots up, and we will put it out there, and we will have blind bids so that it's not just the people here for the dinner, because it is all about raising money. Any of the locals that are here that aren't actually playing in it, we will have corner to corner going. There's a $500 tab on corner to corner, and it'll be between every round. So come down, have a few drinks, enjoy the company of everybody that's here playing, because it's going to be a fun tournament. And yeah, between the rounds and in the evenings, the corner to corner will be open, and it will run all weekend. And closest to the spot will pick up $500. And yeah, it's all about, it's going to be a few dollars a bowl, which 100% of that's going to charity. So yeah,
I am going to make a suggestion. As you know, we've got the Bowls New Zealand Annual General Meeting coming up in Dunedin next month, in conjunction with the North-South match. And I feel, and well, Mark, of course, is in the UK now, but I'm going to make a note of it that I think it's a good subject that we can put on the agenda for discussion, just a discussion point at the AGM. Because we've got all the centres in New Zealand there.
Yep.
And it just could be the message, so to speak, mate, for us to get that message out there. So I'm going to make a note, and I'll just put that as a note to talk to the.
2 to Manawatu, so it's 4 to.
Just for us to add to it, just to add to the conversation.
Yeah, no, perfect. And that's what it's all about. We just got to get out there. And we'll all be talking about it, and you know, in 5 years' time, everybody will know what was sort of so taboo about the subject, because it will be our aim's to make it a common subject that we can just heavily talk about and not worry about it and stuff like that. And, yeah, look after your mates.
We'll be doing that. So here's Tanya Weele now leading 6-0 the Martinborough side, 4-2 Palmerston North leading Otaki. And they come up short here is the Wairarapa skip, but it is the Wairarapa holding, well, they could be holding 3 here. They're looking at those black rings. And
yeah, well, Adia leading had a couple through the head, so it's all according to how far they are out of screen.
Well, this is going to depend on weight coming down here. This is on a good line. This is on a very good line. They've got the weight to get all the way down. Well, perhaps not, but at least be second shot. Great effort by a skip there from Robyn Stevenson. There it is. You heard the call to Tanya Weele that we're holding 2. And one would think it's still... You never know what hand Tanya is actually sort of playing. It's changing, you know, staying on that backhand side. Plenty of room, safe down there, past the green bowl. Needs to make sure she's outside. No, mightn't like this very well. Well, that really wasn't where she was aiming to be, really, was it? To do fair move, just got that inside line, and so, you know, the skip for the Robyn Stevenson trying to arrest the situation of a wee bit of fortuitous slide there. How's the weight? Well, we can't tell you, because this lady just loves standing right in front of the screen. And well played, superbly played by the skip. Well played from Robyn Stevenson, because really under the pump there, wasn't she?
There was at least 3 down.
Well, she was on the scoreboard pressure and on the head pressure, and turned it around, opened the account, and it drew, well, it was 3rd shot, in fact, with her first bowl. Now, this young lead here, young Adia Crawford, she looks a bright, happy, bouncing. And Adia was playing in the tournament here the other day.
Yeah, and yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, and you come down and the kids were just all encouraging each other, and yeah, the high fives and everything was going on, and yeah, all big happy faces. So it was great to see.
So here is Adia Crawford from the Napier Club, coming down towards the jack now. It's a pretty good opening bowl, just going to go by. It's over the head. So the Napier Club, whereabouts is that in Napier?
It's pretty much in the centre around there. They've got 3 grass greens.
Really?
Yep. They're our main grass green club in Hawke's Bay.
Good opening bowl here from Rozanna Muriwai. Look at that. And as you know, on this move, you get that front toucher. It's hard to change the head around much, isn't it?
It is, mate. Yeah. But Ada's playing a good weight, so she's got a good chance here. And
so in the city area, like in downtown.
No, just on the edge of the downtown area. So yeah, but no, it's a great club. And
Trying hard here as the young lead, just going to fall outside the bowl, but
Good ball.
another good bowl on the head though, and good encouragement I hear there from the skip Robyn Stevenson. So would they be one of the larger clubs in the bay then, with 3 greens?
Yeah, they've got a fairly good membership, I believe.
Rozanna Muriwai, and this is how leading goes. One on, one over, just in behind the head, and certainly enables you to build the head, doesn't it, to a stronger position. Trail, of course, is on here on the back end, just on the draw for the number 2. Jan van der Wheels, get down there on the back end, just get to that yellow jack. I was surprised the other day, when it might have been we were in Wellington, how heavy the yellow jacks are.
Yeah, no, they're always a bit heavier on the carpet, mate.
Great attempt here.
Oh, great
Well
try.
played, right to the centre line.
That's a good ball.
So it is harder then to move the jack on the carpet, is that what you're saying? Because of the weight, and they don't move the same distance as they would on a, let's say, an 18-second outdoor.
They won't move as far.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
I was quite surprised when they handed me a kitty the other day at 9 and I was quite surprised of the weight. But of course, if you look at the indoor that we see from like in England and that, there's not a lot of real, what you call jack movement. It's more pushing around and dragging the jack, isn't it? And playing through bowls, really, isn't it? That's
Yeah, it was like when you watch the PBA over there and all that. The guys have got big drawing bowls.
Off we
And
go.
they
another good attempt here, just going to lack that. And the other thing, I'm sure you'd agree with me, the thing I really learnt over the month of being around the country is that you've got to be, to get results, you've got to be constantly playing with that metre through the head to the bowl to get a result. Let the ball work towards the head, but you've got to be playing come through weight, otherwise you're going to finish up just dropping short like that.
Yeah, and obviously on most carpets and right throughout the whole thing, on the carpets you want to be playing that metre through, but
Well, here's a very important game. This is from updated around the greens, and Thames Coast playing Far North RSA, and they're playing for wine, by the way. And of course, in that Far North RSA is one of the legends of women's bowls in New Zealand, dual world champion at Moama, and I think is now in the Bowls New Zealand Hall of Fame. I think was that. I know she was in one of the last, and she came in the last lot. That's the great Anne Lomas, formerly of Counties Manukau, now residing up in the Far North Bowl. As they play for the wine, it's Thames Coast who are leading that. And I think I'm right in that. And another legend in that Thames Coast side would be Val Mathews. And Val Mathews, for those who don't know, has been was an iconic part of the Waikato and Thames Valley Bowls, women's bowls, over many, many years. And great to see, great to see those two both here playing. Kensington versus Club Papanui from Canterbury, and it is Club Papanui who need this one, and it is Club Papanui leading Kensington 4-3 after 4. In the game with Johnsonville and Tauranga South, and Johnsonville are out of contention. Tauranga South, they require it, and the 4 ends gone, and it's Tauranga South leading 3-2. In the other match, Hunura Counties Manukau up against Kaitua from Gisborne, and it is the Counties Manukau side with both needing this, leading 8-2 after 4 ends. just as we said, Merv, isn't it, that that early bowl of Rozanna Muriwai's, there it sat, first bowl,
Yep.
and there it still sits. And there's no doubt if you get that bowl sitting just literally flush in front of the jack, it's a real challenge, isn't it, to move it. And I see Steve Beale up there now talking to Gary Muriwai, the husband of Roz, and here is Ken Robyn Stevenson. You got to play with weight, really searching weight. Well,
They are looking for that bowl.
this is a good, brave attempt, but you know the line really is, isn't it? You just got to be skirting outside the yellow, which is about 6 feet, 7 feet lower than Jack. You just got to be skirting around that to get on that line down to that bowl, don't you? And really, it leaves an open hand for the Martinborough side to draw down that port between the shot bowl and that white disca. Draw in between that. You just about got it. You'd have a counter.
It's going in.
But under the head will be Tanya Weele.
To play on to Jane's now.
The one thing here about that bowl that just went in there, Merv, does leave an opportunity, doesn't it, to play up through the bowl to...
Yeah, Robyn can now use that. Unfortunately, he was probably about a metre short for what Tanya was trying to do.
Yeah, and as long as she's got that, if she can get weight to reach down through there. Here is leading 6-1 is Martinborough. Yeah, I thought she'd have been firmer at that, down through that port. Well, again, it's a hard line, isn't it? You've got to, it's hard to gauge that line just down through that port there. Rozanna Muriwai sitting comfortably behind there, observing, saying, I don't have to do anything. I've done my job. My bowl's there.
Yeah, it's still there.
So, Tanya Weele now, of course, the winner of the singles a few weeks back now on their back end.
Come on, Amy.
Wanting to draw the shot, or another shot, leading 6-1, of course, 15 ends. It's got the bowl out, it won't be out wide enough. I just say to players playing on these surfaces that green's free, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, another end gone, and in the Palmerston North game, it is 6-2, and of course we've already got some qualifiers through, of course, who aren't playing in this round. The North Harbour side, that's the Lisa Dixon skip side, and the Auckland side, the Karen De Jong skip side. The Karen Hema skip side, and that side, of course, we already saw them win the triples. That was Hema, Lisa Bordeaux, and Linda Ralph. Of course, Linda Ralph, a runner-up in the singles to Tanya Weele. So the Carlton Club, and of course, Leif Shelby won the pair. So the Carlton Club have had a pretty good...
Yeah, they've... looks like they've had a good season there.
And of course, all eyes now start... we'll have them... Well, we've got one of the teams now, the North Island team.
Great start. Good girl.
North-South team's about to be announced, which we'll be covering from Dunedin. So, Rozanna Muriwai again.
Right, do that again.
Played a loose bowl with the first one, but certainly. But the lead, Adia Crawford, the young secondary school player, she's not been outdone, is she? Another good line here. It's close again here to the jack. This is well played.
Oh, great bowl.
Well played.
Shall I try one there?
So Very promising young player. Merv, she hasn't... Adia in this match has had a number of her bowls have been what I would call as effective bowls in around the head on a end after end. So, good to see.
Yeah, if she's not been on it, she's been over, giving her team something to work to.
Well, she certainly she certainly hasn't had the scattergun approach, has she? There, you can see there, sitting right in behind the jack, rather beat it just bowl just a metre higher the jack. But remember, she did move the jack as well. So, number 2 now. Jane van der Weele had a very, very good line. Just needed a couple of more rolls.
Try.
But the key thing, isn't there, Merv, is that because Roseanne Muriwai got that very leading well off the front, you're not in danger of losing big numbers, are you?
No, because she's got a bowl around now. Unfortunately, her first one went a bit wayward, but yeah.
Oh, good attempt here. Got turned over the Napier bowl, and they like 2 shots now. Just turned the bowl over once.
Yeah.
And the key thing here now for Jane van Weele, once you own the head on this carpet, you've got to keep it, don't you?
Yep.
You don't have to try and build big numbers, but it's about owning the head, isn't it, and then building from there.
Yeah, and that's not just on the carpet.
It's everywhere, it is, yeah.
Kevin as well, yeah.
And Jan van der Weele is just going to be slightly light of weight and green. And it's a good head. It's a good holding head here for Hawke's Bay. And on that premise, we've had to see the Wairarapa side, the Martinborough side, change hand, try and reach down through that forehand run up, down through that port. It's not a very big port. So can trying hard here. Is Hannah Frew going to get a result? Yes, she will. Well played by the number 3, Janalle Frew, and got on contact onto the bowls, which moved the jack out to the side. And we all know that when that jack moves off that centre line, it's just a wee bit of a different draw to the... certainly got it out on a good arc, did Kay Goldsworthy, the number 3 for the Napier side. We'll see that come into view in but a moment. We'll see that. Yeah. Can't see where that bowl went to, but I'm sure it came back towards the jack. No, we'll just... So Tanya Weele riding this bowl down through the... Oh, well played there. The bowl from the Hawke's Bay side, and just falling lower the jack there, you'll see is the Janalle Frew bowl. So well played by Kay Goldsworthy. With the jack being moved right off the number, it moved. That's a good bowl, isn't it?
Yeah, no, very good bowl.
Doesn't like it. The old hand signal. See that? It's more than likely weight more than anything. Could still look to be out on that line. It's getting applause though from Tanya Weele. Wow. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? One on, literally one on, one over. Jack's been moved off the centre line. 6-2, Palmerston North leading Otaki as we come to the end of end 6 of 15, and we'll be bringing you updates in that match shortly.
There's another 1-2 Palmerston on that end.
So it's changed over with Martinborough leading 7-1. Now, just so as you know here that we've got today's menu: mandarins, coconut ice, cashew nuts, raisins, peanuts. I don't know what those things are. Pineapple lumps.
What they look like.
Banana lumps things. Some cooking again done by Stephen Bell's lovely lady who looks after us. So you get fed pretty well in this.
This is what I came in here for. This is breakfast, Kevin. It was a 1 o'clock finish last night and a 6 o'clock in here this morning to clean up.
Yeah, it must have been a late night last night.
Well, we knew the lads would want to drink when they finished, so we told them we'd keep it open, and we did, and they made the most of it.
Well, they wouldn't have finished till after about 10, half past 10 without us.
Oh, it was about 11:15.
Quarter past 11 was when they finished.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it'd
Just
be.
when you were tucked up in bed, Kevin.
Yeah, I certainly like it. Yeah, certainly was.
And it had been a big day for a few of them, because a few of them were struggling to get here as well. And
Absolutely,
the
they
guys
were.
that did make it, it's awesome. The guys that couldn't, unfortunately, we feel for you guys. And there were some guys that, some of the ladies that were late, and fair play. The teams they were playing were happy to play them at another time. So
It was it. Oh, Tanya, Weele, look at that. 3 down on their head, changes their hand, draws down, sits jack level. Well played. And it's a jack in the ditch shot surely here, isn't it?
She's just got to be through.
Jack or bowl through the bowl, isn't it? Yeah.
Jack or bowl.
So here is the skip here, Robyn Stevenson, trying to get down to what is that shot bowl. But just one, that weight not going to hold up. Oh, just went by. Great attempt. Well played, Tanya Weele. Well, that really, in the context of the match, it's a big result, isn't it?
Yeah, because I believe Napier were holding at least 3 then.
They were.
And that would have put them right back up
So
there.
really, it was at least a 4-shot turnaround, wasn't it? And and with 15 ends, only 15 ends or so, it's it's not easy, is it? You got to chase shots. In the other match now, it is Palmerston North, who are leading Otaki by 7 shots to 2, and it is the Emily Gray, the lead for the Palmerston North side, who's got one locked up on top of the jack. And that's a great hat.
Oh, yeah, follow it up.
What she lost.
So it's the Palmerston North lead, who's really done a good job with her. And second, no, going to get the jack, is she? Well, sorry, that was a number 2, but nearly scraped off the jack, but it still finished in a good spot, leading 7-2. And now, am I right? It was Palmerston North that need this one. Is that right? Or is it, one of them need this one, don't they? I think we got
If I remember rightly, it was Palmerston that need this.
Palmerston North need it. I think so.
It's a great line, Adia.
The print's not very strong, is it?
And I've got my glasses on, Kim.
That's it. Now.
Yes.
Great line. Just take a bit of weight off.
One thing I've noticed,
Come on, Naz.
well played here. Just going by the shot bowl.
Mate.
There's no doubt
chance
that
here.
that ditch hand over there has got a generous finish on it.
No, good ball.
Yeah, no,
Great ball. Second shot.
for a 23-year-old carpet, she's still got a nice nice turn on her, mate.
That 23-year-old carpet in there, it just highlights that if you look after them, do the right housekeeping for them, and just do it right. 23 years. How much did it cost to put the carpet down,
Oh, I wasn't playing back then.
Yeah, well, how much did it cost to put a carpet down now, approximately?
Oh, it's up around 200. So,
Well, if we take 200,000, we take 300,000, and we divide that by 20, so we'll take the 20 yearly.
Yeah.
It's represented good value for money, hasn't it?
yeah, obviously we're very lucky with the complex. That we don't get the weather on it as well, so that obviously helps protect it a hell of a lot.
Do you?
Yeah, that's right. You didn't
So you
see it.
vacuum it?
Yep. Our green supervisor, Craig Drummond, Dean's dad.
yep.
So, he looks after it as well as Mike Isaacson. So they got a vacuum. It's about a 3-hour job to hoover the.
No, she's doing
Was it really?
Yeah.
3 hours.
Yeah. Another
Yep.
good meter,
I don't know
Dad.
if their wives say they do 3 hours of hoovering at home a week, but they,
No.
they certainly do it at the bottom.
That's interesting. 3 hours.
Yeah.
And would they do it once a week, twice a week? Or
Whenever she's looking
fluffy or
a bit fluffy and
or
stuff
got
like
foreign,
that. Yeah. And it's all like it would have obviously prior to Bowls New Zealand coming down for the singles and for this, and with the schools, yeah, it was hoovered before then just to make sure that there's nothing there.
Now,
And we'll probably
the
have a hoover
white
afterwards.
the white lines, are they just chalked on, or are they permanently on?
No,
painted?
they're chalk on.
They're chalked
They're just
on.
chalked on. We were asked by Bowls New Zealand for some lines, and yep, Craig came in beginning of the week, and this is we put them down. So it's just to help with the TV and the guys trying to line them up all the time.
Makes a
And
huge difference.
yeah,
And funnily enough, and it might sound more pedantic, but when you're playing time limit games, it also does help as well. You know, bit here, just bang, there it is. It goes.
yeah,
there.
you're not worried about your lead lining the kiddie up. Your
No,
skip can do it for you. And
not at all.
Get
No.
on and do your job of snotting it.
So you vacuum it and you put and you play both ways.
No, she's never been played the other way. We've played the same way for 23
Really?
years. Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
Really, that's
Yep. So the thing of and it's quite narrow on one side, so it's more like it's quite a health and safety thing on our as we're looking at the screen now on the right hand side of our.
oh right, yes,
For
right,
looking at it,
yeah.
it's quite a narrow sort of walkway up that side. So yeah, we.
Oh, there's a ball being knocked in, then there. So I think I'm right in saying 9-9's a two-way green, isn't it?
I believe they play both ways on
Yeah.
9-9.
Paratutu, I know they can't. I'm sure Dunedin's a two-way as well. I'm pretty sure it is. But
Okay, yeah.
so you just play the one way, eh? That's
Yeah.
and that's always been the case.
Always been the case, and yeah, we have regularly, and our complex obviously, as you all well know, is used a lot more in the winter.
Yes.
We have the sort of start off in May with the Hawke's Bay Champ of Champs, and we have the Weber Shield here in May, which is the one that's just turned its 80th year this year. So yeah, the men's 25 N4s, same as the Taranaki Open.
Oh,
So, yeah, we have a 4-day competition there for that, and yeah, we have our classics and our we just had the Cold Right 242 tournament with our sponsors, and yeah, Cold Right local company, and best Forsyths triples.
Just going unlucky. There was the Palmerston North lady, and just got a touch on the jack. I'd say from here, our spot, it still looks to me as it looks like Otaki holding 2, and Doreen Moselen, skip, come down. Well, she's got a very high arm action, petite lady with a very high arm action on the delivery. We'll see whether she can get down inside that V to that counting area. By goodness, yeah. When the weight starts to come off, you see it disappear quick.
Yeah, they stop quicker than.
They certainly do. So we think that was 2 to Otaki, which if that's the case, 7-6. We'll check that in about a moment. 8-1.
Kapiti Coast 4, Manawatu 7 after 7.
There it is. So we're about to start EN8, and it is 7-4 to the Palmerston North ladies, and 8-1 to Martinborough as we play in 7.
Live feed. If not, we'll just make it interesting.
Do they know we can hear everything? Oh dear.
That's a good thing.
So they're having a good chat up there at the end about.
They're
Yeah.
enjoying it.
Yeah. So they can't see us, can't wave to them. So on the mat, Jack being delivered by the Palmerston North lead, Emily Gray. Mary Fryer, the Palmerston North skip, being a prominent player in the Manawatu region for a number of years. And see, it is the Martinborough side that have registered another end at the halfway point. And on the mat, leading for the man of the Palmerston North side, Emily Gray, and playing right down to the 2 metre mark. Just for how far this is going to come back. It's on a good line. It's a shame to see a good line being persecuted by poor weight, I suppose you could say, isn't it? You know, you can see that bowl was on a nice arc towards the head. So that's Pauline. That's her daily preparation for us. You certainly got that kick off the bank there, haven't they? And we noticed last night that the problem is, and my message to Leeds, it's the damage that you do after your bowls by being short, by being short, because you certainly cut lines off for those coming behind you to get that natural draw, don't you? Better bowl here though from the still going to be short. Emily Gray. Now on the backhand is number 2. Marilyn Frew. Well, that's a good line. How far is it coming back towards the centre line? Going by, couldn't quite see. And it's going to head. Well, it actually had a good line to the. But you've got to get, as we've seen with Rozanna Muriwai, and there's the youngster again. Well played, Adia Crawford. The difference in what's happening at the start of the head on these 2 games, isn't it? You know, it's a contrast, isn't it, of what's happening, and the Cavity Coast and Manawatu girls are just really struggling to find what I would call that sort of the canvas square around the head, aren't they? Really, they're just struggling there. Whereas if we look at this Martinborough Napier game, you know, the scoreboard at 9-1, there's no real reflection on how the heads have been. There was one head early on of which, you know, Martinborough were able to capitalise on a good scoring opportunity. But other than that, you know, there's been pretty much, you know, bowls around the head from both sides. You see now coming down, but you can always see halfway down. Move, can't you? You can always see whether that line's been missed or not, can't you? That's another great thing about the chalk line from my point of view, is you can very, very quickly see how it's looking coming down towards the head. And that's also, like in Australia, at a number of the Gold Coast greens, from a commentator's point of view, the way how they've got the greens set up, is great, because they sort of like have it in squares. And you can see very quickly.
Yeah, we had a discussion about that when you guys asked us about marking the greens and stuff like of how we do it and stuff. But yeah.
And you'll notice here that the chalk or the centre line has been taken quite a way down the green. And from our point of view, sitting here, you can just about see now. I know that bowl is going to struggle it's just not going to get back to the centre line in the right place, because you can very quickly see that under the line. So from that point of view, there's right there, just looking through the door there, one of the legends of New Zealand women's bowls, Anne Lomas, of course, at Moema in 2004, where she won gold in both the 4s and triples at the World Champs, when New Zealand were New Zealand and Scotland were the dominating countries. Good bowl coming in here.
2 very good bowls.
2 good bowls. And of course, Anne formerly played out of Counties Manukau, and her and her husband Joe moved up to the far north, and now playing, I think it's in Cooper's Beach, I'm not 100% sure. Love their fishing. So 9-1 to Martinborough, and holding shot again. And really, it comes down to really for the Martinborough one down. My apologies. It's really for the Hawke's Bay side. It's just about getting. We've certainly seen Adia Crawford getting bowls on the head, but you've got to get them after that, don't you? You know and they're just not getting them after that consistency afterwards to complement what young Adia is doing so well. On the backhand is Goldsworthy trying to come past these front bowls. Looks to be out on the wider side, the generous wide side. And we'll go by. And of course today as well, besides, I think we've got one round of women's, is that right? Must be, one round of women's, and then we go back into the men's. So this round completes the women's qualifying.
Oh, okay.
I think. So we'll have the qualifiers from the women's group after this round. And then the men's, of course, go into action. And we'll be covering live action from the men's right throughout the day. Bowl coming here in the Otaki Palmerston North game. Just going to slip by. Tanya Weele trying to get down to the bowl. She's close. She's close. Slide and slide. Well, it was always on, but not enough to dislodge the bowl out of the head. But played with reaching weight. Now leaves room, though, for Robyn Stevenson. Yes, asking me still holding. She can draw comfortably down through that on that forehand side. Comfortable draw down to the centre line. And got the bowl out on a reasonably good arc. How's the weight going to hold it up down towards this back end of the green, though? Not going to do so. So there was a chance, really the chance there moved to add to the head, wasn't it, for the Napier ladies, because it was a pretty go for your own draw shot, wasn't it? There was nothing.
No, she needed to get that one in there. They didn't have to score big numbers, but they needed more than one.
Absolutely. See, Tanya Weele now is going to be short with her first tee. Played a telling bowl, with the first, but there was created room there for the draw. So now really important here for the skip for Robyn Stevenson to really get a count at 9-3, because we're going to quickly round of ends, don't you?
Yeah, mate. Yeah. And she's on a good line again.
Just got to have weight to get down here. I think she'll get down to this spot. Will she not? Yes, good. She will. Well played. Well played by the skip there from the Hawke's Bay skip. And that's 2. 9-3 as we move to end 9 and 7-4. Palmerston North versus Otaki. And yeah, I can see Val, Val Mathews is talking about me there. Val, of course, been around the scene for a number of years as Val Mathews, collector of numerous centre titles around in the Thames Valley, Waikato region, etc. And one of the a top performing player out of the Waikato and Thames Valley region. I won't say how long ago it was, Phil. 2 good bowls here to open this. That's what we want to see, Merv, isn't it? Have a look at those 2 opening bowls. And a touch-up from the Manor with 2 girls, 7-5, all tightening up there at end 9. And very good opening bowls there from both leads, and the Capri lead now trying to emulate her first. That being Pat Bloxham, and that's a pretty good attempt as well. Really going to finish jack level. That's what you like to see, isn't it?
That's all good. She's over the head. So
Emily
Adia's
Gray.
Had a good start for Napier on the other green as well.
Oh, look at that. The knitting club's in action today. Sitting right across the spectator rails. Another good bowl coming in here from the Manawatu lady. This is well played to the centre line.
That's very good.
And that's fantastic. It's right on that centre line, just in behind. So here is clear hack. And the biggest thing for the Otaki side here is, you know, not be frightened to play out, because both sides can, you know, Manawatu, well, the Palmerston North side now, the Marilyn Frew, if you can just move the jack slightly around the corner, you can certainly, you know, hold a good position on the head, on the forehand, coming down towards the head now. Don't know if it's out wide enough, but it's holding up to the line, but I don't think it'll get all the way, will it? It's getting, going to sit, just sat on the back of the bowl. It was only really a bowl away from producing a good result. So you'll see crowd gathering, and there's the knitting. There's the knitting going on there. Congratulations to them. Good bowl, breaking towards the head. Get into that jack. Well, this is a very good head. We're looking at this move, isn't it? Down in front of us now. Coming towards the jack again. Going to get a slide. No, it's not. And it is. It's the one shot. Of course, there is a jack touch on there, isn't there, for the Otaki side. The left-hander, if they can just get that touch on the jack. And I don't know if that's out wide enough with that weight, is it? No, it won't. No, it won't be. Palmerston North, of course, you know, they'd be at this stage of the match leading 7-5. They'd just be happy to hold on to that one, wouldn't they? Another in gone and another one on the scoreboard. Trying to get down to it is their number 3. Is Fiona Mancer, and got that jack around, just what we were talking about.
Head it away nicely.
Just, it certainly did. Well, it's really hard now to get that draw to the jack with just moving it those few centimetres. It just moved it around the corner. So unsure what shot to play here. I would have thought reaching through another hand would have been a better option on the backhand now, trying to get down to the... But you have to get to the dead draw of the jack on that hand, really, don't you? No, so they might play down there with weight. They've got, you know... But it's going to prove me wrong here. No, it's not. It's going to come up short and close off that port. Because I thought that they had the back bowl there, try and play through, open it up, and it just minimises your chances of scoring. 7-5.
Yeah, yeah.
You're only looking at one, or you're not looking at numbers, just looking at one. So here's the Manawatu, the Palmerston North, number 3 again, Fiona Mancer. Another good bowl coming in here from the Manawatu player, sitting in behind the head. And really they've sort of got the head locked away quite nicely, haven't they? You know, they've got those 2 in behind.
Yeah, we're not looking at a lot of weight to come through.
No, there's not. There's not a lot of weight required.
Guys need to change that head.
Well, any contact, you know, they've got there's another bowl, the black ring, sitting out to the right-hand side, jack high as well. So you don't have to be rushing at 100 miles an hour, do you? You just got to play through the bowls with that, literally with that weight just towards the 2 metre mark, and you'll get enough jack movement. And you've got another back bowl here, because it's a challenging shot to say, I'm going to draw the shot here, isn't it? Leif Selby might after what you saw him do the other week in Dunedin, but you know, it was in the Peers final. Absolutely outstanding exhibition we saw from the Carlton Cornwall skip. So going to that forehand, staying on that forehand, is Doreen Moselen, and I just wonder how you're going to get that result. I just can't see the result without more weight than that, because that's just going to clip into that. Got to be really playing to the blue and mauve in front, don't you, with that? Reggie, wait to
yeah,
the
just
ditch.
cannon onto that red, and just
And for Muriwai, she'll be quite happy to hold on to this one and see another end go by. Or she might turn this wing bowl over here. She turns this wing over here, hasn't got the weight, hasn't turned it all the way through. Look at this. Well played.
and fell in for 2.
Well, of course, she had the advantage. You could turn the bowl, the white ringer, just turned it over once as well, in towards the head. So, what can Doreen Moselen do? Really playing at a low percentage scoring opportunity down through there. 9-3, Tanya Weele of Martinborough leading Robyn Stevenson of Napier. 9 gone. Trying hard to get all the way back, but was always going to be, despite the best possible effort, was always going to be a struggle. Of course, if for example, Muriwai can turn that bowl into the head, would certainly be advantageous to the Palmerston North side. And by goodness, how's this line? Is it going to come back enough? Going to come back at great attempt. 2 good bowls from the Manawatu skip. Go to the head. They'll take that one out. We know that's certainly the shot. And looking to any more, I think it's only the one. Out comes the tape. Because as we know, move the angles, etc., that we see here are quite different to what's going on out there, isn't it?
Yeah.
So 9-3, Tanya Weele leading in her match over Robyn Stevenson of the Napier Club in Hawke's Bay. And remembering, both of those sides need this to qualify. And in the Palmerston North Otaki game, where it's 9-5 now to the Manawatu girls, and we're pretty sure they need this one to stay alive.
And it's the same score now on the other on-rink one, isn't it?
So the
Rink 2,
Napier
sorry.
girls picked up a couple of shots. So I see trying to alter the length. So this is interesting. This is short. I doubt whether that'll be up. Would you? Well, the mat's on the 2 metre mark, isn't it? So, but one would think, though, Merv, this would be just about as short as it could be, couldn't it? Looking at where the jack was. So often
The
these
skips are obviously happy with the length.
well, they are, but so often these can just trap players, can't they? On the backhand is the Manawatu lead. We'll see. Well, had that nice arc towards a good opening bowl. Just shows there when you saw that finish on the bowl that it certainly had green to the jack, didn't it? It was on the, it wasn't under the head. So Pat Bloxham now also got her bowl out on a good line as well, coming back towards the centre line. This is a good opening bowl as well from the Canterbury player and sits right alongside the jack. 2 very good bowls. Emily Gray again on her backhand trying to, she'll be happy if she can get past the head, because that's really, heads like this really move. This is when you want to be just over the head, don't you? Just a couple of rolls over the head.
Yeah, and as you can see on the other green where Ada's got a couple, they're a metre over, but that's where the kitty's going to go if it's moved.
Certainly is, but the problem is, unfortunately, I come back to the point, if you go back to that Muriwai bowl, where it's sitting right on that middle line to the jack.
Corrected her second ball very nicely.
But a good attempt here, very good attempt from the Napier lady, just sat on the bowl. Now you see the instructions here in the Palmerston North game on the back end to number 2, Marilyn Frew, to reach and play through there. Don't be frightened to reach, play through the bowls. And really needed another yard of weight, but gets the jack in the bowl. And so here's the Cavity Coast lady, the Otaki lady at number 2, Claire Hack, draws towards the head. We can see that some of them won the wine there, because it's Thames Coast won the wine.
They're all drinking on that table,
yeah.
so if we couldn't work out who had won, because they all had wine.
Right out in front of us here.
It was just who picked up the bill.
So it is in the other matches, Club Papanui of Christchurch up against Kensington. It is Club Papanui who need this one, and it is 8-6 to Papanui, 8-6 to Papanui. The Tauranga South versus Johnsonville. Well, Johnsonville can't qualify, but Tauranga South, they need this one to go through, and there's the Tauranga side who are leading 7-3 after 8. In the game between Hunua and Kaiatua from Gisborne, Kahudia from Gisborne, it is Hunua that is leading 13-10 after 9 of the 15 ends. And remembering, both of those teams need this to go through to post-section play. And back to that bowl, still sitting locked right on top of the jack. That's the Palmerston North bowl. And the number 3 now of Fiona Mancer. You'd still want to be making sure that you're getting another bowl in and around the head. And good attempt here. Just going to finish Jack low, but tips the bowl into the head there. Well played. Now you've got to be reaching through with weight, don't you? You can look at that as long as you like, but and the number 3 here for Pat Montgomery, you certainly got to be. I know it's not the way how some ladies like to play the game, but you've got to be reaching through there with weight. Otherwise, you're just going to have completely ineffective play. And the other thing is, what some people don't seem to grasp, is you don't have to get the actual result, but you can open the head up so somebody else can get the result. Otherwise, you're just minimising the bowls left to have that opportunity, aren't you? And in the Martinborough match, it is 9-5 to Martinborough over Napier. And it is the Martinborough bowl. And again, that's the Rozanna Muriwai bowl that just sits lower the jack, but certainly looks to be shot. And I just wonder here with the Otaki side really move what weight they're trying to arrive at, to try and what result are they trying to get out of the head, because
she has got that metre through, but just unfortunate with her line there. But she now has 2 good bowls over the head.
Certainly.
Her skip to.
They shouldn't have to score. They have to reach through those bowls, don't they? You know, they've got to.
Yeah, you don't want Palmerston picking up 2.
Well, Palmerston, in fact, the opportunity here, and they're looking at this, is Mary Frew. She can turn one of her bowls into the head and move the jack around the corner fraction and cut that line off. And not being frightened here is the Palmerston North lady coming to get down to the bowls in front and do exactly what we're talking about, and turned it well.
Yep.
Just turned it around the corner, just what you spoke about. All of a sudden, changes the options, but the point you made before is so right, Murph. Those two blue bowls sitting in behind the head there from the number 3 from Marilyn Frew is certainly in a really good position to reach down through the head, aren't they?
Oh, she's giving the skip an option. Where
So onto the backhand will Doreen Moselen go. An imperative to have that weight to hold the line down through that port. And that's going to be outside the line and wouldn't really have the weight to the result that we're talking about. Really now you would think for the man of a 2 side, they'd be quite happy to have a, well.
So it's a measure for the second, you're still there again?
Yeah, well, they're still a measure for the second, so you get another turn. Turn the bowl, you can more than likely make 2 of it and lock the head up a wee bit. 9-5 in Martinborough versus Napier, and it is so that in fact, looking from our angle here, that would look like
1 to Napier.
I was just thinking, it looks like 1 to Napier, is it not?
Are they looking at trying to get both those, the pink and Tanya's bowl out on the left there in front of Robyn?
And as we said, yeah, well played there from the Palmerston North 80. That's what we said the area to go to, wasn't it? Where, you know, that jack movement through there. And really, my advice to Doreen Moselen: don't be frightened of using.
No.
Don't be frightened of using quite a bit of weight, because you've got the backers pole. You need to score. You're one on the measure down, so here is Doreen Moselen now trying to reach on that back. No, that's not going to. Coming back, I can say that, and a great attempt, but turned it, one of the bowls over, the Palmerston North bowls, not that would make any difference. 2 it was. That's a pretty important 2 at this stage of the game, really, Merv, isn't it? Well played by the ladies in the Palmerston North Club, and we're trying to see now, can Robyn Stevenson turn this into more shots for her, trailing 9-5, coming down towards the counting area now, and looks as going to sit on her own bowl or just go by, turns the jack over.
6 for 2.
That would sit for 2, getting applause from Tanya, Weele and others, so, you know, all of a sudden, if it's 9-7, just starts to, you know, tighten up, doesn't it? As we, you know, going to go to 4 ends after this. How many teams you got in for the tournament in a couple of weeks' time?
16.
16.
Yeah, because we've only got the 1 green, so we're going to a round on Friday night, and then play all day Saturday and Sunday a round, and then the final, first and second prize. We're not all about giving money away, mate. We're all about trying to get it, so we haven't got. Yeah. So we're just having 2 sections of 8. Winner of each section goes through to the final, and then and the Saturday night we've got the auction dinner, so there might be a few fluffy heads on the Sunday morning, hopefully.
So Tanya Weele trying to get down to the jack, get it close to it, close to the jack. No, just goes by. That was a great effort, really. Moved to come down on that narrow line down, because there wasn't a lot of room down that line to get to the jack, was there? So out comes the measure. 1's been taken out. 9-5, it is Martinborough leading. And another end will go by. 11-5 now, Palmerston North leading Otaki. It's the Palmerston North side. And the man of a 2 centre skipped by Muriwai up against the side from Kapiti Coast, Otaki, Doreen Moselen. And we'll just see when they flick this measure around. Just the 1?
Just the 1.
No, didn't. I thought it would have made 2 of it. Not to beat. Still, right into the 9-6 now. Oh, here's the band can start playing. The Point Chevalier boys have arrived. Alex and Colin, and they've so here on the backhand is the very, very, I think, girl with a bit of a future, I think. She looked very confident off the front, has Adia Crawford. I like the little twirl on the on the ponytail. Another good bowl. See, look, she's been very, very consistent move, hasn't she? Right throughout as the young lead.
No, she's played very well. And if she hasn't been on it, she's been over, which has always given the rest of her team a chance.
Well, she hasn't had many scatterguns, has she? She's
No.
been in and around the head on a pretty consistent basis. But in saying that, it's been pretty equal ponies there because, you know, Rozanna Muriwai as well has been, as per normal, been pretty consistent. Interesting. Change of hand here for the young Hawke's Bay player. And there's that twirl. She gives it. But it's good to see a player who is just going to come up under the centre long, but to get a bowl out there, give a bowl a chance to get back, not trying to steer the bowl to go somewhere, getting the bowl out there and letting the bowl work towards that centre line. Now Rozanna Muriwai has changed her hand as well, and that we can see is definitely well under the centre line as that goes, well, come up, lower the jack, well lower the jack. So this now becomes a good head opportunity for Jan van Weele and the Martinborough side because their young lead has certainly got them off to a good start on the forehand. Got the bowl out. It's really good arc. How far is it going to come back now? Moving back towards the centre line. Just see if it's got the weight to sit on the counting bowls. No, it won't. Needs that metre of weight. Sits just outside the centre line. So it's become a one hand in really move, hasn't it? So the wire up at number 2, Yvonne Riley. Well, I'm short, as I think I just heard. Well, they might have been on the ring, but that was on the other ring.
That was on the other ring.
This ring, that's not the case. It's going pretty quick on the way through. So the big thing here now for Jan van der Weele at this stage of the game, she's got to draw a shot and really put the pressure on.
Yep.
Really put the pressure on the back end of the Martinborough side. See, he's got that bowl out on a fairly decent arc. He's coming down towards the head now. It's going to go by. It's got a metre of rain in it, but it's over the head there.
Yeah,
that's fine. Sitting over the head there. And may well count. But as we said earlier, I said may well because it is quite difficult with the camera angles. We've got 8 cameras over a variety of locations here. I see Anne Lomas. It's nice to see you, Anne. Well played there it was well played from the good adjustment, wasn't it, from the number 2 there with that bowl to get a relief shot for the. So Kay Goldsworthy now on that forehand, must reach the head, reach the bowl. If she reaches the head, she's a chance of reaching that bowl as well. And that's what you've got to be looking for. Needs to hold up a wee bit longer on the line, not going to do so. So very important head here now for the Martinborough side because there is a 1 bowl chance down there, isn't it, to turn into 3 or 4. So we'll see what.
Yeah, Tanya needs another bowl on the head here.
Janalle Frew with those yellow bowls. Not going to get there, though. It's going to be short. You can attack the blues safely. You're not going to hurt your own bowls there. You've got cover in front.
Kitty or bowl.
So, on its way. Well, it's gone out on the wide side. You just got, in this case here for the Hawke's Bay side, their line is the pink bowl to the outside, and if they've got the line to the pink bowl, that's gonna work down towards that target area, isn't it? So, and no, it doesn't like that. Does Janalle Frew? At least with Janalle, you do know very early on in the piece where her bowls looked like, but she's got that wrong. This is a good bowl. It's going to sit there well.
That's shot.
That's the shot itself. Yeah, wow. There's that funny grin, coy grin, because That wasn't what she was expecting, was it? So, limits the shot options now, though, really, doesn't it, for Robyn Stevenson? Has to, well, 9-6, play down with weight, reach the
She can
ball.
play with confidence to the head. She's just a bit of movement on the kitty or
Well, if you
not the yellow
moves
out.
the ball, or
Yep.
moves the ball at Jacks, you can make 2 shots of it, can't
Yep.
you, on the way through. On that, having to reach, the big thing is to make sure, don't steer your ball towards the yellow, just play with that weight down through there, let it reach the yellow. So here is Robyn Stevenson. Oh, I don't know about that weight out of the hand. No, we just spoke about steering, didn't we? Yeah. And it looks as though in the other match it is, and see Tanya Weele was down on the head watching that. She knew that was an important bowl. And looks as though the Manawatu 2 side, the Palmerston North side, I think have scored again. I see, yes they have, got the mat, their lead, Emily Gray, I think, yes it is, another one, 11-5 now. Starting to get more comfortable, isn't it, for the Palmerston North side. Tanya Weele, she'll be keen to get another bowl down into that deep area onto the rink. No, it's on a good line as it breaks in towards the head. Well, it's good and it's bad.
Yep.
I'm going to say here.
It's a nice little guide.
Well, there's no excuse the way how that's set up now to be up to the target area, is there? It's sitting there to reach the target area, isn't it? Well, out of the hand, it looked to be on a wider line. Didn't look to be, and it is. And it is. And it is. Yes, it is, just as we said.
Great ball.
Well played. Well played. And you could see out of the hand that it just had that wee bit more width on it. And
Oh, she definitely gave herself a chance, Kevin, you know.
we can pick them here, can't we?
It's easy game starting this seat, mate.
Tanya Weele making her way back to the mat. Palmerston North leading Otaki now 12-5, 12-5 as we come to play the 12th end. And in this game, this other game, of course, it's the Martinborough side of Wairarapa up against the Napier side representing Bowls Hawke's Bay. And it is Martinborough leading 9 shots to 6, 9-6. And it is, though, is Napier who are holding shot. And both of these sides need this to, there's our Pauline, the photographer there, sitting right behind Tanya Weele. So here is Weele now on the forehand, 3/4 length head, down on the head. After we saw Robyn Stevenson play a great bowl, and Weele not to be outdone. Look at this, going to get the bowl, got a feather off the back of it. Well, was certainly on line, wasn't it, to get that ultimate result? Just fell. It's another one just fell.
Over, mate.
So
She's at least made a measure out of it for her team.
yeah, well, it wasn't before, was it?
No.
But it just fell that. So, which has made the measure of it. Round it goes. And now they're going to look at that second. One wouldn't think, because of how it lined up when they just measured the first, go on to the pink bowl. I'll come around now. Just the one. 9-7 now. 9-7. But there's still enough time in this game to score singles and get a W, isn't there?
It certainly is, mate.
12-5, Palmerston North now leading Otaki. 12-5. That's the Palmerston North side, skipped by Mary Frew. Up against the Otaki side, skipped by Doreen Moselen. And it is 12-5. And now the promising young lead on the mat. Adia Crawford. Well, she's opened up. Just depends on that way. But another good bowl from the youngster. Just gets a touch on the jack. So obviously secondary school student still.
Yep. Yeah, she was here Wednesday, Thursday playing, so yeah.
Rozanna Muriwai just gave that one a bit of a flick at the delivery point, and there you go.
Yeah.
And I just say to people, you want to go back and have a look at some of these live coverages, because you'll see your delivery will tell you very clearly. Got that bowl out nicely on the arc, did Adia Crawford, and is going to be duly rewarded as it comes down towards the centre line. And the jack now, another good bowl.
Great bowl.
Just well played by the youngster sitting inside the line. Two very, very good bowls on this, the 12th end of 15 in this must-win match for the Wairarapa side. And that Hawke's Bay side, better looking bowl here though from Rozanna Muriwai, endeavouring to get to the jack, and Tanya Weele's right in and got it all the way. You see the applause there. Tanya Weele, my goodness, we needed that one up there.
Where, Jan? Up to that. Onto that bowl.
So the thing here really for
Up to here.
Jan van der Weele is make sure that you're reaching through the head on that. Got every chance there. Reach through. Don't be frightened of it. It's gone out on the wide side. Don't think it'll come back from there.
No, but she's got the weight on it, mate. She's
So important here for Yvonne Riley to try and get another bowl on the head. Tanya, please. And happy with that, over the head. Really though, on that backhand side, reaching through the head. Jackal bowl down towards that 2 metre mark, play through the bowl. On the backhand. Well, more than likely had the line, but not the weight.
weight this time.
But is going to nestle in amongst the bowls. But Tanya Weele saying to her lady, to Janalle, to Yvonne Riley, let's get over the head, please. Because Kay Goldsworthy will be certainly looking, the number 3 for the Hawke's Bay side. Only 2 the difference now. She'll certainly be looking at reaching the bowl, playing through it. Jackal bowl. Here she is. Playing down. Walking after it. Again, just dipping on that. And I look at that, perfect to where you need to be. Well, someone's got to play it, don't they? It's sitting there. You know, Tanya Weele definitely wants something else in and around the head. There is a chance of a number sitting there as we watch the yellow bowl of Janalle Frew now.
Come on.
Tanya.
Come on. Oh, just out.
So it is the one shot. Big chance here.
No, she doesn't. No, she put off her fingers and arms in the air.
Big chance here.
Oh, I just missed it.
Just fell low. Look, she's pleading. She's pleading to get a bowl down there.
And Napier don't really need to be playing that much through.
No, they don't. No, they
almost
don't.
crack an egg on that bowl and it's just going to pop, and they've got 4 sat there, really.
Well, this might, no, won't get a side. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5. because you'll stay there yourself.
Yep.
So just get up there, confident, reach down through the bowl. And we have seen Robyn Stevenson, seen her really pull out some big bowls throughout this match. None so more is what we're going to see and attempt to see now. On the mat is the Hawke's Bay player, the skip. One down on the head. We've got the next four. Well, we'll just see how that line and weight is. Needs to come back now. Has the weight, had the weight to get the leader, just needed that line. And may even stay up. Well, stays up, it's equally
as good, mate.
Certainly is, because the Martinborough side don't have a bowl over the head.
No.
Not one. So I can see them smiling down to the Martinborough girls. My goodness, they won't be smiling if that jack disappears. So Tanya Weele now endeavouring to play that bowl over the back of the head, which she's been asking of a team for about the last 4 bowls to try and get a bowl over the head. 12-5, Palmerston North now leading Otaki. Palmerston North needing it, of course, to stay alive, to qualify for post-section play. Tanya Weele has got the bowl out wide past the yellow bowls. How fast is it going to go, though? Has it got... And there's applause. Here it is, sitting there. They'll be happy with that. Now, this could be a match-determining bowl here. 9-7, Martinborough leading, holding the shot. And a vulnerable one, if the jack or bowl can be moved. On its way. On the backhand. Well, brought the line in. Is there any luck in town today? No, there's not. Trying to get a slide off the front. And Tanya Weele it on. I'm going, no, I'm not risking that. So that'll be a 1 to the White Upper side, 10-7. Yeah, that was, let's take the 1 and move on, I think. Thank you. That's, yeah, sensible thinking. 13-5 now, Palmerston North leading Otaki. Otaki, of course, from the Kapiti Coast. And the Wairarapa side, or Martinborough side, representing that of the Wairarapa. So they'd have been delighted to hold on to that one shot, because it was certainly vulnerable. So Rozanna Muriwai, the lead on the backhand. Got the bowl out on that nice arc, isn't it? Coming back towards the centre now. And you get rewarded, don't you?
Good opener.
On that backhand side. And our young lead, who we've been very impressed with, Adia Crawford, following that down, gives the twirl of the ponytail. Might be under the line a wee bit here, but will have good weight to hold up at around the jack level. Here it's going to come up jack low, but it's not that far away. Just wiping the chalk off a bowl is the skip, Robyn Stevenson. It was the Rozanna Muriwai bowl that sat on the jack and stayed there, that last end.
Not too sure,
No, it wasn't. It was... Well, that was certainly the tallying head for them. Got that very descriptive body language on the mat. Oh, you're waving nuts in yet.
She's waving it to slow down, but she's actually, yeah.
Well, you heard her skip, great ball,
in.
yeah. Opened the head up, and her skip duly applauded. Yeah, the young lead has certainly done her job of getting more bowls on the head. That's for sure. Another metre was the call there from Tanya Wheeler. Now, Jan van der Wiel.
By the way, Jan,
Well,
you're playing to the jack. Both ways. Whichever way
got to
you
score this in, don't you?
Oh, they Napier need to, yes, mate.
Yeah.
That's us coming out.
You know, two would be ideal. One's okay, but you got to set in your mindset, don't you? We need to score 2 shots this in. It's so therefore no short bowls, isn't it? Yeah, playing and none needs to be under the blue and going to disappear. Good weight. It was the call there from the very complimentary Robyn Stevenson. You've heard her through the mics on the green. She's been very complimentary and encouraging to her team. There's Yvonne Riley on the backhand. Well, looks... No, that's still going to be... It's still definitely under the line. Tanya Wheeler urging it on, but funny, you can't actually steal them the way you want to, can you? Yeah, that was the shot, I think, here. They're playing now on the backhand. There's still that backhand sitting down there for the Hawke's Bay side. Get inside the bowl, get a touch on the jack. That backhand trail is still sitting there for...
Nothing short here.
No, absolutely, mate. You cannot be short. Jan van der Wiel endeavouring to play that shot that we spoke about. It's on a fairly good line. Needs to just start breaking now towards the pink bowl. If it gets by clean, that's still finished Jack there. Another 2 rolls would have been ideal down through there, wouldn't? So Tanya Wheeler, see the knitting still going on well there next door. 13-5, Palmerston North leading Otaki in the other match on the other side of the screen. Here's those yellow bowls that we've seen of Janalle Frew, and, well, unlucky, yeah. Touched them.
That's being positive.
Yeah, that's what you wanted. That's
Good call, Robyn.
Good call. That's what you hear. You're right. You're right, move. That was a good call. Be positive. Don't, it's sort of getting Sydney or the bush side. We're not going to score for halfway up the green, are we?
No,
So
it's not very often the kitty goes back up the green, mate.
So it's encouraging her number 3, Kay Goldsworthy, to get down towards the jack. And by goodness, this is close. This is close. Didn't need much. All of a sudden, Tanya Wheeler's got quite precarious heads to play to.
Yeah, well, there's not one bowl over the head on this.
No, and that's been the last 3 years they've been in that predicament. Have the Martinborough side. It doesn't hurt if you heard Tanya Wheeler say then, you come a foot or so behind. Doesn't matter. You just got to try and get something.
Yeah, I'll just... No, and I'll just move that one out of the way there. Yeah.
So, well, it didn't... No, see that. Jack low again.
So what Tanya was wanting is something over the head, because Napier have to play into it.
They have, and
They've
really...
got to come in with weight.
Robyn Stevenson sold that raffle ticket, hasn't we? Heard of the last poll. We know, we're talking about let's get weight down here. So, again, if she's got more weight to get down, it's got to get past, needs more weight to get down past clean. Well, good thing about that is it's opened that side of the head up for Robyn Stevenson, who won't be frightened to reach. So another 3 to Manawatu in their match. Tanya Wheeler definitely, I think, needs to get a bowl. Well, talking about playing her shot as well, where they might be able to jar that bowl out of the head. The wine was won by Thames Coast, I can tell you that. That's been done. Kensington and Whangarei They're leading now Papanui, Club Papanui 13-8, and of course it's after 13 ends, and it is Club Papanui who needs the win. In the other match down the bottom here, Tauranga South who need it to qualify. Well, they look pretty comfortable now, 16-4 after 12. And in the counties match up against the Gisborne East Coast, well, 14-13, 12 gone. Anybody's
and they both need it.
And they both need it. Anybody's there. So we'll be keeping an eye on that one for you. Here's Tanya Weele after having a chat about what shot to play here on their head. After they'll be disappointed, fell low. Here's Weele now. Well, rolled the bolt over.
Well, Emmy.
So down, looking at the head of the... They know they've got to score this end, don't they? This is really... 16-5, it is the Palmerston North side, 16-5. Palmerston North leading Otaki. So we'll have a look over the head in but a moment when the skip and three move away and just see what the shot options look like to, let's say, score a 2, which would be the ideal.
Yeah, they don't need a. They're not looking. They don't need a big number. They just need to score.
Well, a 2,
ends to go.
2's the same, is literally the same as all square going to
Yeah,
the
yeah.
last end, really, isn't it? No. So we'll skip.
Well done.
Robyn Stevenson makes her way back to the mat. Got 2 bowls to make a difference here. Has the Hawke's Bay skip. And we're playing the hand move that we thought that she would play, searching down through the arm with backhand weight. Trying to reach through to, well, we'll see. Just going to be a yard shy of weight to get, to get disturbing weight, isn't it? That's what you've got to have, disturbing weight. They're saying they're not sure who's got shot.
Yeah, maybe.
Because that white
Doesn't it look
ball,
like
the white ringer got promoted.
Yeah,
didn't it?
Rozanna's ball was holding, but maybe it's closer than we think, Kevin.
Well, if they have got the shot of the measure, they've certainly got to be out reaching up through the head to make a couple of it, don't they?
Yeah.
It's if they're uncertain, the ladies from the Hawke's Bay side, I think just got to be confident, that, especially at this stage of the game, don't you?
Yeah, well, Tanya's ball here will tell us who she thinks she's got the shot or not.
Well, just the way that they were looking at it then, it just there appeared to be uncertainty, didn't there, of who may have the shot. 16-5 to Palmerston North over Otaki, looking pretty comfortable now for the Palmerston North girls. Tanya Weele now makes her way back to the mat. There was a lot of signals going on there, wasn't there? There's a lot of...
She was saying she thinks she's one down or she wanted a foot.
Don't know, there's a lot of hand waving. So here is Tanya Weele, of course, the winner of the New Zealand champion singles. Now that indicates to me exactly what we said. So doesn't want to get the promotion of the charcoal. Well, I'd say definitely one down now. Would you agree that? Out they come.
Still a measure.
She's called
Still a measure. Well, got to turn the charcoal ball into the head, don't you? Got to get the charcoal. That's the bowl, correct. Got to get the bowl and be through the head. At least if you're through the head, you've got a chance with weight, haven't you? If you're not through the head, you've got no chance. So on that backhand reaching shot is Robyn Stevenson. Not sure who's got shot. Is it going to hold up long enough?
Wait, she's done.
Is it going to hold up long enough? Any movement will do it. Well, that's a shot. That could be 2. That's definitely the shot. Perhaps not the exact line that she wanted to go down, but was in the target area. And was never far away. It's 2.
Yep.
It was 2. Well, here we go.
Couple ends to go and 1 in it.
Well, you know, as we said, Merv, you know, that's what had to happen, didn't it? And it was good to see the museum wait, scoring opportunity wait, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it could have been done earlier on, but the skips did their job.
And you could say that wee bit of luck. No, there's not, because it was only half a bowl away from being the perfect target anyway. So got the exact. Now here's Adia Crawford, the young lead, been very impressed with her performance. Here, good green, well greened again. Jack's on the 2 metre mark. Will coast past it with speed, but and will go into the ditch. But you know, to be fair to the young lady, she's been in the main, been very, very consistent. And Rozanna Muriwai knows that she's had a pretty hardy competitor up against her. But again, Muriwai just going to get touch on the jack, meter by. Just move the jack ever so slightly off that centre line. And here is Adia Crawford now. The body language tells you nothing, but I can tell you she's narrow. But how long is it going to hold up for? If it holds up jack level, it won't be too bad. And that's not too bad at this point.
Not as bad as you thought it was.
No, out of the hand it looked exceptionally narrow, but it wasn't too bad. 16-5 now, Palmerston North leading Otaki in 14 of 15. And see this bowl of Rozanna Muriwai's got it out on that wider arc, going to go by the jack. Here's the big opportunity now for Jan van der Weele, who, you know, not been critical. It's a good bowl from her. It would be helpful.
1 shot to Manawa 2.
1 shot to Manawa 2 over there, and that was a clear win to the. And Manawa 2 have defeated Otaki. So Manawa 2 still in post section. It looks as though they've qualified. Good bowl coming in here though. Done just what he wanted as Jan van der Weele. That's what we just spoke about.
Yep.
He's got to make that impressive bowl. Done that. Just sits jack low, holding 2. Now we've got Yvonne Riley and to get needs to get a bowl on the head for her skip as we play in 14. Won the diff. How's this line? How's this line going to hold up? Needs to hold up inside. We'll finish jack level. He'll be happy with that. Will Tanya Wheeler. See the black disc there. That'll be shot. I'm sure we'll see Jan van der Weele follow that backhand line down there. Very pensive, standing behind by the cameras. Janalle Frew, number 3 for Tanya Wheeler, watching closely. And again, out on a good arc here is Jan van der Weele. Is it going to come back all the way? Won't mind if it's over the head. Or just round behind the head. She won't mind that. Really well, Robyn Stevenson. Coca-Cola delivery just come in, mate, was it?
Yeah, restocking from last night. I think there's a truck and trailer outside restocking from last night.
And here goes jack movement. Oh, here goes jack movement. Fantastic bowl there from Yvonne Riley. Played down to the jack. Well, whether she meant to or not doesn't matter. It was an outstanding result. And now, of course, we'll just have it trying. Yeah, we'll just try and get it, because it's a Rozanna Muriwai bowl over there as well, wasn't it? That went past the head where that jack trail went to. Sitting very nonchalantly behind the head there is Rozanna Muriwai. So, no, it's all okay. So let's see what Kay Goldsworthy. Ooh, she got that away with a real flick.
Yeah, looked a bit
That's
narrow, came out the hand.
well, it's old telling sign, isn't it? That flick. And
That's the weight she needs.
And it just makes it such a hard head to play to. We just can't quite see where the jack is. Just see whether we can get that camera. Yeah, there we go. Oh, wow. Wow. Could you have moved it better? You couldn't, could you?
I think
you
Tanya would
couldn't
be
have
quite
placed,
happy with that.
no, yeah. You couldn't have placed it in a better spot, could you? So Janalle Frew with her second bowl, really. I'm not saying that she's closed the game out at all, but by goodness, she's certainly made it. And it's a one-line target. It's not a bunched target, is it? So you've got to just attack down there with weight on the backhand, does Kay Goldsworthy. Try and get some movement, try and open it up for a skip, get some jack movement so as at least she can get some movement down through there, or played with weight, but, well, didn't really miss. Look, it's an exceptionally hard target to get to, isn't it? You've got to be real about it. But, so, well, the other thing here, 10-9, do we say, right, well, let's get second shot? And then, you know, providing the clock's in our favour.
Yeah, because she is, Tanya rolls that one in, that's 4.
Well, good and bad. Just fattens the target up a wee bit, but it's 4. Hard to get second shot there now, even to get second shot, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
So I think she's got to just go whatever pace she feels comfortable at. Does Robyn Stevenson to get some disturbance?
Oh, basically the kill would be her best option.
It would be. So here is Robyn Stevenson on the back end. No, she's got to disturb something. No, she's got to move some bowls around. Needs to start working back towards the target area, or a feather off that front would have been. A feather off the front would have resulted. That would have crashed into the head. May well have dislodged a couple. But at this stage of the game, would you ever want to have a more perfect head? You don't get those chances very often. Some might say that the number 2, Yvonne Riley, ran into the jack on the way through. It doesn't actually matter, does it? It's where the jack finishes up. She was in the target area all the way and got duly rewarded. That bowl stays up. Oh, that's a fantastic bowl from Tanya Weele, the New Zealand champion singles winner of this year. Certainly makes the job very, very, very challenging now for Robyn Stevenson on the backhand, trying to reach down to all those counting bowls. And that's under the line. You can see tried to adjust from her first. Might get a bit of luck here. We'll see. No, it goes by. Won't cut. Oh, may cut 1 out.
3.
3 is the call. Well, you don't want any more, really, do you? One more in to go.
Yeah, no, Tanya will be happy with that.
If she draws a shot here, she'll be more than happy. But if she doesn't, she won't be too upset about it. After her number 2, Yvonne Riley, played a match winner, really. And Tanya Weele, though, not to be outdone, trying to get into the head. Look at this. There's well played from the New Zealand champion singles player. And magnificent. Oh, a lot of happy people up behind there now. Merv, isn't there? Because that was, that was, talk about drag the jack to the right home.
Those happy people seem to have Martinborough shirts on as well.
They do, don't they? They do. Rozanna Muriwai already got the mat firmly in her hand. 5 it was, and applause accordingly.
5 for Martinborough, 15-9.
Yeah, 15-9. Well, make sure you shout Yvonne Riley a drink after the game, because she certainly put them in that winning position, which I think, if our maths are right, we'll see Martinborough through to post-section play here tomorrow. Am I right? Tomorrow?
Yep.
Yeah. So all post-section play tomorrow. We will have, well, we don't know how many qualifiers that we'll have.
Do you know it's Saturday, Kevin?
Oh, sort of. I know the Warriors play tonight, I think. It's good opening bowl from Rozanna Muriwai. A metre short. I must admit, this youngster, Adia Crawford, very impressed. Been very competitive right throughout the whole match on the backhand. But I really like the twirl. Perhaps the girls here might tell us what it's all about. The twirl of the plait at the delivery.
Another metre, Adia.
No, we can't get any enlightenment on what what that is. But it's let's just say it's her own personal trait. So over the years, I might be completely out of order and completely wrong. There seems to be really different colouring. Is there any wearing on the carpet at all?
Just mainly where there's a certain setting on the green where she plays really good. Is what we've got for the singles and what we're playing for this. So you'll see it's not quite as prominent now on the TV, but out there on the green there is a few little wear starts of where we prominently play, but yeah, nothing for a 23-year-old girl.
Oh, it's fantastic. So, and am I right to assume, Move, that as far as the club here is concerned, that the carpet's fine, we just keep going, there's no...
Yeah, there has been talk about putting a new one down, so yeah,
what would the
funds
cost
are there.
be of a new...
We're not too sure because obviously she's on a wooden.
Changed as well.
Yeah, it's a concrete floor underneath, but it's wooden and then wood,
Right,
and then
okay.
our carpet underlay and all that. So we haven't got that cost of the sort of like 9 I've had where they've had to retake it up and then
that was
trim her up and then redo that top sort of 100 mil and redo it. Ours isn't like that, so it might be a case of resurveying it, take it up, resurvey it. A few more screws, maybe change the odd piece of wood here and there, a bit of sanding and get it flat again and then put a new carpet down.
And tell me, what's the membership? There's the bell there now. What's the membership approximately here now in the club?
We've got like 70, predominantly men, unfortunately. We are.
Yeah, Natasha Grimshaw was remarking the other day. I saw one of the events about... yeah, it was predominantly men.
Yep.
So, and also the other thing which intrigued me talking about in the Bay is that, I don't know about so much in Napier, but there is a lot more artificial than natural surface in there.
Yep. Yeah, we're predominantly carpet.
So, there's the one club we spoke about before. Oh, these girls from
So Napier.
They're natural surface?
Yeah, they got 3 natural surfaces, two good greens and one is I believe they have approached a company for quotes to change one of their carpets, one of their the grass greens to carpet, but I just think that's so they can play more on it.
Are they on council land?
I'm not too sure.
Because a three green club, if you own it, so you got a pretty good asset, haven't you?
Yeah.
And so, has it come about mainly because you would think here in the Hawke's Bay area that it would be a good grass, weed, it would be a good natural surface growing area, but is it because of lack of greenkeepers?
Mainly the lack of greenkeepers, I believe. Obviously, I'm only just coming up for my 7th year, so I wasn't around when we had the old port clubs in Ahuriri and all that, but I believe those are great greens back in the day.
They were.
And
some good bowlers out of that club, I can assure you. There were some very good bowlers out of it.
Fortunately, the club is now a housing estate.
Peter Bryant, there's some really, really good players out of there. Some top players. And that club is no longer in existence.
No,
Gone.
that's houses now. In fact, they're just building houses on it now.
Yeah, there's some, Peter Budd, there's some, really, really good. I remember they beat in the way back 1976 final of the National Fours. They got beaten in the final. The boys from the Bay and Robyn, Peter Budd, who later played at Carlton. But there were some really good players. And of course, go back to the days, of course, in this region we had the likes of Bruce Ballinger. He was a top player. The travel agent guy, I can't remember his name, but no, there was in the old Rothmans days, Hawke's Bay were always, Freddie Ellison.
Neville. He was
Neville Hill. Yeah, they were always in the old Rothmans. They were one of the really, really tough competitors in days gone by, and used to have very good greens. But it's the times, isn't it? It's the times we're in, isn't it? What's interesting in this game now, which is going to come to a close, really came to one bowl, one end.
Yep.
Wasn't it? That was really, that trail, it's turned that 5. It really came down to one bowl, one end.
Broke Napier's hearts, really, because they just caught up and just got themselves back in contention, and then,
Well, they were right there, weren't they?
Dragged that kiddie back and,
Here's the jack on the
5
move
down.
again. Tanya Wheeler's got the jack down the back. And there we go, 4 down. When it's going for you at this stage of the game, it's going for you. And Kay Goldsworthy, the number 3, so you can see the humour in that, because Tanya Wheeler. And there it is. This will be the finish. And it'll be the Wairarapa side, the Martinborough side of Tanya Wheeler skipping. Janalle Frew at 3, Yvonne Riley at 2, Rozanna Muriwai leading. The other defeated the Hawke's Bay side of Robyn Stevenson, Kay Goldsworthy and Jan Vanderweel, and the young and promising Adia Crawford in what was, it was anybody's game until the second to last end. And the other match, we had the Palmerston North side of Mary Fryer, Fiona Mancer, Marilyn Free and Emily Gray of the Palmerston North Club. Defeat from the Kapiti Coast, the Otaki Club. They defeated the side of Doreen Moselen, Pat Montgomery, Claire Hack and Pat Bloxham. So we'll be back, and thank you very, very much, Murph, for being with me this morning. And may I say, on behalf of all of us, good luck, all the best for the tournament you got coming up, the big fundraiser, the suicide awareness fundraiser that you've got coming up, and I just say to clubs out there around the country, get on board with this cause. It's something every centre can take up, and let's see bowls take a leading force in this very, very challenging issue that we all have. Thanks for being with us, Merv.
Thank you, Kevin, and thanks Bowls New Zealand for backing us, and to all the guys that have sponsored our teams and donating auction prizes and everything, and just a massive thank you, and
couldn't be for a better cause, mate.
No, perfect.
All right,
thank you, Kevin.
Now we'll be back shortly, and we'll be bringing you up the men's after this. We've got the Thames Coast side of Adam Haywood, Matt Johnson, Jason Prout, Mark Mathews, up against the Paratudi side of Taranaki, Darren Goodin, Rodger Hassall, Adam Collins and Nathan Goodin from the Paratudu Club up against, and then we've got the Omaranui Club, Gary Elliott, Clifford Marshall, Brian Gobia, Grant Sargison versus the Arapahoe side from up the far north, Tom Webb, Jason Webb, Langatoto, Tuiafea and Patrick Lewis, and we'll be bringing you that live action when play gets underway. Good afternoon and welcome to the men's section play in the Somerset National Champion fours down here at Hastings, and you'll see out in front of you there there's the table, and of course this is a very important round for those wishing to get that extra game to make sure they qualify for post-section play. The women's fours section play has come to an end, and throughout this game we will bring to you who the qualifiers are for post-section play tomorrow. We have been given a number which is not a very nice number, an early number, which could be 9 qualifiers, which is not really what is on the agenda, but we'll just wait and see, and all that post-section play will be tomorrow. And this is the round for the men to decipher who will be the next 2 rounds of who goes through to post-section play. The feature games that we'll be bringing to you is the match between Thames Coast and Taranaki. I've got Goodin Kanawa with me. Welcome, Goodin. Great to have you here. And we'll be covering the Thames Coast game. Adam Haywood, Skipping, Matt Johnson, Jason Prout, and Mark Mathews up against the Taranaki side from the Paratutu Club of Darren Goodin, Adam Collins, Rodger Hassall, and Nathan Goodin. And the other match which we will be featuring is the Hawke's Bay match. Grant Sargent, Cliff Marshall, Brian Godber, and Gary Elliott up against the side from Northland, from Arapahoe, Tom Webb, Jason Webb, Lingia Toto Tuafafai, and Patrick Lewis. Now from that, the Hawke's Bay side can qualify. They need the win. And in the Thames Coast Taranaki game, it is the Taranaki Paratutu side who need this one to qualify. So, Galen, how did you go? How you're sort of
I'm very pleased today, Kevin, because we had to win this morning's game. 10-all on the last end and came through with a 2.
Fantastic.
So qualified.
So you're there tomorrow?
Yep, and it's great for a small club like Parongia.
So, Parongia Club, how many members Parongia Club got?
In total, only about 26 members, and only about 8 or 9 of those are women.
So Parongia, the club at Parongia, is that sort of in behind the little village here? Is that on the?
It's right near the rugby pitch.
Ah, I know. Yes, you drive past it, don't you? If you're taking the back track through to Taranaki, through to New Plymouth, you go past it, don't you?
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So that's good. Qualified for tomorrow. So your girls will be happy.
Yeah, our girls have done pretty well this year. They took out our triples, ladies triples, took out the open triples for Waikato. First title in 81 years. 81 years. So that was fantastic. And then I got the champ singles, was down here a few weeks ago. And we got the fours.
We were here, weren't we?
Yeah.
That's right. It's been a bit of a travelling road show, though, for the last month for Tamara, myself, and the crew. We've been, we've done some travelling, that's for sure. But it's all good. And this Paratutu side, interesting. I'm not sure whether, I imagine, I presume Nathan Goodin leading may well be the son of Darren Goodin, the skip, not sure. Darren Goodin, of course, been a long-time player in Taranaki. Very, very good player. Adam Collins, I don't know much about. Rodger Hassall, of course, has been... how's this for a bit of history? Played for me in the Taranaki junior side, picked by John Murder in about 1979. Around about that time, yeah. And the Hassall name has been synonymous with bowlers in Taranaki. And of course, years later, Rodger and his son won the national fours in Taranaki with Rowan Brassey and Beau Prideaux, whose mother's playing, Lisa Prideaux, who's playing here, and they won the nationals. But Darren Goodin, the skip, he's been part of the Taranaki side for a number of years and great stalwart of the Paratutu club. They need this game to qualify, and I'm not sure. I think because the Paratutu, the women's are here as well. Here we go. We can give you now all the qualifiers for the women's fours, and I'll just give you the skips' names. And we have got Lisa Dixon of Takapuna, North Harbour, Heather Johns from Paratutu and Taranaki, so both Paratutu sides are here. Gailin, of course, for her side, alongside me from Parongia. They've qualified. Patricia Murray of Kensington in Northland. Tanya Weele from Martinborough, the Wairarapa. Mary Fryer from Palmerston North in the Manawatu Centre. Come right down near the bottom. Heather Gilbert from Tauranga South, representing Bay of Plenty. Karen Hema in Carlton, Cornwall, from Auckland. And Raywin Rennell of Hunua. Well, it's great to see the Hunua side qualify. And of course, one of the pioneers of Hunua sitting right out in front of us there. And Lomas. So, what have we got? 1, 2, 3...
9.
9.
Yep.
What a horrible number. So, all I'll say is it could be a long day for the ladies tomorrow.
Will be.
So, 9 qualifiers in the men. And here is the very tall skip for the Thames side. Adam Haywood on the drive, trying to get the charge out of the bowl and move the jack around, and really didn't do himself any favours. I think it's still 2 to the Taranaki side.
Yep.
It
2.
is. It's interesting, Gary, and I see Adam Haywood driving there. This is a sort of surface that you don't actually have to be driving at 100 miles an hour to get results on it, do you?
No, it does get tricky for that yard-on shot, though,
Oh,
Kevin.
certainly does. Certainly does.
It's very easy to lose your green on that yard-on shot as well on this, so I think I know. Yep, but I don't think the full-on drive like that was necessary.
No, I think you can. I think one of the things about carpet is you can you can always. Sure, sometimes you really got to go for the doctor because you've got to kill it, but or do something, dislodge a few things. But you can move things around on the carpet. The jack doesn't move as far on carpet and that as well. So it's interesting. And I'll go back to the final of the men's pairs the other week in Dunedin. Because if you want to see an example of shot play and weight control, was Leif Selby in their final. Because he was Australia's #1 player, now living here in New Zealand. But he just highlighted on carpet that you can still get optimum results by good weight control, good light. And I think the other thing is I don't think on carpet you want to be veering your shot because it's like your weight's so important, isn't it? Your weight control, owning the weight is so important, isn't it?
It is, and I think what a lot of players have struggled with on this, that have come from natural greens and everything, is that you've got to play a metre through on this rather than try and drag, try and draw to that jack, and that's something you saw out of Leif Selby in the pairs. I mean, I watched some of those games and he just had fantastic weight control.
And it wasn't luck because he's always playing into the arc all the time. That's and it was interesting talking yesterday in here, having David Clark in here, from Counties Manukau, who of course plays on the carpet a lot, and he was just talking about how you've got to control your whole game setup. Not that much different to grass, but you just got to be more consistent about what you do. And these Paratutu guys, they won't mind because they've got the carpet at Paratutu, Rodger Hassall, just going by. But you've got to play with weight where your bowl's going to stay in the head, don't you?
Yes.
I think you're coming in, you'll be inside that. You can rest on here.
So the number 2 now for the Jason Prout Do you know anything about Jason Prout? Do you know anything about these guys?
No, I don't. Sorry.
Well,
I know the
Adam,
Thames Valley team, but
Adam Haywood and I used to play. I thought once they played in counties as well. I'm not sure. David Clark did say to me that he has had quite a bit of geographics in his bowling.
he has.
Rodger Hassall, the well-known Taranaki horse owner, builder, and just on that line again, trying to get down to the shot bowl. Just going to finish low of it.
Play this hand, mate. Make sure you're here.
Got a real youngster playing 3,
you miss, you
Adam
get to
Collins, and
That's
so
where
my
the
good
jack's
friend
going.
Alan Batley, I know, is watching this live. And mate, don't forget you've got to be at Vogeltown Park 2:30. Big afternoon this afternoon, mate. The blue and whites up against those things, up against the Clifton side, the Waitra boys, and our turn. Well, it's always our turn. Colin Cooper skips side. He's only a youngster, isn't he? He's number 3. Adam Collins trying to play down to that shot bowl. Just going to dip away and just needed a wee bit more. It's interesting going down in Taranaki now. You might remember one of our great players down there in Taranaki was John Murder. John, of course, he played for New Zealand and coached. He was a New Zealand selector, coached New Zealand. Unfortunately, John's wife passed away in the last 18 months, 2 years, and John's taken on now, getting not back involved playing with bowls, but he's sort of taken under his wing a number of the young, promising players out of Taranaki, and sort of got this John Murder school sort of thing of the young players.
That'll be great, because I remember being a part of the Auckland squad a number of years ago where you brought John in to do some sessions with us, and what a great experience. You know, his nature and everything was just brought the best out of players.
He's certainly, John's a great, John was fantastic. I always had the pleasure of playing at the same club as John for a number of years and playing the Taranaki side, been selected by him and playing the Taranaki side with him, and he's one of the true, what I would call, literally one of the first what I call real coaches of bowls, and I learned a lot from Johnny Murder, and I arm a lot for the opportunities and enjoyment that I had. And Darren Goodin, the skip, he's been at Paraturi for a number of years. Rodger Hassall, I think my number's right. He's been runner-up in the Taranaki Open Fours, I think, 6 times. Just
that's pretty good though, Kevin. I mean, that's a hard tournament.
Oh, he's won it. He's won it too.
Yeah.
He's one of us lucky ones. Here's Goodin trying to get to the shot bowl, get a touch on it, and will get a touch. Rolls it out, not quite enough. Yeah, Darren's one for us Taranaki guys. Really, winning a Taranaki Open Fours is always, it's always a proud bit of history to have on your next to your name. Good bowl here from Haywood, and just sits in behind.
I think they're still holding.
So Darren Goodin, just on the forehand. The racecourse turf manager for the Taranaki Jockey Club. Been there for a long, long time. Just going to dip under the line.
Don't think he's quite got the weight yet.
He's missing a fraction of weight. So it's the Thames side that's holding, and Haywood, he's certainly got this bowl out wider. How far is that going to come back from there?
It won't come back from there, Kevin. It's a tricky side to play. We've all, if you're on this rink one, you really want to play the bank hand where you can.
Well, you had to be under that
Yep.
low bowl out the other side there, didn't you, really, to get the result. So putting the measure around, because you'll notice here, going on the cameras, that it's quite different the 2 to the Thames you hear there, so 2 apiece. So the angles are quite different, you know, to what you see. What's going on out there? Sometimes you'll think, well, why are they measuring that? And yeah, it is different. But there's no doubt the ditch hand's a kind of hand, isn't it?
It is. It is. There's a nice draw back from the ditch hand, and the other hand is a little bit, you get a little bit too wide, and it's not going to come home for you.
But, you know, it's amazing, though, that, you know, when you consider this surface here has been laid for over 20 years and hasn't been, and, you know, they've only ever played one way.
Yes. I used to play out of here, Kevin.
I found that out. Because you were from it. You were, that's right. Yeah, I got told today. Merv Brown was telling me that they, only ever played the one way. Incredible.
They've got the money to replace it. I know they've been trying to replace it for a while, and they've got some money set aside, because I did ask the guys today where you're at with replacing the green, and they are looking at replacing the green in the next year or so.
What they were saying as well, that they would more than likely have to do some under the carpet work as well, because it's concrete and timber, I think, and they, you know, as we found at Nine, you know, where they've now redone the whole, relayed the whole thing.
Because if you're not, you're behind.
You've got to do the whole job, not half the job, don't you? And that's amazing. When they said to me today, because there's no, the other thing is, which intrigued me about it, there's no real wearing, is there? It doesn't.
No, the green itself looks really, really good. There's a couple of rinks that, you know, have a few things going on, but that's more about the wood underneath.
Yeah, correct.
And it is because they use this as a venue. The club uses it as a conference venue as well. So
right.
Sometimes there's stages on top of the green.
Yeah, well, it can just
which
make it
can cause a few issues, and I think that's what's happened.
Good ball here from the Paratutu boy. Yeah, it's interesting here, although it's a different setup on the head, Kayleen, but one thing that's also been very noticeable, that
just over the jaw, get onto him.
You draw that front toucher, it's hard to get, you know, it's a very, well, I'm not saying it's a winning shot, but by goodness, it puts you in a good position, doesn't it?
Yeah, Thames Valley have a nice bowl sitting behind it, though, so he just needs to touch that.
Which he's going to do, turn it over, well played.
Yep.
And
oh,
one down, see Darren Goodin quickly indicate Rodger Hassall, the builder.
so Grant Hassall that does the writing, is that Rodger's son?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. And the other son was in the winning New Zealand Fours team with Rowan Brassey, Bo Prideaux, Rodger,
Here,
and the other son.
Get
Two
round
boys.
Here. Anything in here is good. Jack's going to square
They
up
are
that side.
the knowledge machine of bowls. They know, like Grant, who no doubt will be watching in our early days before we had grey hair. The two boys used to sit in the ditch at Paratutu and watch bowl after bowl after bowl, and you'd go into the clubhouse afterwards and they would gently remind you about the shot you played on the ninth end. So that, you know, and look, the contribution that Grant's made to bowls in Taranaki is, well, he follows a line of guys who've done an amazing service down in Taranaki, which sort of makes some of the events that Taranaki still hold pretty, you know, historic on the bowls calendar, and none so more, of course, than the Taranaki Open
Play up
forwards.
here, mate. That's your
But
Jack.
yeah,
You get past that.
The Hassall name is synonymous with bowls in Taranaki. It has been for, well, Rodger and I started in the mid-70s. We played cricket together, funnily enough, and then finished up playing bowls together, and well, not together, but playing at the same club. And bowl here, this is going to get the tip on the turn, though. Well, good and bad, because it certainly put the Jack into that more drawable position. Has it down on that backhand side.
But I'm not so sure Thames actually wanted that,
No, I don't think they did.
that result out of it.
And it's opened that line up, isn't it? But it doesn't have needs to have the weight to get all the way down here. And not going to do so is the
there
number
first,
3
mate.
is Ellen
A bit
Collins.
of Jack if you're lucky.
And you've got
Just over the
there's
draw.
no doubt on this carpet, you've got to get in your mindset that I'm playing through. I'm not playing right, not, I'm playing through. Because you'll just fall, won't you? You'll just drop that couple of feet short.
Absolutely. We've seen a lot of bowls from people not being used to the carpet
Hurry, Matt.
green,
Come on.
and a lot
Hurry.
of bowls pulling up 2 or 3 metres short,
Eight to 10, pal.
So the first thing I said to my team, you've got to play a metre through on this stuff.
Absolutely. And you see Darren Goodin in the cutting there.
Yeah, same as
He's
that,
got
couple of
to
feet through.
beat your own on the backhand. The youngster, Adam Collins, on the backhand. And he's got the bowl on a pretty good line here. How far is this going to come back? Just seems to be struggling now when he needs it for weight. Just needed a couple more rolls.
Another metre of weight on that would have brought it back nicely.
Would have come right back to the centre, wouldn't it? Right back to where the yellow sits. I'm going to put it out there again this afternoon to Adam Haywood. Don't try and get too technical over trying to get into your head about 9 shot options. You look at Darren Goodin just walked back. You can sometimes.
Well, he's been standing on the head, so, how hard is it? If you've been on that head
Yeah,
and
still the
building
same
it,
shot. We're actually
you should
3,
know what you're going
so
to play when you go down
I'm
with
happy
your
if you
first
Absolutely.
bowl.
fall into those a little
And you've
bit.
got to remember as well, you're playing against guys who are experienced in their own right, and you might
No,
play all
we're
these
down probably
be able to
3.
play a lot of shots, but so too can they. Darren Goodin's been the Taranaki side for a long time. Won numerous Taranaki singles titles, all disciplines, and has been part of the Taranaki side for a long time. And his father, and he's another one because his father Peter played bowls. Darren used to come along as a youngster down to Paratutu and watch the action, and here he is now. Been a regular in the Taranaki side for a long time. Not quite sure what he's trying to play here.
Yeah, he's a little bit wide for what he was trying to play, I think.
Whether he was trying to play to in the front to try and get a turn through on a bowl. 4-0 in the other match. The Hawke's Bay boys jumped out against the Northland side, and it is the Hawke's Bay side that need the.
Try beat it in there.
They'd have the opportunity to play on this every now and then as well.
Wow.
Those Omiranui boys, and they do have artificial green at Omiranui as well.
Interesting though, Galen down here now though is there's certainly more artificial surfaces now. They're natural surfaces down here in the bay now, isn't there? Which is again. So here's Goodin now coming down. He must see that port down through there, Galen. He must. That's where he was trying to get through that port. As we see the jack move in the other rink there.
Well, the Northland team are now, they're out to spoil.
They're very social club, that Arapahoe. We used to go up from Okahu Bay and play. I used to have Ken Bradley used to organise a tournament up there, which sort of took it was a long drive to get up there on a Friday.
When I played out of Point Chev, they used to do tournaments up at Arapahoe as well, and everyone came back talking about those tournaments.
Oh, you certainly got looked after, I can assure you. We even had that one year, I remember Peter Thorne, a group of us, and it rained the whole weekend. Never played a bowl the whole weekend up there. It just bucketed down, but it's fair to say we didn't get wet.
Very unlike Mr. Thorne.
So here's great opening here, and there's one thing about this carpet: when the gates open, you've got to take it, don't you? And that's exactly there what young Nathan Goodin has got in behind their head. Well played there from the. That's it.
Arapahui side.
It was the boys from the north. So on the mat is Mark Mathews, who the son of Val, isn't it? Well, you know, we were talking before about Val. She's just sitting out in front of us there. By goodness, what a... She's certainly played in a lot of events, hasn't she?
So I've always come across Val at rep fixtures and...
It's been there a long time.
Years, so.
Absolutely she has. So here is Goodin again. Is he going to get all the way down? Well played again. Yep. Sits alongside. Well played by the Paratutu lead. And the one thing about this service, you don't go searching for shots, do you? You just got to, you can waste a lot of bowls. I shouldn't say waste, but just have unproductive bowls. Going into the front now, but from and straight away, of course, here as well, which happens so often, Guardian, just there with that bowl's been pushed out to the side, just alters that line to the head, doesn't it? Just makes it a wee bit more challenging, those bowls, whether you're around or whether you're under.
I think that's the bankhand they're playing though, so
it'll
go round it.
It'll go round easy there. So here is Rodger Hassall, exactly what Galen said, and you know this is going to finish in a just jack high position.
Up there, pal. Make sure you're here, mate.
And of course, a jack trail is advantageous to Paratutu there, isn't it? If they can get to the jack on the trail there. So Prout, Jason Prout on his backhand.
But as you say, Kevin, you know, it might push them out a little bit wider than what they need to be, so...
There's a good bowl here from Prout. Well played.
Just out.
Yeah, but there's a chance here for straight away to switch the hand. That's and it's great to see moving to the backhand now because sit that second shot bowl out or get a touch on the jack is all advantageous to the Paratutu side. So here is Rodger Hassall. Needs to come back now. Needs to just come back now.
Oh, nice
and
tip off
touch,
that.
and there it was. That's what we said it was there.
Nice little edge off that.
Rodger spoke to me yesterday and said which game they're going to get, and I did sort of make a promise to all my good friends down in Taranaki that,
You're not riding their bowls, are you, Kevin?
Well, they'll keep me posted of the progress of the final of Taranaki Rugby this afternoon between Tukopper and Clifton. It was Rodger Hassall who's playing, you know, the number 3 out here. He's a great Tukopper supporter. The big final this afternoon, against Clifton at the Vogeltown Park. So,
close, Matt.
Well,
good. Drawing onto there, roll.
It's giving them a back bowl though, Kevin.
It does push the ball through the head to give them a back bowl.
Far past the black bowl.
And the youngster, I shouldldn't call him youngster because he might be older than what he looks, but he doesn't, you know. He looks.
Doesn't look it.
Yeah, it looks to be. But he's got the bowl out on that generous draw out there, isn't it, Galen?
Look
You
at
can
that
see
come
it
back
now
so
coming all the way
nicely.
back,
Yep.
and that, you know, it came
Very good
around.
bowl.
It came around that front with ease, really, didn't it?
Do it again, pal.
So, asking to do it again to the number 3, to Matt Johnson. On his forehand, trying to reach up to where the jack is. Needs a bit of fortune here. Going to be outside. Well, that's another bowl. That's a handy bowl on the head.
I think Paratutu would actually, even though they've got that carpet green and everything, this is a big adjustment for them because those greens at Taranaki are absolutely beautiful and
best in New Zealand.
Oh, I was gutted when the Nationals were cancelled this year.
Yeah,
National Fours.
It was unfortunate. We'll be you know, next year, of course, we're back down in Central Otago. But excuse me, not speaking out of turn. That hopefully the following year that will be back in Taranaki for the fours and mixed pairs and the idea. Well, now the decision now by Bowls New Zealand where we're going to multi-venue the singles and pairs, mixed pairs and fours. I think is. I think it's worked, and that'll be the ongoing. That'll be the ongoing pattern.
I think it is a good mix. You know, the mixed pairs and the fours.
On the
and
drive
everything.
is Haywood.
Oh. But he took his back bowl out as
Correct.
well. And that's what, you know, it's a risk driving on this stuff because bowls are going to skid so easily.
They do skid, don't they?
Yep.
So does the Taranaki boy now. So now, all of a sudden, the head's opened up for a number for him, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So here is Darren Goodin.
I think he's looking to take that third or... Yeah.
He is. He is.
Playing good ball.
Oh.
Yeah, it's going to
Well.
be the same again.
Just trying to take that wing bowl out so that...
Don't think you will now, because the charcoal, but the front bowl's got to be shot, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, as you say, Kevin, you were saying about, you know, telling which were the shots
Just
on
from
the
that
screen
line,
and
that's what it
everything.
looks like. And bowler Haywood, this
Yeah,
bowl's
he's
going to go
through.
by. Well, you go again, don't you? You're miles off the jack.
Yeah, good ball, mate.
He is going again by the looks.
So here is Darren Goodin, Taranaki skip from the Paratutu Club, going for the shot.
Oh,
Well,
close.
clean, got it clean.
Yep.
Well, isn't it funny? What it highlights to me is one drive can open the door for you.
Yeah, because I'm just...
More than likely 1 down to 3 down.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. I think they were holding 2 or 3 before Adam drove, but, you know, there was that risk because Adam left nothing on the head, even for them, other than that wing bowl. And so it gave Darren, sorry, was it Darren? Yeah,
Yeah, Darren. Yeah,
Goodin
yeah.
the opportunity to take that bowl out and make multiple again.
Well, one of the things, Goodin, as you well know in the sport, and you know, one of the things, you're sure it's and good driving, no doubt about that. But you've always got to respect that the other guy's quite capable as well.
Exactly. You're not playing in these national competitions without competency.
No, so you know, disappointment here straight away from young Nathan Goodin. Knows that he'd found the centre line, but very short. O'Mahara Nui leading 4-2. Over the boys from the the north, and of course it is the boys from the Hawke's Bay side who need this to qualify for post section, and knowing already that we've got 9 through in the women. Good opening bowl there from the lead from Mark Mathews, son of the lady just in front of us there. So Nathan Goodin trying to follow that line down. It's good to see he didn't change his hand. To be disappointed though, needs to. And the other thing about the carpet is once you start getting short bowls like that, you just make life difficult for what's behind, don't you?
It's the skips are hating this.
Oh, absolutely, you know, because so where's the line on that hand now? And to get to the, if I'm the Taranaki side, I can't get the shot on that hand.
Not on that hand. You're going to have to come under either just around that front one of Taranaki's on the other hand, which does make it a little bit difficult because, as I said to you before, if you go a little bit too wide out there, it won't return.
You won't get rewarded, will
No.
it? It'll stay out there.
See, it'd be interesting. I
So
think
you
he's
see
way
there.
too wide.
Yeah. So the Rodger Hassall's width really is just outside that
Just.
the
Yep.
the white
Yeah, mate. Draw a
white
shot.
disca, just outside that, and that's then literally a natural line down to the jack, isn't it? And you've got to be careful because you can waste so many bowls trying to find that line, can't you? It's and that's where blocking a hand up, especially the most generous hand.
But I think
Yeah, play this
this
well,
is where
Jake.
the experience comes in
Well played.
of this Prout side. Maybe, you know, he may be able to find that line pretty quickly now.
Yeah, well, he knows he's got to adjust, just adjust slightly that line to try and just get past the front bowl with a metre of running towards the jack. So here is Rodger Hassall, the builder. Well, he's brought you right, Goodin. He's brought that line in, hasn't he? He's adjusted. He's adjusted. He's adjusted,
this is
all
a
right.
fantastic
How's that?
bowl.
How's that? Exactly what you said, isn't it?
Yeah.
Eh? Adjusted that line perfectly on the draw, sitting right
there,
on the
mate.
centre line.
Get a roll on, Mark. Same ball. Number one in the head.
So, trying to get down is Jason Prout to get to that bowl. 4-3 now in the Umaranui game versus
Just cut the
Arapahoe.
green a little bit.
He's coming into that bowl and
Handy, though. Real
Well,
good kick, pal.
So the Taranaki guys at say would still, the bowl behind the shot bowl becomes shot, doesn't it? They try and sit to that bowl.
Yes. I understand what Adam's trying to get them to do is to play on to
Yeah,
that
play
red
good.
bowl and it'll just tip the jack enough.
Well, the good thing about that, Goodin, is that it's a pretty handy bowl coming here too. Is it going to get all the way? May not, but it's around the head. The good thing which it does do, though, it's going to make sure they
Looking for
reach
the
the
jack,
head,
bro.
isn't it? You know. So now looking for the jack's the call.
Oh, it's interesting. I think he's changed his hand.
He has changed his hand to come down there, try and reach through to the jack. And it's down, following down. He'll get the shunt off that
Yes.
side bowl. He'll get the jack, get the kill.
Kill. Second prize, as we
Well,
say,
yeah, but
Kevin.
it was going to, it was, the other thing is if you play with that weight, you're not going to get yourself into too much trouble. If you make connection, you're not going to get yourself into too much trouble, are you? So we'll start again. The Taranaki boys having a chat, and I'll be getting.
I think you can play that way, just drawing onto it.
I've already had one message through from you would know. You're involved in the Aotearoa Bowls, Alan Batley.
Yes, I know Mr. Batley.
Yeah, well, Batch has already given me. Here we go. And here we go. So Darren Goodin and Nathan Goodin, skip, lead, are not related.
Oh,
There you go.
thanks, Bats.
Yeah. And Adam, the number 3, was the lead in the Taranaki Rep 4s this year, of which Batch he's the selector. So thanks, Batch, and just make sure you keep me posted of what's going on at Vogeltown Park this afternoon. And yes,
Let's go that way now.
I'm presuming Mr. Batley will be here in a couple of weeks' time when the Rohe Challenge is being played in Hastings.
oh, I'm sure Bats will be
Hold him all right.
good. Well, there's Bats and Alan Batley, John Niwa, the great guys with the Aotearoa Bowls. Good bowl here from the lead from, well played by Mark Mathews.
Not badly down from the lead from Prout.
Oh, well played, just to get inside. It sits outside the bowl.
Go through
It's
those,
all
mate.
right.
On that hand.
Same
But
ball.
it's still fine sitting up like that, isn't it, to reach it down there on the draw. Trying to get Mark Mathews now. Play that same sort of bowl. Get another bowl down there in the V. 5-3. It is
Marcus, hurry.
Paratutu leading.
Hurry. Great try, pal.
Alan Bats, of course, played with in the great days at Paratutu, and one of the boys is Mike Walsh, in fact, is going over because they all played in the great days with Gary Mounsey and with Brian Baldwin, and Brian's just
We're a couple, but I think you're
announced
just
his
drawing through it now.
retirement from the Musgrave Hills Club on the Gold Coast, where he's been the manager. He's been there for 20 years. So a couple of Paraturi boys are going over. They all played together. Here's Hassall again. He's close again, isn't he? Just gonna go by.
Watch goes pretty good.
Oh, gee.
Up there, mate. Short shot.
He's won about 20 Taranaki titles.
That's what surprises me about Adam's comment. I'm just going pretty good.
Yeah. The other thing, I think, going into the Taranaki guys, and you made the point before, Ulch, at Jack Trail, but you made the point before about the Taranaki, about the greens. And I think one of the things I always think why we've always had very good players out of Taranaki, very, very good draw players, shot players, because we play on good greens most of the time.
Yep.
And they'll draw round bowls, and they won't try and, you don't have to steer your bowl to get somewhere. So the greens give you the confidence to, I think, to it's just good for your game. So here's Rodger Hassall now, needs to be inside this, I'm not going to. And of course, one of the ex-Taranakian has just returned back home after
Up here, mate.
Morris Symes, of course, who was played in, we all played together in Taranaki. He played at Hara, and now he's returned home to Taranaki to be the greenkeeper at the Fitzroy Bowling Club.
He was playing down south, wasn't he?
Good home.
He was playing in Marlborough.
Yeah.
He was playing, and he was greenkeeping down in the Marlborough area. And in fact, Steve Beale tomorrow is heading off to leave from here to go to Taranaki, because there's a greenkeepers symposium down at Taranaki, and good looking bowl here. Just going to get back all the way. If it gets by, he might give it away here. Got a turn, no, still holds it, but just did give them a bowl in behind the head.
Still one down. I reckon.
And it's a great place for the Greenkeepers Association to have sort of workshops, conferences when, you've got such good greens there down there that it's good for our greenkeepers.
Can you see it?
It's becoming hard to get those good greenkeepers now. No disrespect at all, but it's
We've got a new greenkeeper at Parongia, and our greens come a long way in the year that he's been there. It's
Shot.
straight in.
it was a great goal.
Well played, straight in. We can't quite see it on the camera here, but just the line it hit the jack from. I would say it's sitting pretty close, I imagine, inside in the ditch. We'll try and get a camera. Here we go. Get that camera over the top, can we? We'll see in but a moment. It's another one of the southern bowls that are down there, but I'll be disappointed with this, because
Any hand, bro. Just get to the 2 metre.
so I'm picking Guardian. We're looking at round the number and just alongside it.
Looks
Because
like that
it
marker's
looks like
just
the marker,
beside it, yeah.
The marker's just alongside it, so
Hurry.
you
Hurry, Matt.
you'd be pretty disappointed if you dropped a shot here, wouldn't you, really? And
2 good lawn bowls, pal.
Yeah, it looks
yeah,
looks like he's drawn to the ditch, so
which is, straight away the pressure goes onto the Taranaki side. But, the old story, draw halfway, draw down just past the 2 metre mark with your first, and then try the heroics with your second. Don't try it the other way around.
Either hand, is that far out?
So, Darren Goodin on the mat. On the forehand.
it looks like he's going to try and punch one of those.
Trying
No,
to get,
that's just a draw.
he needs to get down past, well, he'll still be 2 down, I would say, because there's the other
there's
bowl,
the
you can
white
see
bowl.
it right there now, and the Taranaki bowl will be outside that, you can just see the corner of it there. So Haywood now will be trying to draw in between those 2 bowls to add to the count. 5-3, Paraturu leading, and they need it. And in the Arapaho Omaranui game, 5-4 to the boys from the north, who can't qualify. He'll be disappointed with this bowl, Kayleen.
Exactly. You know, now's where you capitalise on trying to get...
Well, you could draw down to
Come over to that hand, mate.
the marker peg where the,
Yeah.
you know, 'cause he's got 2, hasn't he? So, you know, underneath, anything underneath that was a bonus.
I actually think he's got 3, Kevin, with a short bowl out on this other
short
side
bowl
as well.
Darren Goodin doesn't like that. No, I can see why.
That's Jason out there, eh? I'd rather play the wider side, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what he's saying. I thought he would have been playing that wider side to...
That's the biggest swoop back to the centre line, isn't it?
Yep.
You got more room to move, haven't you?
And that's
Really
their bowl there that I was talking about. I wasn't quite
coming
sure
back
whether
towards
that
the
was
2 metre
counting.
mark, and we'll see. It should appear any moment.
No, it hasn't.
Well, that was surprising, wasn't it?
I know.
I don't know where that went to. I'll see if the girls here can go and find that bowl. Yeah, Tamara is she's the brains behind it. Travelled the country.
They're both about a metre out.
And brings his coverage right
See
throughout.
that? Yep.
Yeah, I know.
And she's the lady that does all the work. And with Tracy and Emma here. And look comes the food delivery. Have a look at this. This is what happens. It's like a catering company. It's especially made for me. There's the made.
Your cake.
Yeah, mate, it's been. And these special. Oh, you got a bag.
I've got a bag of...
Oh, yeah, there's a delicacy. So 5-3. Well, that really, to be fair, Galen, the side there really, Adam Haywood would be a wee bit disappointed because
It should have been 5-all. I mean,
Yeah,
Adam
'cause
should have drawn 2 extras with all that room to
the
draw.
gate was wide open, wasn't it?
It was.
You're still only 1, so look, as long as you get through there,
So
we'll be safe.
disappointment here for Nathan Goodin, who's not related to Darren Goodin, coming up but short. And when you've got that metre gap off the front, you do really have to own it, don't you? You've got to. There's a jack going next door. I'd say that would be killed. Got a double kiss on the way through.
It's a ditty.
One mark.
So he made an amendment here. Did
Well, there's still plenty of room there,
heaps of
Kevin.
room. Heaps of room.
You know, Nathan can get in there easier enough. Just take a deep breath.
So on the forehand, and he's got that bowl out on a pretty good arc.
It's a very good line.
That's where they come from, don't they? That's
Yep.
the home. And we'll just go by, but it's over the head. That's fine. That's a
And it's the
Up
shot.
there,
It's
bro.
a
so-
shot.
Draw
It's
shot.
over the head. That's so here we
Yeah.
go around the greens quickly here, and it is Kaikarai up against Muriwai, and it's early days, of course. It's David Clark's skip side from
Just
Muriwai,
Doreen, bro.
and it's Kaikarai who are leading 3-0 after 3. And West End of Timaru up against Paraparam, the Ray Boffa skip side, and Barry Andrews, 4 ends gone, and it is 4-2 to the Kapiti Coast side. Tauranga v Coopers Beach, and it is the boys from the far north, and I think it'll be Tauranga South, they need it. And so it's 5-3 to Coopers Beach. Point Chevalier up against Edendale, and it is Edendale. Oh, that's a round. That's a next round game. That's one ahead, and it is Edendale leading that match 4-2, and Takaro from the Manawatu up against Hillcrest from the Waikato, and 5-3 after 4 ends. So it still remains a shot. Going interesting with Hamilton. You might be able to just... What's happened there?
We've lost a lot of greens.
Yeah, to drive past that,
I
whether it was the right thing for it to be built or not is irrelevant, but, you know, that wonderful complex at Hamilton City, Hassall again.
Draw shot, pal. Any
See,
hand.
Bowl.
That's that. I think the old seasoned, experienced player. Just so.
Certainly is. I think when stadium closed, I don't think stadium should have ever closed, but I think that's the venue where that indoor green at Frankton Railway, which we've now lost, that's where the venue should have been for the indoor green.
Yeah.
At Hamilton's or at Stadium Bowls.
Great attempt, pal.
So if we look in those days, and we don't, so we had, we had Hamilton City. There was Whitiora. There was clubs. The one that they used to have the Peers tournament, I think it was in the Hillcrest, Hillview, Hill.
So Hillcrest, I think, still play a Peers tournament.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, but
Pal.
obviously
Right, get a roll out of that
less
grey
people playing and things. Hillcrest have only got 2 greens now. They used to have the 3.
That's correct, they did.
And even they're struggling. The Hillcrest guys are here from Waikato, and
Hurry.
so they're still producing great bowls, but everywhere's dwindling in numbers and everything, and we've got smaller and smaller clubs in Hamilton, to the point where the Māori Bowls, which is the 50th tournament in 2024, we've had to go, Waikato Tainui Rohe have had to go to Thames to host that because
To get the greens.
we don't have enough greens around Hamilton.
Yeah.
But
Geez, I'm not going to say trying to reminisce too much on the past, but the battles on the old days with the Waikato, and it's sure to be fair, a number of those players were out of the likes of Tokoroa, Pataru, Rewa, Hinuera. There was always a number of the outlying rural type clubs
You're still just drawing in. You're
who
probably
were
out of the
always
way, eh?
strong. But there was also, the Hamilton Cities, the Whitioras, there was a number of Claudens. There was a number of clubs where they were very, very competitive, and they used to have quite decent tournaments down in the Hamilton Waikato region as well. So it's now really become more the outlying areas have become, let's say, the strength of bowls in the Waikato.
yeah, when we moved back to Waikato, we played at Hinuera for,
Yes, you did, yeah.
because that's where one of the strengths were. You had to look at that, where your strength was coming from in the Waikato, and at that time, it was Hinuera, and that's why we went there. But
Coming through there, riding onto Jack.
we decided to take a step back and be closer to home, because it was a 2-hour drive to Hinuera from
Yeah, it would
Kawhia.
be. Yeah, it would be.
And so we're playing out of Parongia now, 35 minutes away and everything. But, yeah, it is sad to see those clubs and the strength of those clubs go. Frankton Railway had such strength in it with Riker and...
Oh, absolutely.
You know,
is it going to sit? No,
not
it's not.
quite.
Yes, the days, of course, with Riker Gregory, and there was a lot of strength down there, and it's interesting. And I'll go back to Taranaki as an example. Sure, the club numbers might be smaller in their numbers of players, etc. now, but it's incredible that they've still held their pretty strong profile clubs, whether it be down in South Taranaki, Hāroa, still got strong clubs in Hāroa, still got good clubs like in New Plymouth, Inglewood, Stratford, so Waitara, although there's one club gone, of course, at Waitara, Leopardon. So it's interesting that some of the provinces have been able to hold, and I still think one of the reasons why with Taranaki is
I've got
well, two
opening
things.
bowl from Goodin then.
There's two things I think of Taranaki is one, the greens, and two, the Taranaki Open Fours.
Well, they've even got the women's open fours.
They have.
that's just as well, you know, it's
Absolutely.
just as high up there in the priority to try and
Good response here.
just out of it.
The other thing as well, Goodin, and we spoke about this, my coverage just recently, was that, so in Taranaki, when you play bowls, we used to play in the club sevens on a Saturday morning. And then I was talking with Morris Symes, that's right. Oh, another good bowl coming here, but gets past the front. Gets a roll past the front.
Fantastic bowl.
What a magnificent bowl, right to the centre line, to the jack. So in Taranaki on Saturdays, you have shield bowls, 25 ends, or it might have changed, it might be 25 now. It was always 25 ends, and your club goes and plays another club. Doesn't matter whether your club's only got 3 or 4 teams or whatever, and it's all worked on a percentage basis. Good response here. Look at this.
Very good response.
Look at this to the jack.
Oh,
Well played. So what it means is that I come into play, and of course another thing in Taranaki, in most cases somebody knows somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody, right? But the good thing is you join a club in Taranaki and you're going to be playing shield bowls, if you so wish to, on a Saturday. And you could be playing with top players, could be playing with, look at Hassall.
Oh, this is a
Look
pretty
at
good
Hassall.
response.
Look at this.
Just out, but give him plenty of catches for the next time.
And I think, again, that's one of the reasons why Taranaki has been such a, I would say, well, it runs its own centre very well, and it runs its own events. And yeah, another one, look at this coming near here too. Just, is it going to get, yes it will.
Oh,
Well,
but
you know,
good home, Kevin.
well, you don't get much better than this, you know, if you look there on the centre line, look at that, all those bowls on the centre line, they're all been well green. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What, we've got 6 of them there, and we could put a tea towel over the 6 of them, couldn't you? And this bowler, Rodger Hassell's just crimped the line. Oh,
He's crimped the weight and everything
yeah,
off that.
He knew as soon as he let it go, he just crimped it.
Play up there, mate. Wait till about here. Get on to mark. Good. Get a bit of jack. But it'll still be all right.
So, draw weight. Well, draw weight to touch is the chance, isn't it? How far is it going to come back though to the centre? Might go past on the. It'll just go by. And I'm not going to try and guess actually what the story is. Who's got the shot there?
You would presume it was the red bowl, but
You would think.
yeah.
Better that way.
So, Adam Collins, yeah, it's gone.
That is a drawing hand, but I don't think it's going to
Well, I was
come
going
back
to
that
say
much.
that's generous on the draw out
Yeah.
there, isn't it? But came back a long way to the
It
centre
did
when
come
you look.
back.
When you consider it's over the
Get
head
on
as
to
well.
mark. If not, you get the jack.
8-4 now, out of Bahoi leading.
Kevin, maybe it is Prout that's holding the shot there because
Well, just the
Thames
way
are
he
trying
called-
to be more aggressive at it.
The way he
So
called that shot, and he's in the target area. Was it going to go by? Is in the target area. Tips the back of the bowl. No. Well, if you look there now, Galen, if you take the middle bowl with the white disc on it, could well be. So is Adam Collins, and as Galen said, you'll get rewarded if you take your green out on that side of the rink. Just going to lack the weight slightly, but certainly
Close.
giving him a shoulder though, and
it has.
you know,
It's given them a shoulder on that backhand slide, you know, that backhand meter on through there.
I did that earlier today and it cost me 3 shots.
Yeah, well, he's on line here. Well, he might get the blue in front and slid by. So you would think, just the way that they're playing it, you're right, Goodin, you'd think that it'd be one to the Taranaki side, and it is Arapahoe, Maharanui. Is that 8-4 now? It's 7-15.
It wouldn't hurt for Prout to actually move that though, Kevin, because they've got the other bowl straight behind it as well.
It wouldn't.
mind you, then Adam would drive.
That's true. That's true. Now, Tamara's got one of her health meals. Isn't that? She's got, and grapes.
Yeah, drawing that hand.
They deserve to be well catered for, these girls in here. They do an outstanding job. So,
It is so great to have the live streaming and everything for these events. Well,
it's fantastic.
as many events as we can, Kevin. The amount of people that are actually watching them and thinking, oh, you know, I can get into this. They see the young guys especially, you know, the young people like Henrietta with Tash.
Yeah.
At the Piers the other week. They see the younger people playing and they think, oh, you know, I can get into this sport.
We're getting good support. It's interesting. Goodin's gone deliberately, absolutely nowhere near the head. That won't come back with that weight. It won't come back to the jack, so they're down.
Yeah.
And you'll see Goodin, I think what he's saying as well, you play the shot, really, isn't he? That's really what he's saying.
Making Adam play the shot rather than...
And that line's hard, Galen, because that front centre liner up there, trying to get that bowl to come back, and don't want to give him a shoulder. The last thing you want to do is a shoulder. That's the last thing. It's just, that's... So we'll see whether... Well, he's gone out on a wider line off it, so in fact it had the opposite effect, really, but...
Pushed him out further.
Pushed him out, but the minute that came, you saw that that shoulder chance, so it was a 1-2 paratutu, so we're all locked up, 6 apiece. 6 apiece at 7, we're going to end 8 now, 8 of 15. The 15 end is actually good, isn't it?
It is. You know,
Can't drop bundles.
No. No, mind you, I think I did see a team drop a 7 yesterday on the second to last end.
Yeah, I did. I heard. I heard about that actually. And I did. So yeah, and I saw Ray Boffa. I can't remember what. Well, I know it was 2 hands anyway. I know that. So just slipping by, just over Jack High. 8-4 now. Arapahoe leading.
Looks like they're doing their utmost to keep
the numbers
Omiranui
down.
from qualifying.
Yeah.
But Omiranui might still have another game to play.
Yeah, look, it's...
Yeah.
Yesterday sort of chucked things in a bit of an upheaval, so, yeah, not 100% sure, Galen. It's... All I know is that there was some late matches last night. I know that. I wasn't here. Once you get the pension, you get early shifts.
I believe they didn't finish here till about 11:15 last night.
I believe so. So, better bowl here from the Taranaki lead. Going to sit inside the bowl, is it?
Just
yes,
sit on
it
it,
will. Yep. Nathan Goodin sits right flush on top of the Mark Mathews bowl. And this Mark Mathews always plays with the back to front cap. It's sort of a bit of a, it's like a trademark for him. Run it out's the call. Another roll, really.
Yep.
Close to making it.
Yep. Straight away, Rodger's back on the other hand, you know.
Well, he's found that, he adjusted, didn't he? He found that there. And you see, you made the remark before, he delivered one really wide. He said, he hasn't quite got it. He's half a bowl away, but he's got another bowl in on the head, hasn't he? And from that very first one that we saw him play out, then from then on he stayed on that hand, and his line has been consistent, hasn't it? And the boys from the north might have been killed, was it? Or they just scored again.
It's 8-4 now. They're doing their best to kind of keep Omiranui from qualifying.
So there's the shot being drawn by goodness. They are having tight heads though, Goodin, aren't they? They're getting bowls in around the head. Rodger Hassall now.
Even this game on the other rink, they're also having very tight heads.
Oh, he's under the line here is Hassall. No doubt you can see that very easily. He's under the line.
Got a couple up there, do it
So
again.
they're just been told 2. So that's and the maroon and the bowl of also the bowl there of Mark Mathews is counting as well. Yeah, this will come in behind the head. He won't mind that. He won't mind that at all. So the Taranaki number 3, Adam Collins, has really got to draw a nest in amongst those. Well, if he sits inside those counting bowls, he will, if not shot, be second shot going for
Always going.
going for Jack or a result. And well,
I'm not sure whether this Thames Valley are still holding 1 or 2 there. It's hard to tell on these angles.
well, I could see 2 white discs. So hold 1 was
Up there, good.
just heard him say holding 1. So he'll come down well. Matt Johnson.
Hurry.
Well, it looked under the line from halfway down. It was under the line, and really doesn't affect anything.
Yep, same again. You're doing good.
Oh, so here, same.
That's great to hear that praise from the skip.
Absolutely.
for-
Oh, he's widened that arc up down towards the jack, and trying hard to get to the jack. Trying hard to get to it.
Come on.
Trying hard to get to the jack. My goodness, that's.
One down.
Yeah,
That's
one
the shot.
down.
Play up there. Wait, look him wait back to here, to Jace. You get onto him, Jack's coming straight back.
Yeah, well, it's the right call there from the Adam Haywood. Don't waste, don't lose your bowl. Just reach up through there.
Area, aren't you?
And he's in the area all right
He
because
is
there's a
close.
2-bowl target for weight there on the outside of it, though. Well, the bowl, well, he was sort of just, he was outside it, really, wasn't he? Try those, they're nice.
We're down to that. You've got to come in here.
So, now the Taranaki guys looking closely. The head's actually safer, well, not say safer, but the way how it's lying now is just a flat onto the bowl shot. It's just changed the target around slightly with that bowl in front. But of course, the problem for the Taranaki guys is that they haven't got a bowl back over the head. So I'm picking, Goodin here. Darren Goodin will be happy to get a bowl and meet it over the head because Adam Haywood, and that's duly what he's doing, because Adam Haywood will be reaching down to the blue bowl with weight to turn, because the bowl's sitting flat. So on the mat is the Thames Coast skip playing with that searching one, as we said, and he's in the target area. Might just get, well, in and out. Well, who's got the shot? So Darren Goodin says, I'll come and have a look. Well, there you go. You saw it there. So that just sticking out the belly of the blue bowl, just perhaps sticking out a wee bit more dominant. So really now for the Haywood side, it's really a trail now. It's not a. It's just changed the shot slightly because that bowl's sitting up.
We're a couple down. Roll Fiji over, roll into those two.
As we were saying though, Kevin, you don't need big weight on here
No, you
because the
don't.
jack moves quite freely.
Yeah, you don't. Absolutely.
And that's what Darren's trying to do, is just cover this back.
This lot down, there's a couple of bowls down the back here, and yeah, you can look all day, you know, it's not going to change anyway. It changes if you play it. Yeah, I'm sure Haywood will endeavour to try and reach. And you're right, he doesn't have to be flying at the head, does he? He just reach, and there's plenty of bowls there to rest on, or touch to the jack, isn't it?
Half a BG, rolling through.
It's like the weight he played with that first one. It was probably a little bit too much weight. That's why it didn't turn.
Yeah, might have stayed outside. It stayed out the draw line all the way. Now going more for the draw to get down to there. Needs to work hard to get back from there. I know he's coaxing it on, so he knows he's one down. On that's the body language look, isn't it? That he's I thought he conceded that he was, and it was the one. So 7-6 now to Paratutu. And just for those who might be interested, the New Zealand side at the Commonwealth Games have moved into their digs at the village, and they're now into getting prepared to attack the greens at Leamington on Spa, and looks as though the greens be about 12 seconds, perhaps a tinge more, because of the summer that they're having over in the UK. So it's not as challenging a speed as sometimes that we've had to encounter in the UK, but still, let's say it's a big task.
It'll be interesting, Kevin, because of the heat over there at the moment. You know, it'd be okay for the likes of Caitlin, who play in Australia now and everything like that, but when you're talking about 40-odd degrees, our girls here will struggle with that heat.
They will. I suppose what we could say is that there's some Northern Hemisphere countries as well that will struggle in it.
Yep.
But I imagine they'll be watching the greens as well.
Well, you'd have to, wouldn't you, or else you'd lose them.
But it's also gailing over there as well. It's also about us being able to adapt, and especially with not having Joe Edwards there, adapt to the push and prod style of play that we see in the UK and Australia. You know, they and it's. Here's the drive, and it went all over the place in the game next door there. So we're not quite used to that sort of push and prod game. We're not as, no doubt, like Joe Edwards, Val Smith, Caitlin Inch are well versed in that style. Here's Hassall trying to get to the jack, going to be short. But if we talk about the Australian side, well, in the English side, well, and Scotland, Wales, that's their game, push, prod.
Yep.
And it's about what we're seeing here on the carpet as well, where you can so easily get trapped into, I have to dare draw the shot. You just got to dismiss that thinking over there, and you don't get many chances to get it wrong over there as well, because it's pretty cutthroat.
No, I watched that Australian Open singles and watching the lead change all the time, because those guys are just the whole time. They're just playing to move that jack.
Absolutely.
And everything. It doesn't matter whether they've got the shot. Let's move it a little bit more to make it a little bit more
Rodger
difficult.
Hassall here, not going to make the same mistake. Second, gets that front. I'm sure he got a touch. Yes, he did. Adam Haywood just touching the, putting the chalk on. Just got that front toucher. He's, let's say that the senior statesman on the side, he's been pretty consistent actually, hasn't he? He's been He has, and not to be outdone here. And
It's pretty close.
close to Jack clean. Moved it out to the side. Got it clean. And the Jack's moving around a bit. Moved right off that centre line now. So
There could be a couple down here.
yeah, they would be. Adam Collins needs to make sure he gets past that front maroon or that winey coloured bowl at the front there and draw back to the Jack from there. That makes sure he's
Played
got
this
second
pretty
shot.
well.
That's the main thing. Make sure he got. Well,
Oh.
we'll forget about second shot. We'll get a feather off the front and get shot instead. Well, I suppose you could say going in that. To be fair, he was in the target area. He was only a bowl away, regardless, wasn't he? Really, it wasn't as though he was a mile off target. He was certainly in the zone.
And that's what you say. You say, draw me a close second. You know.
Yeah, and that's really what he was trying to do, and he got a bit of fortune on the way through. Happens. Paratutu now leading 7-6, and this bowl's going to finish just under low because from the Paratutu side, the way the head is, they're not going to pick up many more than one. Because having that bowl locked in on the back, there's not many chances of trails or doing anything.
And they've only got the one hand to play now.
Absolutely, you're right. Going into one hand, it's a one-hander, and that's going to disappear under the line, but not doing any damage. Getting applause from the racecourse turf manager.
Positive.
Yeah, and being positive with weight, but as you said before, though, Goodin, playing these shots, you've got to gauge it, got to get it right, don't you? Because if you put that extra weight on,
You got to draw into those, two down.
you will just, and we're about to see exactly what we just spoke about. Trying to get that, Stewart's in behind the head's fine, but trying to get that line, it's that weighted shot, it's challenging, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so, you've got to have that line perfect when you play that weighted shot because it's either going to do one of two things, hang out or cut across.
Correct.
The minute that you put slight weight onto it on here.
It's interesting, though, the number of times you'll see a first bolt stays out and they adjust with the second, but you can see for the minute they let the bolt go that it's been delivered under the line. Well, it's just not, and that. But this carpet, though, really, for the number of years that it's been down, it's a credit to the club. It's
Great club to belong to too, Kevin. Very welcoming and
Need to come through.
yeah, all seem to be good. So, is there a tie-in with the club next door?
yes.
Oh, there is.
Yes, there is. You have to be a member of the charter club to be
Right,
a member
okay.
here.
That's. Well, look at this. Goodin.
This is
Goodin.
fantastic.
Wow. Well, that's.
Oh, I just didn't realise that
There's
Darren
Darren
played that.
Well, by doing it, he sort of did remove some of the danger as well off that narrow line down to the Jack, doesn't he? He's moved it out to the side. So,
Adams on the drive.
well
and he got it.
played. Chipped it clean. Darren Goodin, he'll just say, well, I'm just going to draw the shot again. There he is on the forehand. And a very
Pretty good line again.
hasn't
Kevin.
got the weight.
Oh,
He knows
no weight.
that too. And well, if it falls in,
Oh,
I'm not saying. I'm not saying a word after that. That did 360 degrees on the drive again. Got nothing. Boy, I'd love to see a replay of that. That came
it
completely,
was. It just
and it went right around that bowl. Yeah, well. Yeah, well, that we do know that bowls can go in funny places, can't we? That went completely. We saw it move, but then it just went around and did like loop the loop, didn't it? It was
But when you've got the luck going for you, Kevin,
yeah,
you know,
true.
the rub of the. I said to Tony Terry when I was down here for the singles, I said, where were those bloody magpies sitting on my shoulder? You know, because I didn't have a great singles tournament down here.
Yeah.
And I said those magpies weren't sitting around for me.
Well, we saw in the game this morning, the game which the Wairarapa girls, it was one bowl, one end, that's really what the game was, and it was just, I'm not going to be harsh, only to say was that on that penultimate end, the jack happened to run into the bowl to take the jack to where another bowl was in behind down the back, and you couldn't get at it. Now this is 10 ends.
Great opening.
It's only 9-5, but you got a front toucher. Straight away, you can get some control on the end, can't you? So well played by young Nathan Goodin, and sits low. The jack does Mark Mathews. So the big thing here for Goodin now, make sure that you, like next door, you can see the white discers, one on, one over, and it just makes such a big difference.
But up ahead might be holding 3 there.
Is this going to the right? Yes, it will.
I'll go back.
He'll be quite happy with that. Well, this is starting to get challenging from the boys from the Hawke's Bay, isn't it? Because you say it's out of a hurry, they're holding a shot there.
But they're relaxed, Kevin. You know, they can't qualify now. So they're quite relaxed, and I think they're just out there to ruin everyone's day.
The danger here for the Thames Valley side of this particular head is that they try and rush to the bowl. Mm-hmm. My view, it's when you want your leader to get you a second shot, which you can use, can be slightly jack low, slightly jack high and around. Last thing that the Taranaki side want to do is leave a jack low rest that they can get down to, and Rodger Hassall's been around long enough to know, no, on the centre line and behind the head is a pretty good spot to be. Because you can use a lot of bowls trying to chase a line, can't you? And so, see, Jason Prout trying very hard here as the number 2. Trying very hard, got a touch on the jack, moved it around the corner, well played to the number 2. That's a sort of...
He's putting Rodger back onto that hand where he plays very well.
Well, he just had that arriving weight there, didn't he? Just to disturb things a bit. Here's Hassall Holmes. How's that line, though? Looks tight on the line, and it is, and he knows that.
It's under on the weight as well.
Up here, buddy.
He looks like a jockey, doesn't he? And he loves horses too, by the way. And he's owned some quite good ones. So, yeah, he's...
Number of good bowlers out of your Taranaki area.
Oh,
Didn't
absolutely.
Smithy come out of Taranaki?
Sure did. Yeah, yes. Yeah, he sure did.
Great guy to play with, and,
Yeah, he certainly
great
did.
bowler.
Yeah, he's a Naki. Bruce Milne.
Oh, yes.
The late Tom Carley, who also played in Manamana, the policeman.
I'm very impressed with this young man.
He's pretty good, doesn't he?
Yeah. I think they might still be one down, but...
The other night, what I like about this young fella as well, this young Adam Collins, he's got a very good delivery, and nothing changes. He doesn't try and force the bowl out of the hand. He's got a consistent delivery. And Matt Johnson, he just looked to be going past. He does go past, so...
But I think, Kevin, it's what you were saying. The Thames players are rushing it a little bit on the mat and everything instead of just, take a breath. Like this young guy, as you say,
Well,
has not changed anything.
And there's that same line again. Slight adjustment on the weight.
And draw the shot.
There you go, look at that. Just front, right?
Up there, mate. Give it a
And
chance.
it's just...
Well, go.
Well, to me, that's like John Murder textbook stuff, that who's like Johnny's back then, he's coaching there now. And, I always said that John was the best number 2 in New Zealand when he even played for New Zealand. Trying to get contact here, front of the bowl, but will it rocket far enough, go by, and just dips by. And the problem here, not problem, is, but for the boys from the Thames boys, they're playing to a 1-bowl target to try and get a result. The Taranaki side got the shot. They got a bowl back here as well. They've got a bowl over their head.
Keep coming that
So-
way. You need to get to that
Be
way.
interesting to see whether Darren will actually try and play this wider hand and actually come through and cover those.
He'll be fine as long as he'll be fine as long as he's jack high. So in but a moment, we will have up for you on the screen. You'll see the women's qualifiers, and you'll see, we'll do it at the end of this particular end. Tomorrow we'll put them up, and you'll then see what the draw looks like for tomorrow for post-section play of the women's triples. So what weight does he play here? You know, tip weight, really, but the bowl's going to turn over once with it as well, isn't it?
So you don't want to push it too far through
Well,
because, I
there's
mean,
two weights,
Taranaki
two
have
in
it covered.
behind there. Another end goes. So it's really about just trying to get that one tip in the jack to move on the tip, isn't it? Yeah. And so here is Haywood on the backhand trying
Doesn't
to.
like it, but
Well, it's a better line than what he reckons it is, I
Yeah.
can assure you. But he. Well,
has he?
not a lot of noise. We'll see in a moment. Two or three, did I,
I
hear him
thought
say?
he said that.
Did I just... Yeah, coming to have a look is Darren Goodin, because this becomes a big end now. Well played by the Thames Coast skip. He wasn't very... He got it perfectly, didn't he? And so, the racecourse manager coming up to have a look is Haywood.
I think there's nothing wrong with Darren coming down on that same hand that Haywood just came down.
No, because you can also...
and sit inside
He can
these.
sit inside, he can
Yep.
get inside, flick off the bowl.
Exactly.
There's plenty of options down there, isn't there?
Yep.
And
To at least reduce it.
well, it's one of those heads as well, Guardian, where you don't try and get the exact result. You just say, right, as long as I'm in that area, I'm a chance of either reducing or I'm getting the shot or moving the jack. So the key thing is just to make sure your line is there to where the jack is, isn't it?
It'll be interesting whether Darren actually tries to drain that jack.
No, we'll see. Here he is. He's on the backhand. There's the Paraturu skip. Well, he won't be short. I can assure you that. Needs to start working back now.
It's
Needs to
coming
work
home.
back now. And it's coming down to that area that we were talking about, Galen. It's a matter of how far to roll and fall over. Two, I think.
That's cut out the side back one by the
Yeah,
sounds
I
of
would
things.
say so, yeah.
3, there's probably no point in me playing that, bro.
Oh, he just said
Well,
if that's
well,
three.
if we've got three, I won't play it.
I'd have to agree with that call, Kevin. You know, he
Wow, absolutely. If he's got three,
brings them within one
Try play
with
under,
4
then to
ends to
their
go.
I'll try play under to the blue.
I'll try and play under.
To
Well,
the
Not
blue.
that far past. Cliff.
I wouldn't be trying too hard,
No,
actually.
I wouldn't be either. But he has.
Hurry. Max. Yeah.
Oh,
Well, got the double kiss. And will have worked for him, I would say.
Well, mate.
There's two that have come out comfortably without three.
Good call.
4.
Well, it was
Even
well played.
Stevens.
Well, a big lesson there, and well done to the Thames players, but a lesson there for, a good lesson for Adam Haywood is you don't have to rush at it.
No.
He just played, turned through the bowls, get a result, turn through again, and was duly rewarded for having bowls around the head. So here you've got the ladies there. There's your qualifiers, Patricia Murray of Kensington. Karen Hema of Carlton Cornwall, Lisa Dixon of Takapuna, Heather Gilbert of Tauranga South, Mary Fryer of Palmerston North, Tanya Weele of Martinborough, and we'll flick the page over in a moment. There, Galen, they're there, along with Raven Rinell from Hunur County's Manukau, and then Heather Johns, Valketley, the other Paratutu, the Taranaki side. So, was that 9? Did you count them?
No. She was a bit quick for us.
Well, we know there's 3 there on the second page, and we might just go back to the first page. There we go. 1,
9.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. Dear, oh dear. So 9 qualified. We got it there for the ladies post-section play here in the Somerset National Champion and Champion 4s, and that will all be underway tomorrow morning. And you go to the Bowls New Zealand website later on, and the draw will be up there. And as the further rounds here this afternoon, of course, as well, at some stage that will be up there on the Bowls New Zealand screen and on the live coverage. So we're all locked up now, 9 apiece as we play Ian 11. Well, Paratutu had, you could say, a mini break, didn't they? And it's gone. And it's gone because their skip there, Adam Haywood, managed to play 2 well-weighted, well-played shots to turn ahead, which was down, into 4 shots. And defence Darren Goodin, he was more than likely 1 roll away of getting second shot.
Absolutely.
So, under the head, straight away here. This is not what you want after you've just scored, is it really?
Got to be here, mate.
Yeah, it's a Paratutu holding shot. You'll see the pole, which is over the centre line, sitting there. And Hassall now, Will on his backhand. 10-5 now to the boys to the north in this other match. Of course, we don't do another round before we know about the men's qualifiers. Rodger Hassell's fallen into the same trap, the old under the line draw.
You can draw it.
His line wasn't too bad, actually, Kevin. It was probably another metre of weight that he needed to reach the head.
Well, the gate's open, isn't it? The gate is open. And here's the chance now for Rodger Hassall. If he moves the jack, Paratutu score on this end. Because
Yes.
you know, it's closed off, isn't it? And Hassall on his backhand. Coming down to, and he's under the head again. Look, hands on hips. He knows.
He won't be happy
No,
with that,
well,
Kevin.
there's not a bowl on the other side of the head. Not one. So this is first and best dressed, isn't it? I know they got the shots there, but touch of the jack, head's finished. Count them up. So,
Well, point it now.
Matt Johnson, and he's out on that. Well, he's the first one out on that line. How far is it going to come back? And we'll go by slightly, but, well, for the Paratutu guys, that's really a good guide for that line down to the jack. For the youngster, for Adam Collins, who's been very relaxed at delivery, isn't it? You know, it's upright, very relaxed, and coming down now towards the jack. Has he done it again, Galen? Has he done it again? No,
Yes.
just by.
Oh, has he gone
Hit your last, mate. You'll
too
get
far
shot.
past?
Yeah, well, he all
Yeah.
but touched the jack on the way through, didn't he?
Yep, we're holding. You come either hand. Gary's about that far past.
If you look at
Whichever hand you like.
young Adam's delivery, it's very similar to Shan's, actually.
It is. Well,
Very relaxed. You know, the McElroy delivery and everything is very relaxed. And
well, there's the line now. Just past that bowl to the next. And if he's in that area, he's got a great chance of getting a touch on the jack. And boy, it gets difficult after that. So, on its way, we'll see that bowl in but a moment. Coming towards the head.
oh,
Sifts the bowl out. Well, and I'm sorry, Goodin. You can look at this as much as you like. You've got to draw the shot at him.
Yep.
There's no other...
Adam has got a white bowl that he can give a couple of rolls,
Yep.
but your aim is to just beat this wing blue bowl.
Of course, the danger is you do that, Goodin. You know, the danger is you sneak your line, don't you, and you finish up where these other bowls
Absolutely,
are.
and that's why you're better off just trying to draw around it.
Correct. Let the
draw the shot
bowl
like
do
that.
the work at the
Yeah.
back end, and he's done that, to be fair. He's got the bowl out on a pretty good line. In fact, how far is it coming back now? Is it going to get back to the blue? No, it's not. Goes by. Here's the chance now for the Taranaki side. Touch the jack, 4 shots. Only got to be touched.
Exactly. Just tip it slightly to the left there, and
Round, you know,
They've got
like
their fall
round the front bowl. If you're round the front bowl, you're on a straight line to the jack, aren't you? Touch it, 6 inches, 4 shots. So here is Darren Goodin now. Well,
it's not a bad line for him, Kevin.
it's not a bad line, is it? Has it got the weight to get past, though?
No.
No, he didn't have the weight to get past, but you're right, Goodin. He had a good line down to the jack, didn't it?
I think you're coming here.
So, yeah, Haywood, has he brought that line in? But he's got a good
Slightly
draw on
he
it.
has.
Asking it to hurry. Asking it to hurry.
Oh. I think there's still one down. But it's made it hard.
Well, you know, is he saying here, I can get around that? I can get around that and get to the jack. So here is Goodin. He's got it out on the safe wider side. Won't come back all the way. Let's see what the story is.
Yeah, she's coming your way again. You're just going to roll through yours.
So that's 2's been taken out.
Yeah, you can try and drag Kitty a little.
Well, we'll see, but that could have been 3.
So if you roll into carry and sit, you're got.
Just shows how the head lies. We'll see in but a moment.
There's 2.
2, 11-9. Well, it's good too for the Paratulu side after dropping that, 4. So 9 qualifiers in the women's 4s of the Somerset Champion 4s. As we see, Nathan Goodin, good opening
to
ball.
his work,
That's, you know, got that consistency back. 10-5 now to the boys from the north. Mark Mathews now.
That's not on a bad line either.
Get into the jack. Is it just going to go? Sits inside the bowl. Well played by the Thames lead. And these two are having a great battle, the youngster. Nathan Goodin. And no relation to Darren Goodin, the skip, as we've been kindly informed from Taranaki. They've kept us up to date. How's the line of this one? Just look to be under, is it? Or won't it get the weight to get all the way down to the bowl, will it? Or will it? Just fell a couple of bowls short of the line. Got one. You heard the call there from Adam Haywood. We got the one. Mark Mathews will endeavour now on that forehand side to get another bowl in and around the head. Coming down to be, well, he might tip that bowl over. He does. And straight away we see there's the chance, of course, then for the Paratūti side to immediately change the hands, sit inside to the bowl, can't they? That shot wasn't there a minute ago, was it? But now, all of a sudden, Hassall can reach that bowl, 10-5, Arapahoe leading Amara Nui, 10-5 at 9 of 15. Hassall, he's narrow, steered the bowl there, and steered it by a good couple of feet under the line. Having a look is Haywood, checking who's got shot. Here's the update. Well, just on that call, you'd think it is the Paratūti bowl that is shot. Kaikarai versus Manuriwa. Here's a big one. Kaikarai leading Manuriwa 11-4 after 9 ends, 11-4 after 9 in the match between West End of Timaru. It is 9-5 to the boys of the Kapiti Coast. That's the Paraparaumu side over the Barry Andrews West End side. Tauranga up against Cooper's Beach, and it is the Cooper's Beach side because they're unable to qualify. Tauranga, though, do need it, and Tauranga are leading 9-7. Takaro, who need it, up against the already qualified Hillcrest side. And just see Rodger, Hassall, Crimpers, Green again. He'll be unhappy with that. And it is the Takaro side leading Hillcrest by 12-9. Takaro needing it, and Hillcrest with 2 wins. And Point Chevalier, that's the Alex Reid skip side. They've had 2 wins already, and they're up against the Edendale side who need this win. And it is the Point Chevalier side who are leading 9-6. And that's Alex Reid and, of course, Colin, who normally helping us. Colin working here. Looks like we might be 1 man down tomorrow. So here's the impressive Adam Collins. Well, this is a bit of line, isn't it? Galen needs to get past clean. Gets past clean, sits the... Well, it's another bowl on the head, isn't it?
It is.
Still only one. Up there, confident, bro.
I know what he was trying to do is sit that red one through.
And they're jack searching here, and I can understand that. Down through there on the forehand with a meter and a bit of weight through the bowls. Jack searching, trying to get to it. That's the obvious shot to play. And close is the call you heard, but he might get his own here as well. And does. The jack goes back. Well, it's a one-shot result down the back. So, see now, Adam Collins will get a clear vision of where that jack's located in the moment. Those cameras will swing around, and we'll see where the young Paratūti player has to draw to. There it is. You'll see out in front of that jack low bowl. That's the shot again.
Good line here.
Good line under it. Oh, this boy's good.
Yeah.
This boy's good. That's first class skating, isn't it? Really, he drew down the other length. Jack got moved, got up with confidence, and just
Look at him, he's as cute, cool as a cucumber.
He is, certainly is. Just folds his arms and says, right, where do we go next? And he's not been big-headed about it at all. He's just... Adam, you can't play the game looking for, wanting for. You've got to get there. And the young fella, there's got another... But they've got another bowl on the head. But, of course, the problem that teams have got here is you can't play down and dislodge that bowl where it's sitting there because it's sitting locked in behind. The difficulty, though, for Darren Goodin is he's got the generosity of the wider hand of where does he come back from past the 2 front bowls of Rodger Hassall's there. And we'll get an idea here as he comes down on his forehand how much room there is on that draw side. 11-9 Paratūti leading over Thames. And this is going to be interesting because this is through the needle. And, well, still moving up, but it's another bowl on the head, isn't it?
And it makes it a little bit more difficult for Adam.
Certainly does. You're right, Goodin, because that draw's not easy down through there, and he's standing on the mat pondering
You
going
switched
to the
hands.
backhand, thread the needle, and that was always challenging, wasn't it, down through there, and really endeavouring to try and get to play down there to get a turn on the bowl, turn that into a shot, because Goodin will want to try and get another bowl on the other side of the head, needs to be under this bowl clean, and to be fair to him, he was,
That is going to be such a nuisance, Kevin. for
that
Adam.
was.
If I get lucky, I get through.
I had a feeling Adam might want to drive it.
I can't swing it in the hand.
One of the
That comment's annoying.
I was just
can't
gonna say.
swing on it.
a lesson there. On the drive, big drive, going, the
Got it.
jack, and,
Oh, rebounded. Oh,
and they've got
that's
two
two.
shots. So, I think, well, don't clap it, lad. Just accept it. Sure, you're right. He got the result, but you know, and good. Well, the result worked out his way. Though it's but he did get the target, and that's fair. But yeah, the comment before that, you're 100% right. What you say there, Galen, just was yeah.
You say your bowl's not going to swing through there. Well, with the right weight, it will. You've just got to
Correct.
be dead on your weight.
So it just that score's changed now. I can see out there, 11 apiece. That's correct. 11 all, and it was well. I'm not going to say hidden hope. It was hidden hope, really, wasn't it? Because, but you certainly couldn't see it. That the holes got sort of covered up, didn't they? So now this now starting a real big end for the Paraturu boys, of course. And we'll just get that camera will come round in a minute, and we'll get right to where the length of that head. So Nathan Goodin on his backhand.
So Mark's
Good opening bowl there from Mark Mathews. Equal to it. Not the shot from Nathan Goodin, but on the centre line, virtually on the centre line, just a metre over the head. So it's in a good, certainly in a good position. So here is the Thames coast. Mark Mathews now trying to get. That's coming down on a good line, down to the jack. That's on a good line, moves the jack around the corner. That's well played, mixes the two up.
Did it make it very hard to remove
11-10.
that? Oh, did they only get one in that?
Must have been Galen, yeah. I thought it was a safe. It was two. So Paraturu, one in front as we start counting down the back end of this game. 12-7 to the boys to Arapahoe from the north over the team from Omaranu, who need this match. And remembering that we have got 9 qualifiers for the women's post section tomorrow. It'll be interesting to see here now with Rodger Hassall, who I'm sure will play out on that ditch hand. He's just struggled the last 2 ends to find that line. So
I tell you what, Kevin, if you look at that other game, at Arapahoe, down 3-4.
oh, they are too.
And, that'll put Omaranui right back in it.
Absolutely.
And I don't know what their time
Well,
is
they've got
like.
no bowls. It's all done. So from Arapahoe's point of view, whatever that number is, it's just plus this one if it comes in. So,
No.
no. Now, here for Rodger Hassall, who's been pretty consistent, and all of a sudden has faded away a bit, and this is the end now where he really needs 4. He's at 5.
How to measure for the 5, which will put them right back in it.
All square. And this is the end here now where the Taranaki guys, they need a shot, they need a bowl on the head. Rodger Hassall.
I think it's just a bit short.
Just a bit short. All of a sudden, things are getting a bit flaky. And this is not the time we want them to be flaky, is it? This is
Up there, get past that front one, you're close.
That's 5.
well, all square if that's it. It is. There you heard the applause. So where are they from?
Oamaranui is Hawke's Bay.
It's here, is it?
Yeah. It's over towards Taradale Way.
Oh, well, here's a bit of pressure now going on the Paraturi side because that'll be 3. So, yeah, Adam Collins, the number 3. As Galen said before, very relaxed. He's out too wide there now with that weight line. Oh, a bit of pressure on now. All of a sudden, I'll be looking at 4 down here. Just shows the importance, doesn't it? That the lead just highlights. You get those bowls handy.
I think the minute that your lead goes off is when you get in a power of hurt trouble.
Well, this year's going to just sneak by, is it? Will feather off, but the big thing here now for Paraturi really is to make sure that the young fella, Adam Collins, make sure you get second shot when we change over, and then we can go from there. So here is Collins.
This is a better line for him to do.
I'm just going to say, is it on a better line coming down to the Rodger Hassall bowl? Is outside everything though.
It's just overweighted.
Well, now the heat's on now.
Yep.
The heat's on now on Darren Goodin, the skip, as we play in 13 or 15, and Paraturi leading by the 1 shot. All locked up in the other match now as we play in 12 here. All locked up between the boys from the Bay and the boys from the North who just picked up 5, wasn't it?
Yes.
12-7 behind they were. And picked up a 5. Now all locked up. Adam Haywood now on the mat, holding, well, I'm sure it's 3. Here he is, Haywood on the forehand. Gets past the, well, is it going to get, no. He'll be disappointed with that, Kayleen.
Still leaves it wide open for Darren to,
So, does Darren Goodin follow down off the ditch hand and try and get inside?
I think so. Cutting it down.
Cutting it down, correct. And actually, if he got inside that bowl, he would be running close to second shot down there, wouldn't he, on that backhand side. So here is Darren Goodin, the Paraturi skip, on the backhand. Down on the head, trying to get to, oh, he's tightened that up, Galen. That's a tight line. That's a danger line. But what's the weight like? What's the weight like? What's the weight like? Second
what do we
shot.
know, Kevin?
That look. Dangerously narrow 3/4 of the way
It
down.
was.
Wasn't it? On that hand, on that big swinger.
It was on the swinging hand.
That had no right to finish up there.
Do you
So-
teach them how to cook the bowl down in Taranaki
Wow.
so it holds?
Searching for the bowl. Searching for the bowl here. Doesn't want to be outside though and get the jack. It could all go mucky.
Oh. He stayed there for 1.
1 to Paraturi. Now, I'm sorry.
Why
What?
did Adam play that?
That's hunting when you don't need to hunt.
Yeah.
Got to play sensibly about these things. Darren Goodin can now be in a position where possibly is 3 in front. Got the bowl out on the wider line, won't come back inside there all the way, will it? Not if I follow what his first bowl did. For sure it won't. Well, from what was looking like a
terribly narrow bowl.
Well, and a desperation hit, wasn't it? And that bowl, he held it up to get second shot, and just as for the Thames boy, I know you want to win the match and everything else, but it's just
go into the last end, even Stevens.
Absolutely.
Actually, no, they had one, so they would have gone in even Stevens. You didn't have to go hunting for that bowl to try and make a multiple out of it.
No, it did not. So, that's really it was a 3-shot turnaround.
Yep.
After Darren Goodin drew second shot. So 12-10 now to the Taranaki boys as we play in 14, 12 apiece in this other encounter at end 12 of 15. And holding shot, looking at that weight being played. Looks as though it's the boys in the north are holding the shot. Mark Mathews now. Oh, good opening bowl from the young lead from Nathan Goodin. Good response here. Boy, these two have had a fight, haven't they, off the front?
You can't blame the leads in this game.
No, they've got bowls around, there hasn't been, you couldn't really say, Goodin, where there's been any wayward hits, has there? They've had consistency around the head. He gave that the real steer to Nathan Goodin when he delivered that out of the hand, but it's got a good arc to the jack and going to come in over the head on the centre line. Well, nothing wrong with that, is there?
Nothing wrong with it being there. Well, they say 1 on 1 behind, Kevin.
That's right, is moving the bowl out there on the run. And just to confirm, we've got 9 qualifiers in the women's fours of the Somerset National Champion fours. That draw will be published, no doubt. It'll be on the Bowl New Zealand website, of course, and will be up. And we'll wait and see what happens. It may come up throughout the rest of the afternoon. The draw might get done, and it may feature here in the coverage this afternoon. But will be on the Bowl New Zealand website now. Rodger Hassall, well, he's gone 2 ends of not taking green. Now he's
overgreened it.
He's overgreened, but in saying that, he's more than likely. It had great weight to the centre, didn't it? Really.
I'm hoping they do that draw sooner rather than later so we know who doesn't get the bye.
Well, I'm sure Crash and the boys, they'll be onto it, looking for the result here. Is just needed another roll. Now, the important thing for the Paraturi bowlers team is to get to that Moroni, the winey coloured bowl out there. That's got to be their that's got to be their jack, doesn't it? Here's the jack trail over there to
give Omaranui the shot.
I got the shot. Here's the Rodger Hassall bowl breaking in towards the head. Has it got the weight to get all the way down? No, it's not. It's going to finish low.
Yeah, up there, mate. Get a roll out of yours.
12-10 it is. Paraturi's side leading, and here the number 2 for the number 3, sorry. Just going to go by, though, as their bowl of Jason Prout. Imperative, though, Goodin, that the Taranaki side get another bowl on the head on that backhand side of the rink, isn't it? Need to be just getting in that with that sort of nest of bowls there. And this has been delivered out wide on a good line by Adam Collins. Breaking back now, will it get inside the bowl? No, outside it. More than likely had a yard too much weight on, really.
Great line, though.
Great line, right back to the centre line. And here's the jack moving again in the... Oh, well, it's jack level sitting on the Hawke's Bay bowl. Is that yes, it is? Very close is the call there. And this bowl of Matt Johnson just going past.
As you say, though, Kevin, Paratut really need to put another bowl.
Oh, absolutely. They need absolutely gutting. They definitely need another bowl in that area there, because they could be in all sorts of trouble here. And this is why. Now, how's the width on this on the draw? This is better. This is better from the Paraturi side. Sits the shot bowl over once. Starting to be the one shot, but the back's all mixed up. So they've got the measure out, and they came next door, Amaranui and Arapahoe, and umpire. No, someone's got it, obviously.
Guys, very rarely call the umpire, Kevin. Never for a short jack.
So, Matt Johnson now. Well, he's tightened that line up, Goodin, hasn't he?
They might be seeking to come off the shot bowl or pushing it through. And that was the risk of it. You're always going to push their other bowl. Yeah,
and because what's happened, said they've pushed both their bowls on the flat. They're not sitting up, so it's a different weight line. So, the Paraturi side, really, I still think it's to get to try and draw that winey coloured bowl out there. Oh, Goodin still looking. Can I get the sweet draw past?
It's whether now that grey bowl of Rodger Hassall's that's been moved out into Darren's draw line.
So change the leader in the other match.
Oh, Omananui got that shot.
13-12 as we play 13. So they've come from a long way behind. And, of course, they need it.
Yep.
And just got their nose in front. Back to the mat goes Darren Goodin, the Paraturi skip. And he is going to play on that, what we'd say, sweet draw forehand. And
there's actually a nice draw between those two bowls, too, or even round it.
Well, is he going to get through the port clean? Is he going to get through clean? Clean, well, what it does do, it does tighten, it's another bolt in the line there. So he's on the search, trying to get a shunt shot. That's going to go by.
Look, with that weight, Kevin, again, he should be playing, with less weight, so he gets a maximum result. If he misses the shot bowl, he gets his other bowl.
The other
if he's
point
under
is,
the
Galen,
line.
is he didn't have to lose his bowl weight.
No.
So here is Goodin again. He looks as though he's going to crash around the front area again. And
consistent.
And he's saying, charge that again. 12-10, Paraturi lead. On the big charge is the Thames Valley man going wide of the head.
And look what happened there. They took all their bowls off as well. Well, other than
the scoring chance bowls. And that really, 13-10 out of Paraturi, that one. And I still think, I agree with you, I think that was playing up, reaching through the bowls. Your team would put bowls there to use.
Those push bowls that we were talking about, that the Australians and the UK and everything play.
Exactly. If you take the
play
Australians,
a push bowl.
You know exactly, for example, if that was Aaron Sheriff, one of those players, I know exactly what shot they'd be playing. Reach through the head, give me a yard, reach through the head again, push through. Well, late Dennis Dalton once said to me when I was playing with him, which I had the pleasure of playing in Victoria Pennant Bowls, he always said to me, you don't put good bowls there to have good bowls blasted away. And that's why the Australian philosophy has always been, you put bowls around the head, and here's the opening.
Very good for
right in behind.
Back
That's
on board.
15th end. And Dennis Dalton always said, other people will put bowls there. Let's not. They're there for a reason. They're there to be for a positive reason, not to be blasted out of the head for one shot.
Murray Dixon from Pakuranga used to mentor me a little bit, and he said to me one day, do you know what your best shot is? And
Second
I said,
shot.
my backhand drive. And he goes, no. He said, your overdraw shot.
Yeah, it is.
He said, you're very consistent at it, and you maximise it.
Well, Murray, of course, was was a draw player. He always was a very consistent draw player, and this is well played here by the young Paraturi lead here. Doesn't want to be jack level, that's all, but
That's about
He'd like to be a bowl past,
I like you in here. Just crossing over if you have to.
but for the Thames coast side here, they go in. You don't have to go hunting it straight away. Build ahead to go hunting.
I was going to say, it did look like Mark actually cut his line again.
And he's on the line now.
Yeah.
He's perfectly on the line. Going to sit part. Well, Paratutu won't mind that at all. And he played a good bowl, actually, to be fair. Mark Mathews, he was right into the target area. He played a very good bowl. 13-12. And they play 13-15. The boys from, we say down the road here, are they?
Yeah.
Well, that's a different way of getting the shot, isn't it?
Well, it's another shot. Who's
It
got
is.
the black bowls?
So here's Hassall now, trying to get through the port. Well, let's just say he finished in a kind spot, just drifted through the bowls.
I think Rodger, was really conscious that his last couple have been a bit short.
Yeah,
so
he was going to make sure that he was there.
Yeah, I know, but it was a bit dangerous because it was under
was.
the line.
That's catching.
So Rodger Hassall on the backhand. Just the way he was standing on the mat there, Goodin always looked it was going to be a wider. He was on a different, and duly so. He certainly got out on that wider movement across the mat, going to finish right, literally,
On
not
the centre.
quite on the centre
Yeah.
line, but it becomes a one-hand chance, and they're chasing 3 now to tie.
I'm not sure what happened on this next sprint, whether
The
they
jack got
killed it or
moved.
whether the jack went in the ditch.
Well, I think someone's just indicated that it's been killed, right?
Up there, mate. Get
But
your weight.
no,
Try and get one in there.
so the call to Jason Prout, try and get one in there. Well, he's on a pretty good line to get down to the jack or bowl. Or is
Got
he
the
going
bowl,
to get?
hasn't he?
He got the
Yeah.
jack. That's well played. So the big thing is now for Paratutu, of course, make sure
Get another second in
get
there.
another second. They can sit up to that bowl, of course. So here's the youngster. Well, I'm calling him the youngster, more than likely not, but we'll go with that. Well, he looks pretty young, doesn't he? Adam Collins going to beat a bowl outside, but that's not.
That was a good result.
It
there.
was a good result because he turned one of the other Paratutu bowls into the head on that backhand side of the ring. Oh, look, drawn to there. There's the jack.
There's
there
the
it
jack.
is. There it is.
Fantastic bowl.
And that's the boys from the Bay who have drawn that shot.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a good response coming here, but it's going to get the jack or under it. Well, it's still, I would say,
Wow.
it might be 2. It might be 2.
Kevin, it might be more than that because you've got the red one on the side there and the blue one in the front still.
You'll see what you could be. Positive.
Oh, he's positive, so sounds like they might be.
Positive down through there. Just needs to be careful he doesn't shunt this out on the too wide side, trying to get down to that result. He's close.
He's
to
played
He's
this.
close. He's close. Well played. Well,
And that, Mr. Haywood, is how you play away to
well,
the shot.
absolutely. It's about effective bowls, isn't it? No?
So,
Yeah,
I mean,
you're
he's
quite
opened
right.
it up. Everyone can draw to
Everyone
it now.
can
but
draw, sure. So what's got to happen? They've got to. The next 3 have got to count, and the Taranaki bowls don't get played, isn't it? That's literally, and we'll see where that jack is in but a moment. But what a bowl he got over it. So,
And he's drawn it, and that was.
yeah. So it was 1 to the boys from the Hawke's Bay side. You saw it go. Well, they weren't going to beat that bowl sitting on the
No,
lip
sitting
of the
on
ditch.
the. And not unless he pushed it in the ditch.
So we go to the 14th, 14th end, and it's now, wow, from being literally having the noose around their neck, really, weren't they, 3/4 an hour ago, they're now in front. Darren Goodin now on the mat. Taranaki skip 1 down on the head, leading
Plenty of room to
13-10
draw.
on the backhand. There's the Taranaki player coming down
Played this
towards
pretty
the
well,
centre
Kevin.
line and towards
What a
the jack.
fantastic-
What a good, eh? You want 3, fella? Well played. Well, the bowl that the number 3 played then, that Adam Collins played, just, you know, and you were so right, Guardian, when you said about not wasting bowls to try and get results. And the kill's his only option. And, you know, it's a flat-out whack at something. And you and I both know, if he can kill that...
Well, it's opened it up now.
I'm
But-
looking at the angle sake, Katie.
Yeah.
And,
Because I think if he cuts under that line, that centre line, it will hook off.
yeah, absolutely.
Even with weight.
So Darren Goodin determined to come down past it, try and get down between that bowl and the ditch, and we'll just see if we can get the camera around to there and just see where that Darren Goodin bowl did go
I
dead.
think that- yep.
Went dead. So here is now on the mat is Adam Haywood, trying to stay alive.
He has
Paratutu
to
leading.
kill this to stay alive.
He does. Paratutu leading 13-10. And great attempt, but not good enough. Way it goes, the Paratutu side of Rodger Hassall. Of Nathan Goodin leading. Rodger Hassall at number 2. Adam Collins and Darren Goodin. They have won, and they have won their way through the post-section play. And pretty good drawing exhibition, really, from the Taranaki side. There's only really one in. Guardian, you could say they got themselves into a bit of strife, and they did. They dropped the 4, but this young fella here at number 3, Adam Collins, there's someone to put the ring around, because talk about Mr. Cool, Mr. Consistent.
Yep.
And I'm not saying Mr. Cool, and he wasn't flamboyant or smart, but he just got on, did the job, and his effective bowls throughout the match would have been, they were right up there, weren't they?
Yes, they were. And, you know, and then Darren backing it up. He only had one or two drives and got what he needed when he did.
I think that last end just showed, you know, when the jack got moved back there, he said, well, I'm going to close this out pretty quick, and just drew dead to the jack, didn't he? So the boys from the Bay, of course, who are down here now have got out to a 14-12 lead. Jack's been moved and right out to the side. We're playing in 14 on 15. I'm not sure how the clock sits.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much time.
No, I don't know how long the clock sits really. Here on the mat for the boys in the north is Langatoto Tuatelafafi. How's that? He's a boy from up the north, and he's played a good bowl here, getting applause at how far is it going to go. It's the shots too.
Yeah.
So,
Just got to draw one there, mate. Draw one into here.
so
Oh, it's 50 seconds, Kevin, or 48 seconds.
oh,
so
so
they
we're
won't
there.
play
This is
another
it.
end.
This is it, isn't
This
it?
is it.
Game, set, and match. Great camera work, ladies. Applause. Well done, girls. Tamara, Emma, and Tracy. That's well. So extra in.
They could force an extreme.
Good.
If
Well,
it stays like it is.
14-12, draw a front touch, and I'll just about back an extra in. So here he is on the mat. Very cool. The mod haircut. Shorts. So it was just the game that got away, that got back and got away again. Well, it looks to be on
It's
the...
a real quick bowl.
I was going to say, it looks to be going past pretty quick on the way through. There's the bell just gone, so that confirms that Paratutu have qualified in the men's. And just quickly, I can tell you the qualifiers in the women's fours are Lisa Dixon of Takapuna of North Harbour, Heather Johns of Paratutu of Taranaki, Galen Kanawa. Galen Kanawa, let's get it right, girls. Of Parongia, Patricia Murray of Kensington and Northland, Tanya Weele of Martinborough in Wairarapa, Mary Fryer of Palmerston Northland, Manawatu Centre, Heather Gilbert of Tauranga South of Bay of Plenty, Karen Hema of Carden Cornwall and Auckland, and Raywin Rennell of Hurnua in Counties Manukau, They're all through to post-section play tomorrow morning. And here's second shot, or...
And it's a white bowl, so it's a Rapahoe's third chop.
It is. Well, this has certainly been a... So, on the mat for the local boys, as we'll call them, is Cliff Marshall. Does it look bad, or is it outside? Needs to get an inside flick. Oh, this could be fortuitous.
Yep.
Still may well be one. Good crowd in here. Goodin sitting there at the back of the, behind the back of the ring. So, that was away with a bit of a bounce there from Jason Webb. Was he trying to get the bowl or the jack, or? Well, he didn't want that.
That didn't work. Whatever he was trying, it didn't work, Kevin.
That was a square cut to the opposite side of the ring. No. Well, now, interesting, no?
Play that through.
Two.
Yep.
Play it through. Is it a chance?
Yeah, if their skip can play that orange bowl through.
Hard shot though, where it's sitting in line with the jack, isn't it? Because you've only seen this, you've literally just seen a slice of the bowl, aren't you? But I must admit, the number 3, there, Jason Webb, he jumped into it pretty quick. He was pretty keen to play that shot, wasn't he? So...
I would hope he was actually going for the bowl.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And just got second prize by moving the jack out.
So, is that... Well, you got the bowl out on a good arc on the way back, but how far will it come back? And I suppose if there is a chance of a 3 for the Arapahoe boys, they've got to play it now, don't they? Playing down to try and get to, well, he's got to, well, that's, well, see what, well, hold all tickets. Well, that's put paid to it.
Yeah.
That sort of, that movement dispelled all that, didn't it, really?
There is an opportunity, Kevin, as neither of those bowls are touches. You could go for the big shot and use their front blue bowl as a plant.
You could.
Drive, and I think that's the only thing. Oh, actually, no, the front blue bowl's not actually near it.
Well.
Yeah, no. It's pretty hard for him to get 2 out of this.
We've got 2/3 over there. Drive those 2 bowls. Okay.
Look, if he gets
extra in, he deserves lotto. Yeah. So, well, hang on. No, outside them.
It wasn't far from it,
he wasn't far
Kevin.
away, was he? He was only my goodness, he was only a bowl wide of the target. So
I think it's Omaranui that should be going and buying a lotto ticket.
What a comeback! They needed that one, did the boys from Omaranui, and the Arapahoe did all the way, didn't they? So from we think we're right. That sees the team of Gary Elliott, Brian Godbear, Cliff Marshall, Grant Sargison. We think they've won their way through to post-section play. I'm going to leave you now. Thank you, Goodin, for being with me this afternoon. It's been great to have you with us. Hope you enjoyed sitting alongside us. You get a lucky dip to go away with.
I know. I'm taking my.
And Tamara and the team will be back shortly with all the live action for the next round, which will be the men's 4s. And, of course, there it is up in front of you. Alex Reid, Colin Williams, Harry Davis, Aidan Takara, Point Chevalier up against the Riverhead side. Stephen Cox, Grant Goodwin, Dwayne McDonald, and Lindsay Gilmore. Perhaps I should stay for one more game. Boy, Alex Reid. and the other one is Gary Pelling and Frankie T. I'll always call him Frankie T. Ken Smith, Dennis Brecken of Coopers Beach versus Nigel Burbeck, Johnny Horwell, Tane Payne, and Kieran Fleury from Kaikorai. And you remember,
I'll leave you with Vicky.
You remember in the old days, Frankie T used to be Frankie T from Onehunga. Yeah, and now moved up to the far north, and great to see him. And so those are the feature games that will be with you shortly. So this is Kevin Hickland, and I'll be back tomorrow for finals day here from the Somerset Champion 4s from Hastings.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand Somerset Champion to Champion Fours, being held here at the Bowls Heratonga Complex. We're up to round 5 in the men's qualifying competition. I'm Dave Hewitt and I'm joined this afternoon by Vicky Cull. Welcome, Vicky.
Hi, Dave.
The two games we're covering this afternoon are Point Chevalier versus Riverhead and Coopers Beach versus Kaikorai, and we will also bring you progress from the other games played in this round.
So on rink 1 we have Auckland Point Chev playing North Harbour Riverhead. For Auckland we have skip Aidan Takaroa, third Alex Reid, second Harry Davis, and the lead tonight is Colin Williams. And for Riverhead North Harbour we have Grant Goodwin as the skip, Dwayne McDonald third, Lindsay Gilmore as second, and lead tonight is Stephen Cox.
And on rink 2 we have the Far North Club, Far North Association, represented by Coopers Beach. Their skipper is Gary Pelling. The third is Frank Tauangahifo, sorry, my apologies on pronunciation. Ken Smith and Dennis Brecken. And the Kaikorai Club from Dunedin in the white decals is Nigel Burbeck, Jonty Horble, Tane Payne and Kieran Fleury. And as yet we haven't got a picture, so Vicky, how have you been playing in the competition?
Yes.
How have you been going?
Well, we've qualified now. We've had 3 wins. So tomorrow we have a bye first round, and at 10:30 we're meeting the formidable Carlton Cornwall team.
Okay, so you got the bye. That was a lucky one, but not so lucky who you.
Yeah. Oh well, everyone's
got to beat them all.
Yeah, everyone's beatable on the day, aren't they? So we'll just play our best and see how it goes.
And tell me about your club. Is it a big one or?
It's growing. Porongia, just out of Tiamutu, under the mountain. Yeah, we're increasing all the time. It's a lovely little club. I've only been there a year now, so I'm enjoying my time there, and obviously we've got through to the quarterfinals here, which is an even better result for us, little clubs.
That's good. And looking at the left screen, I think we might have a change of team order here. One team's qualified, the other team can't qualify, and I think I saw the Aidan Takaroa skip there he is, he's at the far end with the rest of the team, so we'll have to work out what order they're playing in, but it obviously isn't what we've been listed with, so we'll bring that to you as soon as we can pick it up.
Yeah,
Looks like Colin Williams, the lead, is skipping.
Yeah, I just watched them play the Edendale team from the deep south, and Aidan was skipping that game and Colin was leading, so they've obviously had a bit of a change around.
And it looks like Alex Reid might be playing second as well, so
yeah,
we'll soon find out. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. No, he's playing 3.
Yeah.
So it's just the skip and the lead that have swapped over by the look of it.
Yep.
And you'll hear coming through your through the audio the instructions being given out there. Two of the skips are mic'd up, so we should hear a bit of direction, and also we should be getting an indication of the scoreage in from them. So here we go. It looks like we've got a couple of black disc bowls holding shot on the rink 2, and on rink 1 we've also got black disc bowls, so we'll soon be into it. And have you found the floor out there?
Yeah, it's been pretty good, yeah. It reminds me a little bit of our old Waikato Frankton Railway indoor centre that we've lost now. So, yeah, like any green, it has its little bits and pieces you have to play to. But, yeah, overall it's been pretty good.
And I understand you also are involved in the governance of the Waikato Centre?
Yeah, so I've been on the Waikato board now this is my 3rd season coming up. I've come from a sports background, so got a little bit sideswiped and seconded into the role on the board, but I'm really enjoying that, and this year I'm now the Vice President, so yeah, it's a different type of governance for me, and I'm really enjoying being sort of like a player's advocate on the board, helping, you know, hopefully seeing how the players are feeling rather than, you know, people who don't play the game but are still governing the sport.
Yep. Yeah, it's always been the way we've wanted outsiders, but there's got to be a balance, hasn't there?
Yeah, there does, definitely.
And your work, I hear, is also involved in sport.
Yeah, so I've come from a very long history of sport. I work at Tikawiti. I actually live in Tikawiti, even though I play for Porongia, and I teach PE and health at the primary school there. So I'm very lucky to be able to use my knowledge of sport and physical education onto the little kids of the Tikawiti area. Yeah, so I've had a really long history, probably too long. I'm retired now. Bowls is my new game.
Yes, I've got to say I was in bowls administration for 16 years till I retired as well, and it probably is too long to be in one position like I was at Bowls Wellington for 12 years. Should have had new blood before I finally got around to going.
I think the sport catching up with my body more than anything.
And Colin Williams has just picked up the jack, so Point Chevalier have scored on the first end over there, and it looks like we're on to the last bowl of the first end on the Coopers Beach Kaikorai match. Yes, there goes the mat up on rink 2. Here comes the bowl. Looks like it could be 2 or 3 shots to black here at the black disc bowls at the moment. And that one's closest white disc bowl, I think, so see what the count is. Did you see what number went up there from the hand?
No, didn't see.
And we don't appear to have any audio coming through at this stage, so...
A little bit quiet today.
Probably all getting tired.
Yep. Had a late night last night, a lot of them, didn't they?
Yes, we did. We were in commentary here till 20 past 11 last night before the last game finished, so...
Oh, here we go. Auckland's picked up 4 on that last end.
Auckland picked up 4, and... Can't see the top of the board under the graphic over here. It's a good start for the Auckland team. I think it's just a practice game for them anyhow, because Auckland Point Chev have already qualified and understand Riverhead can't, so...
And Cooper's Beach on rink 2's
got 2 shots.
2 shots over Kaikorai.
Yep. So here we go, starting off the next end on both rinks. And we look like we've got white bowls at both leads on the Point Chev Riverhead.
Makes life difficult, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, Colin Williams has got white bowls.
He's got the black dots, so they're quite...
But he's skipping.
prominent, yeah.
And I don't see any white bowls. Oh yeah, white speckles from Lindsay Gilmore, but...
Yeah, he's just drawn that shot on.
Looks
rink
like
1.
he's playing lead as well, so there
Yep.
might have been a change of order in that.
Changed it all around.
So yeah, the information we've got in front of us, we'll try and work out as we go along who's actually doing what, because it's not what we've got here. But that's not unexpected when teams change around and they can't qualify, or they have already qualified. So here we go. Now we have audio. Somebody just yelled out a couple of feet, mate, so we'll be able to pick up the scores as we go along, hopefully. And we have a left-hander delivering on rink 2.
There's a few left-handers around the rinks today.
Yep, interesting. Last night we had one in commentary, the Gisborne East Coast player playing with an arm.
All right. They can be deadly, those arms.
Yes, just a matter of timing the release, isn't it? More than anything, but you can get a good swing on them and play consistently. We play in a winter league at 9. One game every Wednesday for 10 weeks, and there's a couple of players down there with them. They do play pretty steady bowls. Picture of concentration, watching his bowl go down. Here it comes, swinging towards the head. The green, looks like a green and black bowl. White disc. Looks like the white discs are holding on both rinks.
Yep.
I haven't found this any easier, having done 5 or 6 games now, to pick who's got the shot on this monitor. It's
Sometimes the first shot's easy, the second shot's a little bit trickier.
That ball just ran through from the Point Chevalier player.
So they've just hit that bowl up. in rank 1.
Comes the next one from Riverhead. And you said you qualified. Did you have to play 4 to get there, or did you win 3 straight?
No, well, we actually had a default game with Queenstown, who weren't able to make it, unfortunately, but due to the weather conditions and their flights, so we picked up a win there.
Yep.
And had 2 wins as well, so that gave us the 3.
Yep.
Really unfortunate that Queenstown, and I think Havelock were the other ones that didn't make it.
In the women's, yes, there were
in
2
the
teams,
women's,
and in the men's, one team from Nelson, I think was Wakefield, couldn't get here either, so very unfortunate, but having spotted a bit of the news last night, the weather in Wellington looked very rough.
Yeah.
So, however, those that are here have enjoyed their stay, I'm sure. It's just unfortunate the others couldn't get here. We talked about yesterday the women's team from Southland. They had a hell of a trip to get here.
Yeah, I just was speaking to the ladies because I'm originally a Southland girl from Invercargill, so just chatting to them, and they did have a bit of a long day. Had to play bowls after all that, so.
Yep.
But it is what it is, so they got here and played, so that's a good thing.
They were pretty determined to get here.
Yeah.
Flew to Auckland at 6 o'clock in the morning, flew back down to Taupo, rental car across. So, yeah. A few wicks and wobbles and up it comes on the pink bowl.
I think Aiden is skipping. I think maybe they were just having
a trial end or something.
Having a look around, or not sure what's going on there, but they've changed around now, so.
Yeah.
Bad luck.
Good attempt.
Holding 2. Both sitting flat. You can either muddy the waters or... Yeah, I don't mind just trying to draw a third shot, praying.
Alex Reid calling out your holding 2.
That's fine.
Maybe 3.
Even if you draw the point of the white bowl, it's good.
The way Aiden was playing in the last game I watched, possibly do anything today by the looks of things.
You can put a ball there. Yeah.
Sounds like we've got a speaker at each end on that rink because we're getting both of these. The instructions and the receiving of the same.
Oh, wow.
How are we feeling?
Distinctive style as people will have seen on the bowls 3-5 over the years when we had the internal competition.
Clean run's fine.
A lovely weighted shot.
No worries, just out of the count.
Just out of the count, so they scored 2. Riverhead giving instructions play through here. Watching it intensely. Here it comes. It's in the vicinity. He's going to need a little rub off that red one. Got it a bit square.
Yep. One and
that
one
last
out.
bowl of Aiden's might now be counting.
Yeah.
3 there?
3.
3.
3 to point Chev.
Yep. And on the other side, on the Coopers Beach Kaikorai match, they're just slightly behind, still playing in 2 of 15. 2-0 to Coopers Beach. A couple of bowls to come on this end. And it's the Coopers Beach skip Gary Pelling playing his bowl. Looks like he might be a couple down too, and he's gets a good result off the outside one, probably cut a couple out.
It's great to see these young guys playing. There's some young girls as well in the women's competition. So.
Yes, I noticed one youngster in the women's competition from Napier. She looked to be a very young person.
Yeah, I think there's a couple out there, some in Gisborne, and it's good to see. Otherwise, you've got to keep these young ones coming through.
Yes, well, just before Bowls New Zealand took the centre over for this, there was a secondary school competition last week with players from all over the country. which is great to see that competition back again.
Yeah, I was talking to the coach from the Waikato kids that came over, and she said, you know, they didn't win much, but they learnt a lot and had an awesome time playing bowls. So that's all you can hope for, that they maybe get a bit more taste of it and keep going.
And even if they don't keep going, you know, originally they've had a taste, they can come back at a later time. But yeah, it's definitely good to see them. It's interesting that we still got the reputation of being an old person's game, but there's so many people that play and then say, why didn't I play this 20 years ago?
Yeah, I'm probably a bit like that. My body might not hurt so much if I'd started bowls a bit earlier instead of playing all my sport.
Yeah, well, I started at about age 24 and I was still playing cricket, so I wasted my junior years, but I haven't had any time off since then, so I've been playing 40-something years. Not very well.
Yeah, I must admit I've been playing, this is will be my 6th season coming up, and some of my friends have given me a bit of a hard time about the old people sport thing.
Yep.
But I try to explain to them that it's actually not that old. Well, it is, but it's not. Trying to change that look of it.
Yeah, it's interesting that it's still got that reputation, because it was a few years ago where the World Bowls were in New Zealand, and New Zealand won the title for the men's competition as being the overall winners, and of course the average age of our team then was 27. So keep reminding people of that, but the message doesn't seem to get through. The old people's game is still perpetuated by the ads that we see on TV. So we've been working at that a long time to try and get rid of that.
And also the fact too that, you know, the people think it's not really a sport, but, you know, you try standing on a green from 8 o'clock in the morning till 5 or 6 o'clock at night and have to concentrate and play sport and see how well you go if you're not fit enough.
Correct, and I feel sorry for the ones that have gone to the Commonwealth Games at the moment with the heat wave over there. They're playing all day. That's going to be a horrific circumstances if it's around 40 degrees. So hopefully it'll cool off before they start. Two left-handers both playing at the same time, one on each rink. Through the gap without a touch.
How many times does that happen when you're playing bowls?
Too many.
Yeah, if you want to go through the gap, you can't.
Same as when you got a front bowl, come round that.
You hit it.
How many times you hit it? Try and hit it, you'll miss it.
Yeah.
So we've got Point Chevalier out to a big lead of 7-0 on after 2 ends. Cooper's Beach showing still 2-0. I think that was the score after 1. Yes, it is, because there's still got the graphic up as playing end 2 when we're playing end 3. We'll get a score for that one shortly. Riverhead watching the bowl come in on the left. On the left, just through the gate again. Riverhead team. Great bowl on the right hand screen.
Yeah, and there's a few black bowls around there. There's a little white one sticking on that rink one. Just holding a few more shots out for Point Chev. That could change.
It's good having the split screen, but as a commentator I find it takes me a little while to get onto the wavelength of which rink is which. Kaikorai look to be holding 2 or 3 on against Cooper's Beach, and it's now the scores come up after 2 ends. It's 2-1 to Cooper's Beach. I'm not quite sure who needs what in that Cooper's Beach Kaikorai game, but I'm sure we'll get some results through here which we'll bring to you, and we'll know exactly the situation of who needs what once they come through to us. And as I said earlier, we expect to get progress scores off the other rinks as the game goes forward, so should be able to provide you with the information that you require sitting out there watching it on TV. Hopefully watching it on TV, watching it on your computer, and hopefully you're managing to get the good pictures in and hear us well.
Yeah, there's a few teams out there that need a win off this round to qualify.
We only got one more round tonight, which will mean we finish a lot earlier than last night, so
And we've got a bye first round in the morning, which means we have a little bit of a sleep, and it'll be quite nice.
Yes, Bowls New Zealand were hoping for 8 to stop that extra round being played, but we got 9, which means that 1 game has to be played and 7 get byes. So they'll come in at about 10:30.
Just a foot.
The situation could be the same in the men's. We may well get over 8 here as well. It shows what effect the defaults have when we're in Wellington for the triples. Same number of teams in the women's, we ended up with 5 qualifiers. Mind you, we did note how cutthroat that competition was, both men's and women's.
3 rolls at the most.
5 qualifiers in the women's, 6 in the men's and the triples.
I like that.
We're certainly going to have more here.
I'd be unlucky to give the shot away. So look, to roll 3 rolls on that black ball's great.
And so we continue with the mic on both ends from rank 1.
Yep. Aiden looks to be playing this with a bit of weight. Oh no, it's not.
No, it's just drawing.
Just drawing, just looked like it with the way his arm swung through. It's a good bowl on the...
A bit more weight, 1 in, 1 out.
1 in, 1 out, yep.
I suppose we'll be trying a few shots that they may not normally try, seeing it means nothing but a practice.
Yep.
For the point sheave boys.
It's probably an unusual situation for some of these players to be in. Being mic'd up on the rink for 1, playing with cameras for 2nd, so even though they can't make it, they wanted to enjoy their day and a few moments in the sun, so it's good to see.
Need to be careful what they say when the mic's on.
There's been a few words come through, but we haven't got a mute button, so if you hear them, we apologise.
That was briefly free.
And don't forget to turn them off when you need to go to the bathroom.
And over on the Cooper's Beach Kaikorai game, we have 1 white disc bowl, which is Kaikorai's now. 1's been shifted out. It's just 1 shot to Kaikorai.
A little bit of a shorter end here for the point sheaf.
Yes,
Team.
they're probably trying everything just so they've got it all covered for tomorrow. Yes, can be a very tactical game as well, can't it?
Yeah.
Playing all sorts of lengths and moving the mat up and down
Lovely
the
bowl.
ground.
Lovely bowl in rank 1.
From Colin Williams to start off that end, he's just about touched it. Nobody's moved forward to mark it, so it must be just shy. Score's gone out to 9-0.
That's the thing is his lead. I've been playing lead. The bowl's never stayed there very long, unfortunately.
No, but as we've been talking about in the commentary, the lead puts the first ones in, it puts the pressure on the other team.
Yep.
They may not stay there, but they've been helpful. Colin Williams watching this one pensively. Round the back he comes. Is he just going to rest the opposition bowl? Kaikorai first bowl up, so they won the last end, got 1. I understand it's probably now 2-2 after 3. Another good bowl from the lead for Cooper's Beach, right alongside the kitty. Main commentator just leaving. Back tomorrow.
A nice ball coming in on rank 1.
Frees up the kitty. Could have gone far enough to make that bowl on the 3 o'clock as we look at the screen count now.
Work across the head, mate.
Nice, Harry.
And how many clubs in the Waikato Centre?
Oh, that's a good question. It's quite spread out because we go all the way up to Huntly, up that way, right over to Patararu, Tokoroa, down Tamanui.
Yep.
So it's quite a big area. 24 maybe?
Yep. So you've done well to get to this level. You've got to win your club event first and then
Yep. We
win out of all those 24 clubs. So.
Yeah, we had to play the ladies from Patararu in the final on a wet, cold, miserable day to get through. We've never seen rain like it, but we got there in the end. And as the season got on, of course, we have to find an artificial to play on.
Yep. And now you're down to the last 9 New Zealand wide, so it's a good effort. Yeah, and this green seems to play all right for 20 odd years down.
Oh, yeah, it's going all right then.
Yeah. Doesn't look that old, does it? It doesn't look worn at all.
No, it's... So the men out, some of the men out vacuuming this morning. Good to see the men vacuuming.
Yeah, we came in at 7 o'clock and there was about a group of 3 guys doing a big clean job, so... Number of people in late last night. Got a bit noisy in the second to last round, and then a number of people went home, so we're getting later and later, as we said earlier. Last night finished 20 past 11. Alex Reid on the mat. On the right hand screen, bit of weight passes through.
Jump out there.
So here we go, we're back again. Changeover time on the Point Chev Riverhead match. Not quite sure what colour disc that blue bowl's got on it.
I think that could be Riverhead Bowl. Oh, it could be the Point Chev.
It could be the Point Chev number 2, Harry
yeah,
Davis.
Number 2, yeah.
At least Aiden's are distinct, the pink ones. It's a good bowl coming in from Aiden, a toucher, moves it back, sits down in front. Quite difficult to get out now for the Riverhead skip. Goodwin delivers his bowl. Looks a little tight, going to hit into the front, is it? Yep. Just seen a weighted shot on the Cooper's Beach Kaikorai game that spread a few bowls around. Don't know where the kitty went, can't see it, but it looks like it might have killed because they're picking up bowls.
So it's a kill end, so they'll replay that.
Looks like they're going to stay where they are, not go back, or are they? Yep. Aiden's not happy with that one. We saw the body language and the mouth. Probably just as well he didn't have the mic on him. Here's the call, 1 light. So Point Chev hold 1. Grant Goodwin about to deliver. Last bowl of that head. On its way, looks a little bit wide to get in that gate. And is.
Look off.
So we go to 10-0 over there. After 4. No bowls up at the moment on either head. Comes the first one on the Cooper's Beach Kaikarai match. That's a nice start from Kieran Frew. Did you find your rinks fairly even to play on, or?
Yeah, some of them are, one side's a bit tighter than the other, but takes a few wins and you work it out.
Yep.
Well, you should. Some of us are a bit slow learners. But yeah, you sort of have to play over a little bit on these rinks.
Always seems to be the same whenever you're playing artificials. You've got to remember to push them a bit, don't you?
Yeah, just a little.
It's very noticeable on some of the new carpets that when you hit a bowl on a carpet, they skid before they get up and roll. Unlike this one, which doesn't appear to do that, being a slightly older green. Colin Williams up on the Point Chev Riverhead game to play his second bowl. First two bowls on the head are a little short of it. This Colin Williams bowl is pretty much up there. Pretty tidy bowl, that one. Get under that and he's got an absolute beauty. Good bowl from Cooper's Beach, number 2, Lindsay Gilmore. Of course, that isn't Lindsay Gilmore.
Another metre away, same line, mate.
It's in fact Ken Payne playing with the green bowl. No, he's got orange bowls. They look like they're Gary Pelling's bowls that have been. Does say that the number 2 has orange bowls, but these are green bowls coming in, so I wonder if we've got a change around that we haven't picked up yet.
Either that or he's changed his bowls.
Yep. The Bowls New Zealand team go out just before the game and ask them if they're playing in the right order. We are probably right. Looks like it's the Kaikarai number 2 that in fact has the green and black bowls, so the sheet we have in front of us is actually right in that case.
Same as him, mate, coming down through those bowls.
Nice little toucher on rink 1.
Yep.
Point 2, point sheet number 2.
Harry Davis.
He must be looking after those young boys this weekend.
Here's 3 younger guys. A bit of experience just to help them out. Keep them in control.
Okay.
In the last game last night we were discussing the tactics of one of the teams. And pointing out the experience showed, you know, we're well ahead, we don't have to do anything risky here, just get a second, and they keep control of the game in that way. Only seems to be when you drop a big end that you lose more often than not if you drop a big end. Talked about games last night where somebody dropped a 5 last end to lose by 1. Another team dropped a 6 in the middle of their game and lost by 5. So it's those big ends that hurt you. Frank T delivering down the backhand. Largely wide with that weight. Through he goes to the ditch. Useful tool that man has in his hand. If you get a sore back, that's a very helpful little hook that he picks up his bowls with. Now we have our camera blocked.
I'm sure he'll be told by somebody.
Yes. Yes, it normally happens towards the end of the game when things are getting exciting.
Good try on rink 1 by the Riverhead, number 3.
Yes, they'll be pleased to get a shot on the board shortly. Kaikarai holding at least a couple on the on rink 2. One of the rinks beside us, somebody running down the head after their bowl.
Maybe he's chasing it to make it go a bit quicker.
Always amazes me, people getting behind their bowl and giving it a signal to hurry up or talking to it. I said last week, if they ever get a set of bowls that takes notice, please provide me with one.
Bit of a wall there for the Riverhead skip to try and get through.
Yep.
Same as my last.
Famous last words on the rink 2. You can't give it away. How many times do you hear that and see it happen?
Same as your last. If you can only do two in a row, perfect.
Stack it up. Some of the shots. I'm very close to it. Wouldn't hurt to sit it up and over a couple of times though. It's between this red bowl and my one.
In an annoying place, that last bowl that came down from Kaikarai in the front, in the draw for Cooper's Beach skip. Wonder how many that count is.
A few white bowls.
For the white bowls, it looks a bit like 3, but who knows? The orange bowl on the right with the black disc could be the third shot.
And on rink 1, there's quite a pile of black sticker bowls there.
Yep. Here we go. Here comes the progress results. I'll get Vicky to read out what's on the other going on in the other rinks.
So on rink 3, we've got Petone playing Martinborough, and they both need the win on that rink. And at the moment, Martinborough are leading 8-0 after 4 ends. Rink 4, we have Whanganui versus Tauranga South, and Whanganui need that win to qualify, and at the moment Tauranga South are leading 6-1 after 4 ends. On rink 5, we have Club Papanui from Christchurch versus Omaanui, and they both need to win. And at the moment, after 4 ends, Papanui got 3, and Omaanui have 4. On rink 7, we've got Tolaga Bay playing the boys from the deep south of Edendale. Tolaga Bay need the win, and Edendale are out, but Tolaga Bay are currently leading 5-3 after 4 ends. And on rink 8, they both need to qualify, a win to qualify, which we have West End from South Canterbury and versus Muriwai, and Muriwai are currently leading that 3-2 after 4 ends. So some tight games with both needing some wins. So yeah, it's interesting.
Those first 2 you called have got a bit of a break on already.
Yeah.
The rest of them, the other 3 are all fairly tight, all of them won. And we'll keep you up to date with those scores about every 4 ends.
It's always difficult if you're out of contention, they sometimes cause a little bit of the upset.
They do.
With teams that needing, because you're a little bit more relaxed, knowing that you don't, nothing on the game except a bit of pride, and get up and beat a team that needs a win.
And we're coming back on the 6th end on the Coopers Beach Kaikorai game, but we didn't see what the count was, but it'll go up on the board shortly. We'll be able to tell you.
And on rank 1, Point Chev have quite a large lead of 16-0 after 6 ends.
5 ends, they're playing 6 now.
Oh, this is end 6, yeah. So yeah, the boys are...
It's a big leap out, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a little bit. So whether they play the full 15 is maybe might not happen.
Still there. With confidence.
Yes, we don't know how many ends they've agreed to, because I think it's a matter of let's try something new. We've never been televised before, so let's try it and see how it goes.
Very good.
As we've said, neither team, this result has no bearing on either team. One's through, one's out. The result makes absolutely no difference. So at 16-0, they may well give up fairly soon, because I don't think they want to blow it out too far.
It's good for your club members at home to see your teams playing, or family that can't get down to watch.
And on the other rink it was 2 to Kaikorai, so they lead 4-2.
Pinch your line a fraction, mate, that's all.
What was that?
So just been advised that Coopers Beach need the win on rink 2 to qualify.
Yep. I don't know what the situation with Kaikorai is. I said, usually by about now the table's been brought into us and the results from the last game. The Bowls New Zealand team that are here have a busy 4 days organising the competition and running all the technology, so they do a great job. And after 4 weeks in a row, I think they'll be pleased that they're getting a bit of a break from the next weekend.
And you'll have to tune in to watch the Commonwealth Games.
Yep.
Guys doing their stuff over in Birmingham.
That'll be a bit different, I think, with the speed of the rinks over there.
Yeah.
You might get the turn there if you finish there, mate, or there. It's a weight factor, mate.
Nice, Harry.
Coopers Beach number 3, delivering his bowl. Going to tangle that from her, or is he going to duck under it? Unfortunate, duck didn't quite get under it.
It's out of the road now for the next one.
Yep.
Go down in there.
Felt short.
Distinctive bowls of Alex Reid coming down, rink 1.
Talking about that, I like the multicoloured bowls that are solid around the centre and the colours on the side. I'm not so keen on the multicolours. They
make you feel a bit queasy sometimes when you watch them.
Definitely does.
Maybe that's the key, putting the opposition off.
I also find them very hard to judge how quick they go until they stop. Alex Reid delivering the next one.
suppose when you deliver bowls like that, it doesn't matter what colour bowls you've got.
No, that's right. I was told a little story this morning about one of the women from Wellington coming up with a husband, got Te Kahuna and thought, oh hell, I haven't got my bowls. And the husband said, well, we're not going back for them, so she's had to borrow a set. Fortunately, there was a set of the same model and the same size here. But at this level, most players, as long as they can get a bowl the size that they use, they can pretty much adjust to using a different style of bowl. Doesn't take long.
That's right, that's the first thing I put in my, out by the door to go, the bowl swag.
Yes, I think with going to a national championship, the first thing you'll be packing is your bowls.
Everything else is shop nearby that you can buy something. Bowls a little bit more tricky, especially at the moment. Trying to get any bowls in the country is a little bit hard.
And a little bit expensive.
Yes. They're not the cheapest things to buy.
No.
You don't want to be changing them every season, or...
I'm not sure quite what the price is now, but they were up around the 800 a set.
Yeah, I think they're 800 to 900 now.
Yep.
If you can get them.
Yeah, 3's good.
It's quite a tightly packed head on rink 2.
Yeah.
But it looks like at least 2 white ones, if not 3. Although I think that bowl on the outside of the blue and the white one might well be a black disc bowl looking at it. It's probably only 2.
And on rank 1 we've got a few black bowls surrounding the jack again. From the point sheaf boys.
Grant Goodwin looking to get into the territory. Here he comes. He might get a gap here. He's played a beauty.
Yeah, lovely bowl. They're on the board.
By that chair, they are on the board, yes. On their other head, the bowl just a fraction wide flies past the black disc bowl. Delivered by the Cooper's Beach skip. Kaikarai take the mat, put the mat down, kitty in hand, and we'll see how many they got in just a minute.
And I'm sure the Riverhead boys are happy to be off the 0.
Yeah. The old saying, the down trow, if you don't get off 0.
There's been a good crowd watching most of the games all day today, so being a Saturday and good support from family and local people.
Yes, it always makes bowls if there's a bit of a crowd, a bit of noise. Applause for good bowls. Groans for those that miss narrowly.
The Riverhead boys are
Suddenly
got their tails up now that they've
clicking
had
on
the
now,
1
it's
point
Goodwin.
in.
2 good bowls from lead. Stephen C. I'm not sure what the C stands for.
I think that's Stephen Cox.
Okay. Colin Williams swinging down the forehand side, just over the top. So Riverhead have got 2 shots at the moment. On the other rink, Kaikarai have moved out to a 6-2 lead. After 5 of 15 ends, playing 6. And Cooper's Beach would be holding shot at the moment with the black disc bowl sitting at 2 o'clock from where we're looking.
Just you wait, mate. Line's extra.
Foot out to indicate where he wants this one put.
Run it out.
Aiden Takara calling it to run it out. I don't think it quite made it, but it's pretty close. Good line bowl over on rink 1.
Same line. Let's get another metre. Look at there, pal. Played this real well.
Just had a message through from Julie from our Bowls Waikato office administrator, away with the Commonwealth Games team over there in Birmingham, to say she's enjoying our commentary. So hi Julie, hope things are well over there. You're not sweltering in the heat.
Nice, Harry.
It's good that they're watching in over there.
Right, yeah.
Oh, and she's just said we have 26 clubs in the Waikato, so I was a couple
Oh,
short.
there you go.
Yeah.
Cooper's Beach skip just cooling out. We're a couple light. It's good to get feedback because you don't do this often. You don't know quite how you're going. So it's good that Julie got in touch with you and said how well you were doing. So it's good.
It's currently 5 o'clock on Friday night over there, so probably hiding from the heat.
Coming down through that gap, it'll be right.
Kaikarai seem to be getting a lot more bowls in the vicinity of the head than the Cooper's Beach team at the moment, but Cooper's Beach always seem to have one that's in relative count. That bowl of Cooper's Beach that's just come in may cut it down to 1. Must be one of the other rinks where the noise is coming from, run and shouting at the bowls. Nothing matches with ours, with the 2 rinks we're watching, so Alex Reid on the run, through the gap without a touch. 2 or 3 shots to Riverhead at the moment by the look of that. Now over to the skip from Point Chevalier to put this right. But of course the first bowl was with Stephen Cox from Riverhead, having won the last end.
All right.
We all know how Aiden likes to drive something. It's pretty tight in there though.
Yeah.
Looks ominous. Bit of a weighted
Turns his
shot.
back on it and walks away, but he's in the area.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm not sure.
It's-
Could still be a number of white disc bowls around there. Might
Yeah.
have cleaned out a lot of the black ones.
Yeah, there's a couple sitting there, I think, at least. just talking about our clubs in the Waikato, we've got a big Clinico Classic happening at the Moselen Club first weekend in October. Got some big names heading along there.
Is that a regular or a
No, this is a
fundraiser?
this is a fundraiser, but it's also, well, hopefully they continue. It's the first time they've held it, so hopefully it's a success for the club.
And how many teams are they expecting in that?
I'm not sure how many teams they're expecting, but I think it's filling up or filled up very quickly.
Yep. Yes, and it was good last week to see Ross Ellery from Foxton and Beach winning the title after the bad luck that their clubs had this year with their club rooms burning down. And previously at night they had a fundraiser for them a few weeks before that.
Julie's just said it's 5 o'clock in the morning, not 5 o'clock at night.
Yeah, 5 o'clock here, so it's 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, she got it wrong. She put the wrong AM instead of PM rather than AM.
And it's probably hotter there than it is here now.
I can
as
imagine.
Well. Aiden Takaroa this time looks to be on the draw.
Doesn't look that happy with it.
It's that square, it's going to bring that bowl of Alex Reid a bit closer. Looks like a couple still.
Two to overhead anyway. Looking for a third.
Two it is. Kaikarai building up a little lead over here on the other rink. After 6 ends, they're up by 6. With the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, I think we only took the necessary 5, did we? I don't think the reserves travelled.
No.
Down there, mate.
And I've already heard in the cricket team, Mealy Kerr's got COVID over there, so...
Yeah, the dreaded COVID.
But I think from what's been said, they won't stop them playing if they test positive for COVID. They're just accepting it now that it's going to be here for a while. I think it's going to be just another version of the flu, isn't it, or a flu virus.
I think we all have to accept it and just be careful. The vulnerable people out there in the community. You know, working in the schools, it's pretty rampant around the schools and teaching areas. But I haven't had it yet so far.
I have.
So you have?
Yeah, wasn't too bad with me. I've got a respiratory problem anyhow, but it didn't affect me.
That's good.
Didn't get the headaches, didn't get the aches, just got a runny nose and a cough, and went on for about a week. I got it from the bowling club, I think. We had our wind-up do, and we had 31 of the 70 go down in the next week.
Oh,
and on our table, there were 2 that had it. There were 9 in total, and 7 of us got it.
yeah, well, I've been exposed to plenty of it at school, and
Yeah.
it'll happen.
Yep. And the funny part about that was the guy that was really sick at our function was a visitor, and he was staying with me, couldn't play bowls the next day, so I went and played in his place, and I was probably positive by then as well. And I played against my brother and another colleague from Upper Hutt.
So you spread it to them
And
as
by
well.
Wednesday I was getting the blame for giving it to them.
yeah, I think we all just have to learn to live, and otherwise we'll be forever hiding away from it all.
Yep.
Come down there, mate. If you drift around, it's so bad. If you get down the port, okay.
See, I'm not sure.
Call from the Kaikorai skip, I think.
Not sure who's holding shot on that rink one. It's pretty tight. Could be Point Chev.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the kitty's gone to hide on rink 2 either. I think it's in amongst those green and black bowls and the red bowl, and by the indication of the skip, that's where it is. Bowls a little wide for what he was looking for.
Oh, that might have not been helpful.
No, it might have. It looks almost like it's made too black of it, doesn't it? It's a game of small margins, this game at times.
Damned if you do and damned if you don't sometimes.
Yep. Alex Reid delivering on the forehand side.
Sometimes a little bit of luck thrown in there as well.
Just a little narrow. There's that front bowl holding up the shot of the bowl coming down. It's the Riverhead number 3, Dwayne McDonald delivers his bowl. Can't see it coming because we've got someone in front of the camera.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe.
Looks like he might have just about drawn that shot.
Yeah, may have just drawn that.
That red bowl he might have hit through and his own one followed through.
Toucher. Okay, and put some chalk on that.
Yep. When does the actual bowl start at the Commonwealth Games?
I have a feeling it's about when did the Commonwealth? What date did the Commonwealth Games actually
Not
start?
sure. That's why I asked you. I don't know.
Julie might be hearing me. She might text me, tell me a time, a date. But we're only a few days away from the start, and I know the bowls is pretty much straight up. 'Cause I was talking to Linda Bennett from our para team the other day at a tournament at Kiki, and she said that they're not going to the opening ceremony because they have bowls the next day.
With the heat, I think a lot might avoid the
Yeah.
opening ceremony. Ring 2, the last bowl of the head's on its way down. Passing by.
And I think with the bowls at Birmingham, it's not like the other sports where it's sort of all over within a day or two. It's quite a lengthy process.
Yep. Yes, Kevin Hickland did show me the draw at one stage. I think they've got a number of games to play to qualify. It's not just straight knockout.
And the para bowlers play at the same time as the able-bodied bowlers as well, so it's not like the para athletes who usually participate after the able-bodied. So wishing them all the best.
Aiden hits that. And what's at the back? I can see a white disc bowl and
Yep.
a black disc bowl, but I don't know where the kitty's quite gone to there. There's 2 more bowls to come, so
Can only see one pink one of Aiden's, so he's got
yeah,
another
there's
bowl.
another one at the back.
He's got
Yep.
another one to play, so
Here comes Stephen Cox. Oh, kitty's gone in the drain.
it's in the ditch.
Yep,
It should be bread and butter for Aiden to get something
reasonably close, yeah.
reasonably close to that.
Looks like at the moment Riverhead might be holding shot.
All those practices of drawing to the ditch come in handy.
All those training drills. Bowl's just gone out of sight on our screen. There it goes. And I think he has drawn the shot quite simply.
Here we go. Asking
Yep,
you
he
shall
did. Asking you shall receive.
receive from Julie, yes. She has said that they start on the 29th of July and they go right through to the 6th of August. And we play every day.
In that period.
Yes.
So 29th of July, that's about a week away still.
Yeah, 6 days. Yeah. Well, a week for them probably.
Yep.
Modern technology. Can't hide from anybody or anything anymore.
No. No, but as you say, modern technology, it's brilliant how Bowls New Zealand's technical ability has progressed onwards and upwards. It's only the last few years we've been able to bring you this sort of coverage, and each time I see it, it seems to get better and better with more cameras. We've now got the split screen. Great quality produced by our technical team.
Even my non-tech savvy husband would manage to work out the YouTube and and could sort of click into the link to have a look at our game yesterday.
Yes, with the time we took yesterday, we had to reboot it last night before the last game, because I think Tamara told me we only get 11 hours and then we have to start again. So before the last game, we made an announcement that you needed to drop out and start again. You can actually see how many are watching with you. It's quite interesting to see how many we've had. It's been good numbers watching.
And talking to the ladies from Hokanui in Southland today, and they've been in Australia playing, and they sit and watch us. They've been watching the pairs and the singles and the triples while they've been over there in between playing at their tournaments.
Yep.
So yeah, it's great.
Yes, I've sat and watched the 2 tournaments I haven't been to, and then when I did joined in the team last weekend at 9, and I started to watch that, and my wife said, "Aren't you sick of bowls?"
You just think you'll sit down for a few minutes and watch a little bit, but then you sort of get
Yeah.
engrossed in it, and a few hours later you're still sitting there watching.
Indicating they want a bit of weight on this bowl. On the Coopers Beach Kaikarai game with Kaikarai playing.
We should have an update on the other greens shortly.
Yep.
Oh,
Had the weights.
bad luck.
One of those ones was a bad luck he just missed, but if he hadn't got that wick, he wouldn't have got quite as close as he did.
Sometimes you have to use bowls to get to where you want to go.
Correct. Riverhead have just drawn a shot on the other, and
Here we go.
as Vicky just said, we should have an update, and Steve Beale just brought it in. So, thank you, Steve.
So, Rink 3, Petone and Martinborough, who both need wins After 8 ends, we have Martinborough leading 14-3. On rank 4, Whanganui need the win over Tauranga South, and after 8 ends, Whanganui have got a slim lead of 7-6. So it's a close game there now. It's changed around quite a bit since the last
In fact,
update.
Tauranga South haven't moved, have they? They were on
No,
6-1 up, and
no.
now they're 7-6 down.
No, so rank 5, we have Club Pepanui versus Omaranui, and they both need to win this game. And so after 9 ends, we have Pepanui versus on 9 and Omaranui on 6. So that's a change around there a little bit too.
Yep.
Well, another close one here are the Edendale boys and Tolaga Bay. So Tolaga Bay needing the win after 7 ends. Still close with Tolaga Bay one ahead on 6-5. And on rank 8, the West End Timaru South Canterbury boys versus Muriwai, who both need wins. And it's all tied up after 8 ends at 5 all. So it's pretty close all round, really.
Yep. And 1 round to go after this, if required. I think it will be. Particularly if Martinborough get through, I think they've got to win both today, and I don't think they played the first one. I think they've got this one and the next one, so... And on rank 2, we look like we've got a toucher in the drain, but the kitty's spewed out to the side.
And on rank 1, it looks like we might have Riverhead holding a couple.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah, 2. Depending on that, how far in front that grey bowl is. It looks like it could be 2.
Yeah. Definitely got the red bowl for 1, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely. Still a few bowls to come yet, though.
Down the middle. Did he hit what he went for? Don't know. Don't think so.
It missed everything, I think.
Yep. Aiden's last bowl that just came in could be second shot now.
It's almost like we need an eye in the sky, isn't it?
It
Over the
is,
top.
yeah.
Maybe that one. Be the next technology. Like the 3-5.
It's great how they can control the cameras from here. No cameraman outside working. All the cameras are set up for the weekend, and
You're very conscious when you're playing on those rinks of the cameras, standing to the side so you're not
yeah, well, it was a good
yourself
bit
in
of
the road.
sportsmanship last night to do with the tripod on rink 1, as Aiden plays with weight.
Ooh,
That might change things around a little bit.
Yep.
Taking all black disc bowls. Yeah, we had Parapara and Beach playing out there last night, and Ray Boffer delivered his bowl down the backhand and actually hit the tripod leg. There's an instant call from his 3, and the umpire correctly said the bowl goes back and gets replayed. However, Ray Boffer decided that it wasn't going to do anything, so he actually threw the bowl down the outside of the rink so that it didn't come into play.
Oh, yep.
So, and that's just another example of the sportsmanship that's been shown throughout this tournament. As we said, the 2 ladies teams that had to wait for the Southland women's team to get here both agreed without any hold up to play the games later. So it's been a really well played, good spirit tournament.
Yeah, and I think being out there, everyone's happy and enjoying the bowls and getting on with what they have to do, and wishing everyone the best for their future games after you've played them, and it's all good. Good spirits.
And then Point Chevalier have slowed down. At one stage they were out to 16-0. It's now 17-5. Playing in 10. And Kaikarai have got a very handy lead over Cooper's Beach at 10-2.
It's just been updated there, 10-5, so
10-5, yep.
a little bit closer now, so we all know how it can change very quickly.
So that must have been a 3 to Cooper's Beach,
Yeah.
that last end.
Yeah. So another 3 or gets it a bit closer for them.
That shot that just drew in was another Cooper's Beach bowl, so Kaikarai bowl just shy of the head.
Always handy to have one at the back.
Yep.
Especially with the men's game, there's a lot of driving and weighted bowls being played.
It's a pretty useful bowl, that one. Kaikarai's number 2. Riverhead just unfortunately chipping one of the Point Chevalier bowls closer to the jack, just in behind now. So Point Chevalier holding 2 over there, I think. And Cooper's Beach holding on the other, on rink 2. Rink 2's getting a decent wall built in front of the head to make it difficult for skips to get through. About 6 bowls in a row across the front.
Something your skip doesn't want to see, really.
Not if you're down, you don't, do you?
No. So Julie's just been updating me on what's happening in Birmingham, if anybody was interested. So they're just on the bus heading off to training shortly. She's going to be posting some perspectives on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page of the updates and Instagram. So if anybody has anything in particular they want to see from over in Birmingham, just message the page and Julie will try and answer your questions or update through that page anything that anybody's interested in.
Did you say Julie's gone as part of the team?
She's the team manager.
Team manager, yep.
So Bowls New Zealand have snavelled her up from our Waikato office and she's going to be working full-time, well, not sure if it's full-time, but working for Bowls New Zealand when she returns from Birmingham. So we've lost her.
Yep. What's she going to be doing for Bowls New Zealand?
I think it's to do with the media and managing of things like that. So, so we've got to find a new superstar for our Waikato administration.
Yep.
Quite good for Julie to be...
Absolutely, and I think Mike Carroll might be the men's manager from Wellington.
All right.
I'm not sure on that, but I understand he was originally named as that in that role.
They're probably busier than the bowlers are.
At this stage, they probably are.
So yeah, if you want to know anybody, or know anybody wants to know anything what's going on, just message the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page or send an Instagram to them, and they'll try and sort out your answers or your queries.
Aiden's close with this one. Oh,
I think he's safe there, spitting it out too.
might have had 3 or 4 before that.
Yeah.
He's probably still got 3, but he's pushed it right out into the open now.
It's always a risk, isn't it?
Yep. He's got another in his hand. He doesn't look happy though.
Shaking his head a little bit.
Oh, that jack got moved off of
This one's
off a reflect, off a
just a
off a
little
wick,
bit
one of
narrow.
the other bowls, and flicked out to one white disc bowl. So that's another one to Kaikarai. Should be 11-5 after 9. On rink 1, we have Aiden drawing down the backhand.
Wasn't happy.
Doesn't
with
look a
his
mile
last
away
one.
again, does he?
No. He's probably going to take it back though. Stays with it, so it could be 1, maybe 2, depending on.
Played 2 good bowls, but they might have both cost them.
Just 1.
Looks like they only took 1 out.
Don't think they're going to measure at this stage. Don't
No.
think they're too worried about the second shot.
Up at the top of the right screen, we can see the spectators happily watching the bowls, having a couple of lemonades to celebrate. Both these games are running at pretty close to the same stage, with 2 bowls up on rink 2 and 1 bowl up on rink 1. Going in the same direction, but of course we've had 1 kill, so.
And of course, it's 15 ends.
15 ends, or
two
time limit.
2 hours, 15 minutes. I think most of the games have been completed within that 2 hours, 15. There's not too many that have.
Probably been 1 left to finish every game.
Yeah.
The rest of them are finished, yeah. Hence why we ran a bit late yesterday.
Doesn't help when there's a few kill ends.
That's right. Or in the case of a draw, these 4s ends take about 8 to 9 minutes to get through, so if you get a draw, they've got to play an extra end. And that's where the rules change. For the extra end, the kitty can't be killed. It gets put back on the 2 metre spot to ensure that we don't go for too long on the extra ends. But if the last end's killed, it continues on after the bell. They play it again and again and again if they need to.
We haven't had any of those yet, have we?
Not that I know of.
No.
Oh, there was one that I think Vern Marshall killed the last, well, what could have been the last end last night, just before the bell. So they just extended the game a little bit. That was the televised game in the late evening yesterday. Handy bowl coming up in the Kaikarai Coopers Beach game by the Coopers Beach player. I would think that's drawn the shot. He probably already had 1 as well, if not 2 at the back.
But we needed to make a bit of a move now if they're wanting to stick with the Kaikarai team.
This one looks to be a little hanging a little, not quite coming in, but probably second shot. So one more round today after this game. For those that need it to qualify. I think Martinborough need both, so they probably have to play again because they are winning this one comfortably at last report. So definitely one game on for the last round anyhow. Kaikarai bowl just pulling up marginally short. It's one of those situations where I find it difficult to tell who's got the shot, the one in front or the one behind.
This one looks a little heavy coming down here.
He's going to get the jack by the look of it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we wanted it though.
No.
Saw some
The
words mouthed as he let that go.
The two white bowls, a white disc and the one out at, what would we say, 2 o'clock as we're looking at the screen, is a black disc bowl. Likewise at 8 o'clock is a black disc bowl, but I'm not quite sure how many shots are involved in that end. We'll soon find out after the skips finish.
It looks to be a black bowl on rank 1 of Point Chev's out to the side at 3 o'clock.
It's
Possibly.
A bit of a blockade there too, isn't there, in front?
Yeah, possibly holding shot there.
Yep.
There's also a couple of other black disc bowls, white ones in front. So
Alex Reed's multicolour one at the back and the two white ones at the front. Yep.
yeah, so they've got them all around.
Mr. Beale coming back to update our sheet. He'll be back in, I guess, 5 to 10 minutes with the next lot.
So that kitty's just been dragged back on rank 2.
Yeah, I'm not sure where it is now. I think it's in between the whites.
White and no, it's just by the purple bowl, I think, just between the white and the purple. Just got dragged back with that last.
Sorry, I meant the white disc bowls.
Yeah. Could be holding.
Cooper's Beach 3 indicated with his foot to hit this bowl. It doesn't look a mile away either. Oh, took it without the kitty moving.
Yeah. So it must have been a bit off the bowl. And Point Chev holding a few shots here by the looks of things on rank 1. Aiden's just put a couple down.
Yep. Grant Goodwin playing with what looks like a little bit of weight.
I don't think he's not that happy with that shot.
If it's number 3 we get out of the way, we can see where it's gone.
It's
there
blocked.
It goes.
Yeah, it's a bit narrow. 1, 2, 3. I think they may have
3.
not being too greedy.
Nope.
Out to quite a large 21-5 lead after 11 innings.
Here goes a good bowl over on the rank 2.
So they may just, unless they play out, they were 15, but they may play back. At least they stick it out to the end.
Yes, we had a game last week that I commented on. They were 10 behind on the last end with 6 bowls. And they played out the last end, and I thought, what?
Difficult.
commented, why are they playing it? I said, oh, they might be playing back to their bags. And then I had a look and realised, no, they were playing away from their bags as well. So
Bit of practice for the
couldn't
next
quite
round.
work that
perhaps.
out.
A bit of practice for the next round.
As we've said though before today, a different experience for a lot of bowlers, having skips mic'd up and cameras on the side of the rink.
And some of the ladies were concerned because they didn't realise they were being televised and hadn't done their hair and makeup properly for the day. Said, I'm sure that's the least of your worries.
Yep. Kaikarai 5 ahead, playing end 11, so 5 to go. Which is the important one of these two games, being those two teams are still able to qualify, where the other two are just really playing for fun.
And it's still possible. Anything's possible in this game. They're not out of it yet.
Oh no.
Not sure about rank 1 though.
Riverhead seem to have had a little patch for 3 or 4 ends to get to 5. Now it looks like normal order is reviewed or just restored. Through the gate he goes, Kaikarai number 2. Looks to be holding one shot with the blue bowl. Walked away in disgust by the look of that, but it doesn't look like it's too bad, does it? The red bowl coming in.
It's amazing how many times you think you've done a bad shot.
Maybe
And,
knew as a fraction short.
Yeah, but it's you know, sometimes you let it go and you think it's going to be a terrible bowl, and it actually ends up being not so bad. Nice bowl coming here.
Kaikarai
in
number
rank
2,
1.
is he going to get around that bowl? Take a little rub.
Nice bowl from Riverhead. Take the kitty back.
Alex Reid in the tricolour bowls. He's running down after it.
Might just pull up a little bit short, I think.
I didn't note the time we started. I'm not quite sure how long we've got left in this game.
They're getting through them at a good speed, so
Yep. Yeah, there hadn't been too much mucking around with
No.
measures or running up and down the head, has
No.
there?
might be able to see the clock on the way down on the other way.
Yeah.
Coming back the other way on rank 1. Probably wasn't what he wanted to do.
No, probably just sold out. What an easy shot, because they're one white disc bowl in there and black disc either side.
I think Aiden just sailed past at that rink 1 and Point Chev. Riverhead's still holding that shot. Lovely bowling. Black bowl's getting a bit of a bashing.
Yeah, good bowl from Kaikarai. Probably a couple of shots to Kaikarai again.
And there's Aiden coming
Aiden flicks it away across the
to
head.
ruin the game again.
And he'll be scoring on that end. One bowl to come, so he may not be, but he is at the moment.
See that gap might be handy.
Well, it's starting to clap. It's a good bowl.
Lovely bowl.
So that's one more to Riverhead. Brings them that little bit closer to 21-6. And we're playing 13 to 15, so 3 ends to go over there.
Oh, here's the kitty going.
Here's the kitty going with a black disc bowl, but I would say we've still got one to Kaikarai with the green and black bowl at the back with a white disc.
Not having much luck, Cooper's Beach. They're hitting some good shots, but the kitty's carrying on or kicking out to the opposition's bowl.
It's a slightly different angle we're seeing now on that kitty that's wide out on the right. It could be 2 shots to Kaikarai on the rink 2. I didn't see that orange bowl played in the head that's sitting right up in the middle there. Don't know what happened to that. Did you see how that one got there?
I think that is on the other green.
On the other rink.
Yeah, on the other rink, I think, because that kitty's just come across. It looks like it's, I think it's on the next rink 3 beside. Looks a little short, doesn't it?
Mm.
Maybe it's a block. It's very easy to be short on these greens.
Yep, it's on a non-televised rink, and they're playing to a fairly short end, so that would explain why it's there.
Mm.
Probably the last update we'll get for this round from Mr. Beale. Thank you, Steve.
So, the update from rink 3, the Petonium Martinborough game. Have Martinborough well in control at 21-3 after 11 ends. So both those teams need to win. On rank 4, we have Whanganui ahead of Tauranga South after 11 ends, 11-7. So Whanganui need that win. Rank 5, Club Papanui versus Oamaranui. Still tight game after 9 ends, with Oamaranui pulling ahead now of Papanui 12-11. So they both need a win there. And the boys from the south are making Tolaga Bay, who need the win, work hard. So they're ahead, Edendale ahead 7-6 after 9 ends. And on rank 8, we have the West End South Canterbury team versus Muriwai after 11 ends, both needing a win there. Muriwai are 1 ahead at 8-7. So some pretty tight games out there, and good old Edendale maybe going to get up and ruin Tolaga Bay, but hopefully the others should be getting through. And as you said, there's still some other teams to play another round, so...
Interesting, that game that on rank 5 was 4-3 to Oamaranui after our first report, 9-6 to Club Papanui after our second, and back the other way now, 12-11 to Oamaranui, so chopping and changing a bit. And that report coming through, some of the games have only played 9 ends, 2 of them. And others have played 11, where on the TV rinks we've played 10 and 12.
So just ducked out to see how much time was left on the clock. So we're about 29 minutes to go on the official clock.
Means about 6:15 finish.
So some of these games are only up to 9 ends. They've probably got 3 or 4 ends to get through, maybe in half an hour. Depends how quick they are with getting their ends through, whether there's measuring to be done or people racing up and down the green, having a look at the head.
We've got a fairly widespread head on rank 2 at the moment. The televised game, they're all over the place.
And on rank 1, there's a bit of a line-up. Yeah, I think that rank 2 game, pretty long end that they're playing to after having a few short ends. So that might be disrupting some of their bowls.
One chipped off that head. Only one down now on rank 1. Plenty of room to draw shot on rank 2. So Skip's travel down to their end to do it. We'll see how they go.
It's just making that adjustment from playing the short ends to going to the long ends. Sometimes it disrupts the other team. And if you're smart as a lead, you can put the mat up right to the top.
Yep.
Really disrupts the other team's momentum if they are playing long ends. You can start to play a little bit shorter, or vice versa.
And on we go on rank 1 at 21-6 with 3 ends to play. It's getting a bit difficult now for Riverhead to get up. That bowl of the Cooper's Beach skip looked to have good speed on, but hit a front one on the way in. Didn't quite cut under the head quick enough to get in. Kaikarai bowl coming into the head. Not quite sure where it finished. We're already on the face of the Cooper's Beach skip with his last bowl. Colin Williams on the rink one, drawing fairly close.
He may have snuck that one.
He might have just
Snuck that Cooper's Beach.
shot.
Yep, picking up the kitty. Or the jack, whichever you prefer to call it.
Just changed the red number. We have 12 ends played on the Rank 2 game. The score's showing 12. We believe it's now 12-7, playing 13. There we go, the graphics updated as well, just to confirm that. These two games could both get finished before the time limit.
Definitely, probably rank 1 is probably going to finish.
Yep. On rank 2 we had a kill early on, so if they get through they'll have played 16 ends effectively.
Lovely
Good
leading.
opening bowl by Kaikarai. Following a pretty good opening bowl from Cooper's Beach lead as well, so two good bowls to start the head. Might be last end on rink 1 as they're playing back to where their bags are.
Bad luck.
Yep. Cooper's Beach have a bit more bad luck, just sat on the Kaikarai bowl and settled it down onto the jack for a shot. Either people are getting tired or the heads are getting longer because we're getting a lot of bowls in front now, as can be seen on rink 1. Rink 2 not so bad this end, they're pretty much all up to the head, but rink 1 certainly gathering some short ones.
Easy to do. The day is long.
Kaikarai holding at least one on rink 2.
Just asking the question, are they one down? Not sure.
No. With the weight he played that, I think they might be indicating he's 1 or 2 down because he played that with weight to move stuff around. He's now got a very good back bowl right near the drain or the ditch.
And on rank 1, Point Shiv just putting another one in there.
And our score graphic doesn't agree with the board. 21-8 it shows.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it.
That's our board or not. It looked like it with the.
Yeah, the tripod might be just in the road, making it look like an 8, but could be just the TV tripod in the road.
And it says after 12 ends as well. We're showing after 13.
Oh yes. Maybe they've stopped putting the score up. Yeah, it says 21, doesn't it? Oh no, it's just Aiden's just going over to the scoreboard now to... Oh.
Rub out time, we're playing the last ends.
Rub out time, it's all over. Time to have a lemonade.
Yep. Neither one obviously will need to play their last.
Shaking the hands.
I'm not sure if those games that have been played here where we need them to stay alive or to actually qualify, so we'll know when we start round 6 who still needs to win.
It's been updated on the website fairly quickly after the game's finished, so anybody wants to look on the Bowls New Zealand website under the...
Oops, that's an unfortunate result for Kaikarai, with the number 3 from Kaikarai pushing the black bowl sideways in close for shot.
They're looking at it, and not too excited, maybe it's a measure perhaps.
So we're down to 1 game on rink 2 now. With Point Chevalier defeating Riverhead on rink 1.
So for a few of these teams in the men's and ladies rounds, it's all over for them for the weekend, so they can relax and watch a bit of bowls.
Yep. Now we've just got the single screen. As you can see, there's still 2 or 3 games going outside of this one.
Looks a bit promising for Cooper's Beach. Yep, that's what they were planning to do, so could be holding 2 shots.
Yes, except that was the Kaikarai skip did that, I think.
Oh, was it?
Cooper's Beach skip coming up to play it now, so.
It was too.
3 here will get them right back in the game.
Just run a bit short, that one.
See what the Kaikarai skip can do with this one. He's got a fairly well placed bowl from his number 2 behind the head, but it just depends how hard he needs to play this bowl to keep it up into the head, so we'll see how he goes. Driving it into the gap.
Oh, got a lot of bowls there. And it's in the ditch, and I think it's still...
Looks like a couple of white, or one white disc bowled in it.
Yeah. I think the 3 for Cooper's Beach. Put his finger up for 1.
So Cooper's Beach score 1. 12-8 playing the second to last end. One of the mic'd up players just returned their mic. Cooper's Beach lead plays his first bowl on this end. Back to the centre line, but about a metre short.
Looks like it's a fairly long end, this end too.
Yep, there's a few chalk marks past the 23 metre. Not a bad start from the Kaikarai lead.
$15 minutes just showing up there on the on the screen. So we should definitely.
Somebody's been out there and switched the camera around for us.
So we should definitely get this game finished. Possibly. All close to it.
Playing away from where they started, so it could well be in 14 because there's been 1 kill, isn't there?
No. Oh, yes. They didn't take the bowls back, did they?
No. No, they didn't take them back, so... We think they might be playing N14. We'll if we get a view of the scoreboard when they come down here. Vicky's just gone out to confirm that. I think I just saw the board saying 13 ends gone. It says 13 gone, is it? So we're playing 14?
Yep, playing 14 and it's 12-8.
12-8, yep. For the diff 2 to go. And Cooper's Beach holding a pretty good shot here. Just tucked in behind the kitty. Fairly short bowl this time. Getting late in the day after a late night last night.
One's definitely not short.
Nope. There's one black disc bowl up to the head, and the rest are well away.
Now we've got the overhead view.
Kaikarai looking to draw inside. It's on the forehand, watching it carefully. Just going to be under the line, but he's got good weight on it. Gone a bit through. Tournament director just joining us in the room. And that one bowl is just fairly spread head.
Yeah, they seem to be covering each other.
Hmm.
Others bowl, waiting for the drive. Or
as we change over. Three from Cooper's Beach indicating he wants one round the back. Even though the skip's just left the head, nothing's changed since he left.
probably thinks the skip's going to drive that bowl off that head.
Gary Pelling, Cooper's Beach skip, playing his bowl now. Coming right through the head, around the head, down to the back. Kaikarai bowl on the way. Sneaks under his own bowl. He could go very close, and he has. In fact, he might have drawn a beauty. No, just shy. Leaves himself one down. On the backhand. Looks a bit narrow. He's not going to get round the head. He might be able to work his way through it, though. Caught up in the front bowls. So one bowl left for the Kaikarai skip to play. Can he move his own one up far enough to score? Yep. So it looks like one to Cooper's Beach, so that'll make it 12-9 last end, so still all on. With a good advantage to Kaikarai, however. 3 head and last bowl, so.
Of course, if it's a draw, it's another end played. Is there?
Sorry?
Is there another end played in the draw?
Yes, in the case of a draw, they play an extra end. And that's where the change of conditions come into play. If the extra end is killed, the kitty goes on the 2 metre mark. So the tactics will change slightly for the extra end.
It's on the 2 metre mark now, isn't it? Close to it.
Yep. Well delivered bowl, bit short but right on the centre line, indicating good green. Kaikarai lead. Kieran Fleury delivers his bowl, watching it intently coming down the head on the backhand. Looks to be on very good line, doesn't it? And he scores 1. So he's started his job well. He's got 1 ahead after 1 bowl. Dennis Brecken down the forehand. going to just go past the head, so they've got a back bowl in. Just looking at that, it could also be shot. Good bowl from Kieran Fleury. Just pulls up shy, but again in the vicinity.
Be a measure. Depends what angle they can see.
Orange bowler Ken Smith on the way. Again, well lined, but shy of the length. Just makes you wonder if the green slowed down a bit with the cold.
It definitely does change. So, this morning we got here at 8 o'clock game, it was definitely cooler, and the green definitely changed during the game. And everything warmed up a bit, and by lunchtime it's definitely a different green again.
Yep. So maybe with the temperature going down again, it's slowed up again. However, we've just had the green and black bowl knock up their Leeds bowl for shot for Kaikorai.
Shots here for Kaikorai. Depending how far back that Cooper's Beach back bowl is.
Yep, Cooper's Beach need to get there now because they're the ones that need the number. Kaikorai are now in a position where they just have to cover the multiple chances, so...
Games finishing. Players carrying their bowls back.
The front fence being built here quite wide. Looks to be fairly close to the target here. No, didn't get the follow through that he needed.
One shot holding for Kaikorai by the looks of things.
Yep.
Hard to get to that too.
So the Cooper's Beach skip's got to find some magic here because he's only got 2 bowls and he's 1 down and he needs 3 to draw to get an extra end or he's gone.
Hard to get rid of that bowl too because he's in a place difficult to reach. But
interesting. Looks like a slightly aggressive shot from Kaikorai, but they're holding and they're in a safe position at the moment.
Let's put a nice little block in there so that
Brought 3 of the Kaikarai bowls into play in the first 4 by the look of it, so it was a well-played shot. And the front 6 players are now finished unless we get 3 to Cooper's Beach, so they've done their job for the game. Now it's over to the 2 skips to play the last 4 bowls.
Behind that wall of bowls at the front, it's going to be hard for Cooper's Beach to get in there and get rid of it. He's having a look anyway. He's having a look at it anyway. It's about all he can do, really.
He's coming into the territory in the centre. It just depends what he gets out of it.
Ooh.
Ooh. Interesting.
Yeah, nearly pushed it through enough, maybe. Still looks like it's in the count, though.
Kaikarai skip heading down there now, having stayed down the end where the bowls are to see what happened before he goes to play his first. Looks like one game still going on to the extreme left of the screen.
And there's the bell for the end of the time limit. Looks like it's the Tolaga Bay Edendale game still in play.
I wonder what the situation is on that head.
We'll find out in a minute.
Kaikarai skipping 3 having a laugh, so they seem fairly relaxed about it.
I don't think that last ball made much difference to the head.
What would you be playing if you're looking for 3 here?
Oh.
These 2 purple bowls, are they both
Yeah,
black
they're
discs?
both black, yeah. You would have wanted to get rid of that white disc bowl that was sitting at shot, and they've moved it, so it's even harder to push it through. It's hard to get to, though, with that wall at the front.
Still playing on the backhand side. It's on its way. How's he reacting? Looks like it's wide to me.
Yeah, wide.
Through it goes. Shake hands time.
Shake hands.
Win to Kaikarai. So they stay alive, and I think that must put Cooper's Beach out. Well, thank you for that, Vicky. That brings us to the end of that game.
Thank you,
One
everybody.
round to go today.
Good luck to everybody with their bowls later on tonight and tomorrow.
Yep. And good luck to you tomorrow as well.
Thank
See you down here in the second round in the morning. So
yes, we'll be here ready to go. Hopefully bring our A game,
yeah.
not the B game.
And we'll be back soon. Cheers.
Good afternoon, everyone. Last round, round 6 of the Champion to Champion 4s qualifying here at Hastings. With me, I'm Steve Beale. With me is Dave Hewitt. We're bringing you, well, it's essentially there's 3 games on at the moment. We have Tolaga Bay versus Umu. The Umu side of Ray Boffer, Tom Henderson, Shane Duncan and Mike Downer. Unfortunately, they have bowed out at this stage, but the Tolaga Bay boys of Vern Marshall, Marcus Merrick and Ben Elkington and George Tamihana need this game. So they're the guys on rink 2. So I'll pass you over to Dave, tell you about the other game.
On rink 1, we have Hillcrest, who are through, skipped by Steve Liddington, Mort Jones at 3, Raf Muhammad at 2 and Francis Van Staden. Sorry, the bottom 2 have changed order. And they're up against Wanganui, who need it. They're skipped by Glenn Springer, Michael O'Leary at 3, Ray Savage at 2 and Alan Springer at lead. Speaking of screwing the scrum, Ray Boffers decided to promote himself to lead and has moved all his team up there, so the graphics don't quite read as it should. In front of you, you see the current standings after 4 rounds, those that have made it through. All those that you see on there, other than David Clark, are through to the next round because they've got the required 3 out of 4 wins. Clarkey missed. Shane Elliott, he played Clarkey in that last round and just dipped there, Dave. It was a good game. Vern Marshall, Marcus Merrick played a blinder on the last end to beat Shane from the Southland boys. And they're all alive there, and the rest of the scores there. You can see those with more than 2 losses are out of the competition. I thought I saw on that graphic that Third Marshall had played 4 and lost 2. No. We'll have to go and get Crash to go and have a look at that. He's still alive. Yeah, not too sure what's happening there. So we'll get on with it and see what happens at the end. Okay. So on the right-hand side, we've got the Tolaga Bay Umu moving in there. And on the other side, the left side, we've got Hillcrest and Wanganui playing the first of 15. And already the kitty's been well moved off centre. Certainly has. And on the right, we've got Tom Henderson just delivering the bowl there. As I said, he's gone up to skip. And by the look of all those bowls that are around the jack, they look like they've got a white disc. So white disc is Umu, and the black disc is Tolaga Bay. As you can see on the screen, this late at night, it's thinned out a bit in the crowd, Dave, but so far there's been a good crowd in all day. Absolutely, and even last night we didn't finish with 20 past 11. There was a good crowd in until the last game. I'm sure Bowls Hastings are very happy with the crowds that are appearing. Yeah. No, that's and it's some really good bowls played. It was a bit of a late night last night, wasn't it? 20 past 11 we finished commentating in here. We just saw a toucher drawn down on the Hillcrest Wanganui game on rink 1. Now the blue bowl's getting close. It might rest that orange bowl at the back. No, just underneath it. See what Tom's got left there. All right. I think he wants those 2 back. Way short. Yeah. Maybe he's trying to block the drive. Oh, I'm not sure. Vern's having a run up the centre. Might get lucky here. Got a good follow through. Oh, you lucky. He may have got the shot. He's getting a clap from his number 3, so he may well have got the shot. No, the down. One to Umu. It's a nice complex here, eh, Dave? Absolutely. And the green's in great shape. I've been talking to Dave Portis, who tells me it's been down for 20-something years. This carpet? This carpet. Wow. Doesn't look it, does it? No. Well, I know Dunedin got about 25 years out of theirs. Yeah. At least. Yeah, I think Dave said they're hoping to get 2 or 3 more years out of this one. And on this rink, it looks like Wanganui have started with a 2 over Hillcrest.
Yeah, it's the thing with these games where the round robin-y sort of style where you're playing 4 games and a team needs it versus a team that doesn't need it, and it can be a lopsided affair, especially the likes of the Paraparaumu guys where Boffs decided, nah, I'm not skipping.
Off the front,
Go off the front, and can change the whole dynamics, and they try shots at times that they wouldn't normally shot.
Well, we talked about it at the triples last weekend, and then in the last game in the women's there were 4 qualified, 4 that could qualify, and they were playing teams that couldn't qualify, the whole 4 of them, and 3 of the ones that could qualify lost to the 3 teams that couldn't qualify.
Yeah.
And I guess that's a feature. If you can't qualify, you start to relax and do different things, maybe change your team around.
Yeah, but sort of, whilst it's got its pitfalls, there's sort of no way out of that, unfortunately. It's the nature of the beast, and the last couple of rounds I've sort of been playing chess with moving games out of round 6 to round 5 and even to round 4 just to try and lessen our day a little bit in the
Shame we haven't got a camera
team.
to show you this graphic of his book that he's got with all the colours and the movements. And
oh yes, because it is a long day, especially for Tamara and the team who are doing a sterling job pushing the buttons and doing stuff that you and I got no idea what to do.
You're not wrong there. We can sit here with the headphones on and talk.
Yeah, that's easy, but they are big weekends, and the feedback that we're getting from the players has been outstanding. They're loving it for all the minor quirks and the minor things that are going on. The overall is that most of them are just happy to be here, thoroughly enjoying the hospitality of Club Hastings, and just generally having a good time.
Yep, and the New Zealand team, I'm sure, will be glad that this is the last week so they get a weekend off next weekend. Having done 4 in a row now, 2 here, 1 in Dunedin, 1 at Nainai, so they've been getting around the country.
Certainly have, certainly have.
And there's an amazing amount of equipment to be shifted, as I learned when we packed it up at Nainai.
Yeah.
Carloads of it.
Yeah, it's whilst it looks great though, all those banners that you see on the screen down there, especially on the left, those Somerset banners, they take a bit of, there's an art in putting them up and pulling them down, and there's hundreds of metres of cabling there that have to be rolled up and the right way.
All those Somerset triangles and the Bowl of New Zealand Toblerone looking things have to be broken down and stacked away in boxes. And as I found out last week as well, they're quite sharp.
Did you get bitten, did you?
I've got 4 cuts, I think.
I suppose with all the blood thinners you're on, it took 3 days to stop the bleeding.
No blood thinners, but it was certainly bled.
Not a problem. Okay, we're getting down here. It's been a long day for some of these boys too, sort of playing late and into the night, and especially the likes of, I know the Rat, Barry Andrews from the Timaru boys, had a long day with trying to get here and then play and then finish at midnight, or get to bed at midnight last night and then up again, but
How did our Southern ladies go that went to a lot of trouble to get here by flying
okay,
up to Auckland and then back to Taupo and then driving across yesterday, rearranging 2 games so they could play?
Oh, that was magnificent from the Otaki girls.
Yep.
To accommodate that, and there was another team. Oh, it was the Club Papanui girls.
Yeah.
They were prepared to. They could have quite easily said, "Nah, we don't agree," and claimed the game. But they agreed to do that, and it was magnificent sportsmanship. And another example of that, yesterday I was watching Ray Boffa play.
Yeah.
And Boff was on rink 1, sent out a bit of a pineapple and hit the tripod of the camera, and he knew it wasn't going to come back into play. But technically he was allowed the bowl back, and sportingly he fired it into the ditch as a dead bowl.
Yep.
So
I mentioned
well done,
in the last
Boff.
game, and I just said to Boff I'd congratulate him on the screen.
Yep.
And he said, well, I was never going to play it because he said it was, the umpire came and said I could have it back, it was never coming back. So
Yeah.
I commented how well, what sort of attitude this whole tournament's been played, and it's, you know, it's a national title, but everybody's playing it in the right spirit, doing the right thing, demonstrating great sportsmanship, and it's a pleasure to be part of it.
Yeah, and it's good to see some of that, and I think at times you see, you know, things happen like that on the green where a bowl's not going to be coming back into the head, not going to affect the result of that, you know, thing there, and through a technicality, they get it back and then go and draw a shot, and
on a completely different line because they know where it was meant to go.
Yeah, and you go, really? To quote Chris Lander. But yeah, as you were saying with the Hokanui girls, unfortunately they lost their first game that they played and got here in time for. It was the 12:40 match. And then they lost their second round game and then their third round, which needed to be played. So they didn't have the greatest of time on the green, but
or off the green getting here.
Mate, they've had a bit of fun since then. So I think there's been a few Chardonnays. And,
they deserve it.
Oh, yeah. And so they did great to get here, and Jojo too good. I'm sure you're listening, Annie and Amaru. Your girlfriend did good, mate.
Real shame that we copped a weekend where we got the biggest storm of the year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they couldn't get two teams across the ditch. You know, with the Queenstown ladies, Havelock ladies,
and the Wakefield men.
Richmond
men, sorry.
Yeah. So it was possibly lucky that we got them there, but, you know, like as I said, the Rat, Barry Andrews, you know, they had to drive to Christchurch because the plane, something went wrong there. They couldn't get from Timaru to Christchurch. Then they jumped on a plane to Auckland and then drove.
Oh, so they drove from Auckland. They didn't get a plane back to Taupo.
Well, they weren't trusting Air New Zealand to deliver them to Taupo. Nigel Birkbeck took that route, and it was touch and go for him to get here. And unfortunately for him, he had a ginormous day and went bang, bang. So those that the Wakaru Bowling Club would know, and especially when he was a member there, played a wee bit with Nige back in the day. He's now at Kaikra. Nige had his grumpy undies on, so he wasn't too happy at all. Right, we're coming to the end of the second end there. Vern Marshall, last bowl in his hand. Having his familiar little forehand probe. Looks like he's got a couple of three round it. And be looking just to push into those. Doesn't look too bad if he's got the speed.
Steve Liddington just drawing in for Hillcrest.
Very good bowl from Vern there. He's made two of that for sure. This is a bit hard on the angles. What, Steve just draw a shot, did he?
That's two to the black disc bowls, or they take
three,
what is it?
Three out. Yeah,
might have been your call that I heard two.
Yeah, two to Tolligat. Can't hear Vern talking to me. I did lecture him.
When's that? They took out a fair few then. Three to Hillcrest on that end. So we're at 3-2 after two, starting the third.
Okie dokie.
And Hillcrest are the ones that are through. Wanganui are the ones that need this game.
Yep, and Tolliga need it. Paraparaumu don't. And the other game, we have Martinborough needing the game against the Arapahoe boys. So Marty Webb, if you're watching this, you'll be in New Plymouth for the Bowls New Zealand Greenkeepers Conference. Probably there with the anointed one, Morris Symes. Yeah, so I look forward to catching up with you tomorrow, Marty. Once I finish this day for my sins, I get to sit on the Bowls New Zealand Greenkeepers Association board.
Bit more travel for you across the other side of the island and then back to get home again later in the week.
Yeah, it's. I think I'm working here till about lunchtime, and then I've got a 5 to 6 hour drive to get across the other side of the island. So it's all good. The stuff that the Greenkeepers Association does is really, really good, and really grateful to Prebble Seeds.
Yep.
They're the main funders for greenkeeping in New Zealand. As you're aware, Dave, the every dollar that is spent by the clubs at Prebbles, 10% of that goes back to greenkeeping. Bowls New Zealand collect it and then pass it on to the Greenkeepers Association. So it pays for field days, and there's 20 of them a year. It pays for 2 of the agronomists to attend the North and South Island conferences. So yeah, money well spent.
Absolutely.
And you know, like as a non-greenkeeper myself, you know, I get to go along to these meetings, and there's always, you know, for
Learn
me,
something
even
all
a
the
couple
time.
of wow factors in there. Then when they start getting all technical, it goes way over my head.
Whereabouts they're holding it, Steve? It's over in New Plymouth somewhere. Whereabouts is the
I
venue?
believe it's at West End.
Okay, yeah, nice club, 3 greens.
So, yeah.
Been lots of changes over the years with sprays and techniques and what we're allowed to use and what we're not allowed to use anymore.
Absolutely, and yeah, like just the whole management around chemicals and sort of things like that. And that's another thing that the Prebbles money went towards, was doing a warrant of fitness for bowling clubs to ensure that their greenkeeping sheds were compliant, and especially with the chemicals that are around. There's a few clubs who have got a wee surprise hidden away in the corner there of stuff that they didn't really know what they had, and some of it was scary stuff that took some time and effort to dispose of correctly.
Yeah, in the early days, anybody could spray the greens. Now they need a certificate to be able to spray. It's so much different now to, well, I've been in the game 40 years, so there's huge differences now to what there was back then.
Yep.
I know one of the key ones this year in the Hutt Valley's been nematodes.
Okay.
Because that spray's not allowed to be used now. They're developing a new one which should be available soon.
Yep.
Those little insects in the green are always there. It's just how you control them. When they get hungry, they come up and eat the roots of the grass or the cotula. Then you get patches dying in your green.
Absolutely. We shout out to Reevesy there at Inglewood. Bound to be into his first Steinlager. Classic, of course. So look forward to catching up with you, Reevesy, tomorrow. The boys were saying last night, as the night went on, guys, as I was going around herding these guys away from cameras and making sure they were mic'd up, the greens changed a lot.
I asked Vicky in the last game if she thought the green was slowing down because suddenly we were getting a pile of short bowls.
Yep.
And she felt that during her playing time on it, it did change during the day from in the morning to the later games. It got quicker as it got warmer, so could well be.
But it's interesting, the ones that are doing well here are the ones that are always reaching, with always that reaching weight. Mentally, they're playing 2 foot through the jack.
Yes.
Otherwise, like you're just getting
to the head and no more.
Yeah. And ineffective bowls. They're not in good positions, not to be used, more likely to be abused by the skips.
If you look at the rink in front of you that you're commentating on, rink 2, there's hardly a bowl up to the head.
Yeah, there's one beyond it, and that's that black one at 3 o'clock.
Yep. There's only one beyond it on rink 1 as well. Or no, there's not. There's three now. But there's a wayward one way out to the right of the screen.
I think he might have missed his line, Dave.
Could have done. Or maybe that it's in the other rink.
Yeah. Poor bowl there from Tolliger.
Gives it a little nudge, moves it back, but I think he made it worse for himself.
Yeah.
The white disc bowl, the orange white disc bowl, played onto the red bowl, tipped it out, but I think it's gone to 2 red bowls now.
Shane Duncan sent out. You'd see the shimmer on that as it came out of the hand. He's looking at his hand there. He knew. Mr. Ray Boffer himself walking down the centre.
Been around a long time, has Raymond? Both indoor and outdoor?
It was. And we had a wee wander down memory lane way back in the day. We're actually in a Bowls New Zealand School of Excellence.
Okay,
Together, way back. Rod Leach was in the side from Wellington. Of course, he'll be well known to you, Dave.
Absolutely.
It was 1989. It was Gavin Harrison from Thames Valley, from memory. Rod Leach from Wellington.
Rod's on the Wellington board at the moment.
Yep. Michael Galloway, currently in Birmingham. Andy, the Giraffe Curtin.
Yep.
Played a lot of games for NZ. Good man himself. And Ray Boffer, he was playing out of Kapiti. Still nothing changes there. So and it was a brainchild of John Murter, who was the at that time NZBA coach, and Ian Birch, who was the president of World Bowls.
Yeah.
And we actually went up to Auckland and played the New Zealand side and prepped for the Commonwealth Games. So I was in about my 6th year about then. So yeah, it's amazing, you know, who's around and who's not.
Yep, well, my first memory of you was, in fact, playing you at Upper Hutt Internationals with Kevin Darling and the Peers, and you were wearing bow ties.
I wouldn't wear a bow tie.
Or tie, I thought it was a bow tie, but...
Oh, goodness gracious.
May have been a tie, but you were definitely...
well attired.
Absolutely.
As my nana used to tell me, if you're not the part, Stephen, at least look it. So we were made as kids. Our rugby boots were always well nuggeted up, and used to have to boil our bootlaces, those white rugby bootlaces.
Those long ones that used to go under the boot.
Yeah, those were the days when the sprigs were nailed into the...
Had to be a foot long with the grounds.
Oh, yeah. How old are you anyway, Dave? Goodness gracious.
I'm 1 year younger than you. 1 year older than you, sorry, Steve. I'm 68.
Yeah, the trouble is I've got a 16-year-old brain. Okay, another good start there. Toliga scoring. Must be hard for the Boff because his team, you know, they had to sit round through a bye. So, you know, 2.5 hours doing nothing to play a game that means absolutely nothing to them.
Yeah.
But I know yep, they won't give it away.
Nope.
Okay, Steve Liddington tempting.
Tips another black bowl into the head.
It looks like he's got it. Could get 9. Okay, it's looking like we could get 9 qualifiers out of the men, just the way it's lining up. It'll all depend on these 3 games. Looks
like we've got 6 confirmed already by these points.
2 of the 6, Dave.
6 are the Point Chevalier team with Aidan Takarua, Paratutu, skipped by, is it Darren Goodin?
Darren Goodin, yep.
West End from South Canterbury, who we've been talking about, Barry Andrews.
The Rat. Mr. Rat to you, probably.
Gary Elliott from Omaranui.
Yep. Sarge is skipping that. Grant Sarge is skipping that.
And Tauranga South.
Antry Elliott, my hometown. Good boys. Steve Liddington's through. He's the game in front of you there in the on rank 1 in the light blue outfit.
And then it's a number of games that...
Yeah, that's it there.
Yes, I said Steve Liddington's through. That's the line to date. Then we've got a number of
6
games where they've played 4 and 2 and 2. But there must be down below we've got some with 3 that have still got a chance coming through.
Okay, so they're the 6 qualifiers, and the 2 games you see allow potentially another qualifier out of that. And across there we've got Gary Muriwai trying to get through the Arapahoe boys from the far north, or Northland, sorry. We can sort of see out to the side there, and my old eyes, it looked like Martinborough are well up. Gary Muriwai. Oh, Ray didn't like that one. Look at him.
It's not far to go. I'll go out and check it a couple of ends time and see how they're doing.
Yeah, Ray knew straight out of the hand. Good start from Burns from Tolliga Bay's thing there. You been to Tolliga Bay, Dave?
Yes. When I was travelling for Bowls New Zealand, I went up when Martin Christensen, who was then president of Bowls New Zealand,
Oh,
had
God.
the four square up there.
That's right. Actually, I haven't seen Martin for a while. He's last seen in Arawa Bowling Club. Man, he used to put in some miles for Bowls New Zealand, didn't he?
I remember one day he went to Hamilton from Tolliga Bay, had a meeting and then drove to Wellington all on the same day.
Yep. Yeah, no, he killed about 3 cars in his tenure for Bowls New Zealand. As you say, he lived in Tolliga Bay, which is about an hour from Gizzy. Depends on the weather and all the bits and pieces. And he would just drive anywhere, anytime for greenkeeping, for Bowls New Zealand president stuff, the whole 9 yards. So a great servant and life member of Bowls New Zealand.
Yep. And he indicated to me what a small world it is, because we had seen each other a few times when I was working for Bowls New Zealand. And one day he said to me, "Are you any relative of George, Irvin and Donald?" I said, "Yes, my father, my 2 uncles." He came up with them in Karori.
Oh, okay.
They all started in college about the same time. And then he said to me, "Were your uncle's 60th 2 years ago?" Because he was as well.
Okay.
So,
You've been drinking, Dave.
So yeah, real interesting guy, Martin.
Yeah. Great servant to the game.
One of nature's gentlemen as well.
Absolutely. So if you're looking in, Martin, hope you're good. Hope you're well, mate. Give us a bell.
We're playing in 4 of 16 with Hillcrest ahead of Wanganui 6-2. Wanganui's the one that needs it, so they need to get back into the game pretty quickly.
Yep, Vern Marshall's got the front stuff. Front boys are doing the job there with George Tamihana and Ben Elkington doing the business.
That orange one there.
These boys are behaving themselves, not getting in front at the moment.
So
Touch
far.
wood.
So
Touch
far.
wood.
Just out of it.
Ooh.
Gets worse towards the end when they get excited. They all suddenly start jumping in front of the camera to have a look at the head.
Yeah, when you sort of, hey. They know what they're doing, but they just get caught up in the moment. So,
yep.
And when you talk to them, some of them they go, yeah, and I yell at the TV as well.
So over on rank 1, it looks like the Black Disc Bowls of Hillcrest holding again.
So just making sure you give it a chance.
There's a couple of white ones. It's possibly second and third, white disc.
Yeah, it's again the angles, folks. It's what you think is shot at times is not.
Well, that looks like shot coming in on rank 1 to another one to Hillcrest. That orange bowl just wicked in off the outside bowl.
Yep.
Interesting. I was going to say, he called one down. It looks more than that.
Contact on that. Alan's got the catcher.
Okay, looking for contact here on
not here.
Right of your screen. Ooh. This is not far away if it gets to the... There's a nice weight from it. Certainly there from Shane Duncan.
I'm going to do number 3. Michael O'Leary needed to be up then and wasn't. So you have to make a better effort with the second one. Must be Mort Jones playing the orange bowl down there. What our sheet tells me. He's played it round the back. Again, Steve, on rink 1, we're getting a lot of bowls in front, which would indicate to me the green's starting to slow down a bit from earlier in the day.
Because I look outside it.
Yep, and it's about thinking about it.
Second shot, mate.
I wouldn't pick that a second shot from the look at that screen.
No.
But however, that's what the call was. So.
Yes, what I tend to find or believe, you know, a lot of these guys don't adapt to the indoor game.
Yeah, they have to
on the carpet, which just
playing a yard through all the time.
Just requires a different tactic and the likes there. And like a lot of these skips are building heads by default, as opposed to thinking about getting it or what I need to do to get it, and what if I do get it.
It's a different game carpet, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the bowl, you know, when it's hit, will generally skid for
before
6
it gets
inches
up on its rolling
before
edge,
it gets up and rolling. So normally, if you're looking to play out a bowl, I find you've got to be playing with probably 2 more yards of weight at least than you think.
The other thing I find on the new carpets is not many bowls fall over.
Yeah.
They tend to stay up, where outdoors they come to a stop and roll in on the bias.
Yep. Looks like Steve Liddington's still holding shot. It's about the 3rd attempt this on the Paraparaumu boys. He's not too... Is he going to get lucky? No, certainly cut the swelling there. If he just caught that red bowl a fraction thicker, I would have pushed it through.
Oops.
That's another one to Tolliga Bay.
And Hillcrest skips Steve Liddington, just got a wick off the front, gets a toucher, moves the jack for shot. Leaves Glenn Springer looking a little perplexed at the other end, looking what he can do.
Okay, Dave's going to take a wee wander, just see if we can catch up there. We failed to arrange for someone to update some scores. I'm sure Dave will find someone to do that, so it's all good. You can see him just walking out the door at the back there. That's that blue shirt and the dome. He's having a talk to Crash Lander. So we've got Chris heading out. The girls are laughing about my comments because all we can see is your Swede going out the door, mate.
You and I have similar haircuts.
We don't get haircuts. Okay, Boff, what can you do, mate?
And we've got the big man, the tournament director, doing the updates for us out there now. So he should be in a minute with Chris Lander.
You can see him walking past in the black on the left. It's likely to come into view now. There he goes.
There he is.
Sneaking behind. Yes. So if you're watching Mark Cameron, you can see he's doing it. Martin McKenzie at the left there wasn't doing much. He was talking.
Yep, very good correction.
But the team have done really well. It's been a big effort. Dave, you know, like this is week 4.
Yep.
Weekend 4 for the team. You know, it's a huge effort to bring this to people, and I know that they really appreciate it. Yep, there's some glitches and it's not perfect, but you just need to think about what it was 3 years ago when it was
Absolutely.
a handheld iPhone wandering up the green in between, and the production stuff that Tamara does, and a lot of it's with the vision of what Mark Cameron brings to it and what he demands and what he wants. He was the one that started with the split screen, and I have to admit I was one of those that went, yeah, really? I'm not too sure.
Martinborough lead 15-1 after 5 ends, so they're well on their way.
Yep. So that's looking like our 7th qualifier for sure.
It is. Yes, the technology's certainly come a long way. Every time you see it, there's something new, something different.
Oh, yeah. I think Tamara's got a couple of new cameras coming in. Just to sort of pick it up, we sort of, with the split screen, it stretches the resources.
Yep. Stretches the commentators a bit too. Instead of looking at one list of names, we got 2, and I got confused on the who's on which rink a couple of times and gave wrong names, but I find I get there after 3 or 4 ends.
Takes a while to get in.
That's it, what?
Yep. Especially when they, we get our media sheets in front of us, and then all of a sudden
there's a change.
There's a change. Who's playing there? And we've had a couple of occasions where some people have had to change a name. Certainly not by deed poll, but certainly by media.
We've got it demonstrated this game. Steve went around and asked if they were playing in the same order, and the answer was yes. And I thought I'd seen that different, so I went out and checked, and sure enough, they weren't playing in the same order that was on our sheet. They had played in a different order than the previous game, and they were playing the same as that, but definitely not what they started as.
No. But certainly with the Paraparaumu playing with, not only did we manage to get them all with red bowls, but with the white stickers on as well, so it's very easy to see how the land lies with the Paraparaumu boys.
We're one down. Possibly. Don't be scared. I mean, you want to play, at least end up there if you miss us.
Okay, so Vern thinks he's one down. Yeah, have you talking about Tolliga Bay before, and have you taken a walk out on that pier?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it's magnificent.
Years ago, my wife and I did a tour up there and went right up and stayed at the East Coast Cape in the motel up there.
Right.
And we're on an open road, and round the corner comes a horse, flat out, been ridden bareback on State Highway 1, or State Highway, whatever it is up there. It's not 1, but the big road up there.
And they'll be moving a bit of cattle, were they?
No, just on his own, just a horse and a rider.
Excellent.
Beat this one, mate. Take another.
And on rink 1, we have a white disc bowl sitting right in behind the jack, holding shot. So that's another shot to Wanganui.
Excellent. Just getting the texters in from a few of the boys. Stevie Hughes. Here'll be another one like Reezy into Steinlager Classic. He feels that I got the call right and who I did and didn't mic up. Thanks, Hughesy. Appreciate your business. Kerry Lander. Having a listen in. Just make sure that dog of yours isn't eating Crash's undies again like he did the other week. Eats anything, their dog.
Yeah, I met him the other morning when I stopped at Chris's to get a ride up.
I blame Chris myself, but anything left lying around, the dog will eat it.
And it's not as though he's a young pup either.
No. And just for Paul Anderson, he's telling me that the Mount Marlins Rugby Premier Bay of Plenty champions over to Poona, 27-26, bolted in by 1. Thanks, Paulie. Look forward to catching up for a lemonade when I finally get back from this tour.
I think Wanganui currently over here have 3 shots on rink 1, which would be very helpful to them at this stage.
Certainly, and it looks like Paraparaumu holding. 1, possibly more.
The jack's in front of those 2 blue bowls. And I think the orange one in front might be counting as well.
get it, it's going to come out here somewhere, mate.
Putting in a cover bowl now.
So it sounds like there'll be Wanganui holding then, Davey.
Yep, I think that's to say. I think they might have 3 there. That one's gone for a wander out there somewhere.
Yep.
Disappeared into cyberspace. Haven't seen it come back.
Yep. Fern's a bit high, wide and handsome with his one. Yeah, Crash's wife, Lynn Curry's telling me he's done worse. The dog eats Tupperware as well. And Husey, sorry, I'm not too interested in the Colts side. No, I am really. Brereton Maris won the Colts in their BOP. Cheers, mate.
Kevin Gladhill that was doing the commentary with me on
Yeah, he was heading back
Friday
for,
morning. He was heading back to Taranaki to do the commentary on the rugby final yesterday.
That was a big effort from him to come over and volunteer his time.
Yep.
Sit in the mic on Friday for us. Helped us out. Drove over with this good lady.
Yes.
And
did 3 games on
three
Friday.
games. He did 2 as the lead and 1 as a Robyn to Kevin Hickland.
Yep.
And then jumped in his car and drove home.
Went home to do the rugby the next day.
Yep.
And he told me that they had to do the whole thing, but Heartland, not Heartland Rugby. What's the rugby series, the local stuff?
Oh,
Goes
yeah,
round and
yeah.
picks what they need. But they were going to be at New Plymouth as well. So
Yeah, it's not Heartland, yeah. Yeah, I know what line you're talking about. They show all the local club
Yeah.
stuff and
yeah,
yeah.
talk to the local club presidents. And
Yeah.
here we
Something
go.
Bowls
Out
New
comes
Zealand want to do.
1, 2, 3. 3 shots to Wanganui. Closes the gap to 7-5.
Oh, that was a good shot from Tom Henderson there. He caught what he was going for, but looks like it, Vern's bowl stuck in there for 1. Maybe. No, get the tape out.
I don't know what this surface is like to measure on, but I know the carpet at Nainai is quite slippery.
Oh, it is. I think we've talked before that we get some people that put a bit of sandpaper on the bottom.
Sandpaper or Velcro on the bottom, yeah.
Yeah, just to get it to hold. You wouldn't want Velcro though, would you?
No, I
It'd
don't
be
think
too
you want
sticky.
Velcro, you'd be pilling up the carpet.
Yeah, and you just can't move it in, get it tight to the jack, I would have thought. So it's
Here we go.
5-1. Someone's either not done the board or we know more. Someone's having a go at the board now, so looks like
We're underway in end 6. Alan Springer's first bowl's a little short. It's interesting, Steve, over the weekend I've heard people commenting that the heads appear to be better on rink 2 than rink 1 when they watch on the TV. And
oh, okay.
I've talked to a few of the players and they said that rink 2 plays a bit tighter on both hands than rink 1.
Yeah, there's a bit of a swing off the bank side. On your screen there on the left, Dave, you can see that tripod that Boff managed to hit yesterday. Mind you, to be fair, the jack did screw it out way out to the side, but if you're out there with the Tigers,
Yep, absolutely.
you're way too wide.
Well, at Nainai, when we did the first version of the Wellington Champs weekend, we had it live streamed, and one of the upper hut bowlers in the first game put it between the legs of the tripod without touching anything.
Fair effort. Was it a decent bowl or just
Ended
what
up
was
a
he
bit
doing?
wide.
Excellent.
Yeah, mate. Good ball.
Bit of a ragged old start here on both rinks, Davey.
Pick your hand.
Yep, Ray Savage put 2 just to behind the kitty
Coming under those
in the
balls.
last end, and he's just put the closest one in with his first blue one this time.
He's been round the block a few
A few
times.
times, yep. This must be Francois van Staden. Pulling up a bit short. 2 for 6 bowls up, not one yet to the kitty.
Wait, good.
Got 5 on my side, mate.
Pointed.
I think we need to go and coach them and say you need to play a yard through.
Oof.
It's Ray
Yeah,
Savage.
it's all very well. I was saying that, Dave. You know,
Yeah.
it's about delivering on it.
Ray Savage has just drawn a toucher.
Beautiful. Made all those other ones look even shorter.
Just hearing the
yikes.
skipper saying, you've got to be up here, you can't be short, mate.
Yep. Trying to sneak under those poles. Your way was good last time.
So we've got Ben playing with the bowler's arm.
Good to see, isn't it, at this level, somebody still managing to play the game with an artificial aid.
Oh, there's a lot more happening of it. You know, like we're sort of
Level there. Run.
there's a bit of a stigma about having to play with them now, but now there's a lot of guys going, and girls, going to them,
Yes.
and the beauty of them are, like for some, it absolutely improves their game because it's not hurting their back or arms or hips or shoulders and whatever the issue is. And they're playing better bowls, so they're enjoying that more, and it keeps them in the game longer.
Yep.
And I'm sure I'll hear at the Greenkeepers conference about dumpers. They get the bowl away heck of a lot better.
Yeah, well, I think in Australia, if they dump, the greenkeepers tell them you need coaching or you go to an arm, don't they?
Yep.
Much harder.
Yeah. Well, I believe that they'll go right. You go to the club coach, and until he signs you off, you don't get to step back on the green again.
Good one.
And you know who the dumpers are here because you hear the bowls hit the
Oh yeah.
hit the deck and there's wood underneath, so you hear a resounding clonk.
Very good.
Yep.
So, yeah. Come on.
Yep. It's
Clean. Well done. Well done. Right ball.
It's quite a different construction to what we currently do, the modern stuff. I was asking about this to Dave Portis the other day, and he tells me this is all a wooden base screwed down on 4x2s.
all right.
On a concrete pad at the bottom, then 4x2s, then a wooden base. And I think then it's the carpet, maybe underlay, but it's been down a long time, so
Well, it's playing really true, so it's a testament to the builder there. Because some of these big ones, they use concrete.
yep.
Nine Eye, it's sort of like a road, built it like a road. Just whatever works. Big bowl here, isn't it?
Bad luck.
Oof.
Yeah, and I understand, Steve, you're involved with the contractor at Nainai, and they got a really good result in terms of difference across the green, about 2 mil, I understand.
Yeah, or less than, really, in terms of levelness.
You can still play through those if you want
The green's
to.
still settling,
Otherwise, you just
and
try and slip
they,
that ball. Yep.
the World Bowls
Around or
testers
under,
will
it
come in
doesn't matter.
in another
Slip
couple
it,
of
you'll
3
get
months
close.
just to make sure it's up to scratch. They're real keen to have it absolutely perfect.
Bob
Getting it
standing
perfect
for a
is-
portrait photo over there in front of the Bowls New Zealand sign.
Sorry?
Boff standing in front of the Bowls
Yep.
New Zealand line, looking in for a portrait shot. Yep,
He's got
as
the
you
cent-
say, it's a big surface too, because it's a big green. It's 40 metres square, that 901.
Yeah, it just takes a while for the just to flatten out. But like the pace is good.
Miles better.
There's a couple of kinks and that in it, but Mark Perham will come back and have a look at that and fix that. But you know, like play will take most of those out. If they do stick around, then we'll have a look at it. But certainly the clubs and everyone else is playing on it. You would be getting more feedback than I would, Dave. With
I play it every Wednesday, and most of it's good. There's just a couple of rinks in the middle that seem to have the little deviations, and that's possibly because the stretching comes from the sides, and it may just be that it's not quite stretching out of the middle the same as it on the sides.
Yeah, yes, because the initial stretch goes from the side, so yeah, like I just need to flatten it out and get it going there. So if you're listening out there, you want to have a yarn about an artificial green, give me a buzz. Email steve@bowlsnewzealand.co.nz. You'll find me on the website. But perhaps we've got our scorer, the lovely Pauline Bowler, come in and out and go and get the score of that Rig 4 Martinborough game as she comes in and pinches some of the lollies.
Been doing a good job all weekend, hasn't she? Organising food for the team. And
she's been photographer, food, scoring.
Putting the Toblerones together.
Putting Toblerones together, keeping people out of the front. I think Tom wants that one back.
Well shy, isn't he?
Yeah.
So what we're going to do, you're closing the gap on Hillcrest. Played 6, now 7-6 to Hillcrest. But that's 4 to Wanganui over the last 2 ends, so they're starting to climb into the game.
Yep. Fern's a bit high, I think. Oh no. Goodness gracious, Fern.
I think the Signalers Capital still got 1, or Paraparam.
Yep. How do you get Paraparam out of Umu?
It's always called Paraparam by the
Says
locals.
who?
We don't go through that.
It's Umu.
Thank
Surely.
you. In the Martinborough game, we've moved on 2 ends since we last gave you a report. And both teams have moved on by 1 shot, so it's now 16-2 after 7.
Oh, Gary Muriwai looking like he can set the alarm for tomorrow. Tomorrow, speaking of tomorrow, we will be back at around 10:30 for the quarterfinals of the men and ladies. There's likely, we got 6 to possibly 9, so if we get all 9, then there'll be 7 buys and
could be 1 men's
2
game
games
as well.
Yeah. Very good start there from Boff.
2 red bowls on rink 1 as well. I don't know where the other Leeds bowl went with the first one.
Yeah, it must be miles away.
You're going to say that's 3 white disc bowls in view. We heard that one hit the floor.
Yeah. And once you let him go, it doesn't matter if you stick your arm out, it doesn't hold out. Just after praising Ray about his first one, he didn't back it up with the second, unfortunately.
Here's the man that's played the really good bowls the last couple of ends.
Boff won a national
Savage.
pairs, didn't he, with Rob Ashton? Was it?
Yes, I think he did. I think it was in Auckland, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And Ray Savage draws another toucher.
George Tamahana just had a wee flick at the red bowl. He ended up in a good spot. Okay, so Mike Down is looking to consolidate the head.
And we've got Michael O'Leary with the orange bowls, delivering his first one down the back end. Looks like the white disc bowls probably hold 2. This one's gone out of screen, hasn't come back yet. Must have stayed wide because it hasn't appeared.
Yep. There's Bernie left down the stick there. So have you seen the Sharon Sims? I see she was here today.
Yep.
And just announced her North Island side.
Okay, yep.
She's a bit bullish about their chances.
Any movements, fine. Got one.
Being whilst I might be resident in the North Island, I'm a South Island boy. The boy might be out of Otago, but you can't take Otago out of the boy.
No, correct. Yep. Going back a few years, Sharon was part of the original CDO team with you and I, Steve.
She was too. And not a bad bowler in a day.
No, she was very competent, wasn't she?
Oh, yeah. She won a lot of stuff with Joe Edwards, the GOAT, as I call it. It is grassroots rugby, according to Husey.
Yep. I think I said Heartland.
Yeah, okay.
And obviously you've had some good bowls in your time too, Steve, as we saw you get presented with a Silver Star last week at Nine.
Yeah, that was been sitting
Yeah,
sitting at Mark Cameron's drawer for a wee while. It was one of those ones where it was fixed up, and I said, "Oh, just give it to me." So yeah, finally got it. So, yep, no, I was proud to be part of that great era of Otago into centre sides, and
Otago or Dunedin?
Oh, Dunedin, yeah, Dunedin centre. God, we started talking about rugby, so we've got Adrian telling me at Waimate, great win for them today in the semi-final, 29-8. So, yep, well done. And we've got Trevor Mills telling me it's George Tamahana with the arm and not Ben Elkington. Okay, so thanks, Fern. You've just screwed the team around. Sorry, folks, for getting those names mixed up, but we know a lot of people here, but we don't know everyone by sight. So thanks, Trevor, for pointing it out. So, Vern, I need to have a talk to you later. If you're going to screw the scrum, move the team around, for goodness sake, let us know, because I did go out and say, is this the order we're playing in?
Yes.
And he said, yes. Well, I think you were there, Dave.
I was.
So, my apologies to the Elkington Tamihana families for getting that mixed up and getting it round the wrong way. So, George is at 2, Ben's at lead. I do know it is Marcus and Vern at 3 and Skip. So, my apologies, team.
The Jack, these are both ours. If you get onto them, you could use it.
On rank 1, it looks like, well, I was going to say it looks like two shots to the Hillcrest team, but Wanganui, Michael O'Leary has just drawn a bowl close to the head. No, I take that back. It's the Skips. It's Glenn Springer that's just drawn one close to the head.
Yeah, there's Marcus next door yelling at his bowl. He hasn't figured it out yet. Doesn't matter how hard you yell at it.
They don't listen.
They don't listen. He does get a bit excited about it.
Comes a run shot from Stephen Ludington, but narrow, through it goes.
Narrow.
Well, don't you think it was narrow?
Oh, I might have added an adjective before that,
Yeah.
like very or a
Like
lot.
very or- Can't
Had
be
good
cruel.
speed though.
Was always
They've
gonna
had a
hit
good run.
something, even if it was the bank.
Yep, no, they've had a good run, 3 good wins.
Yeah. Treated her like a lady. Yeah.
They beat the Aramara Nui boys. They had a good win over Stephen Cox and Grant Goodwin and co from Riverhead. And in the last round, got up over the Takaro boys. It was good. There was a bit of family issues there, and it was good to see Stevie Toms happened to be in the district, pulling on the colours for them too.
Yep.
So it just meant that they're able to play. Yeah, it's been a mixed bag in terms of what we're trying to achieve, but certainly with COVID and bits and pieces, it's fair to say that at Bowls NZ here we've taken a reasonably liberal attitude to subs and replacements. You just can't be
I've had
draconian about it, I suppose would be a word, but you just
just 2
got to be
defaults
sensible.
in the women's, and that would have made it 2 defaults in the men's. And spoils the competition a bit. Some teams may even get 2 defaults under those circumstances, get 2 wins without playing.
Yeah,
So yep, we've got to take the sensible approach.
absolutely. Paraparumu, a lot of red bowls around that Jack. Oh, that was another one. Jack and Kitty. What do you call it?
Yeah, sometimes one, sometimes the other.
Yeah.
Was mentioned today in one of the commentaries I was with, I think it was with Vicky. She mentioned, what do you call it? I thought about it and I said, well, sometimes I call it the Jack, sometimes I call it the Kitty.
Yeah, but someone apparently wrote into Bowls New Zealand and complained it's a Jack, it's not a Kitty.
Okay. I also use the word drain for the ditch.
Yeah.
I don't know how many others do that, but
It's whatever you want to call it.
we all know what it means.
Absolutely. The white, the yellow.
Hmm.
What are you doing, Vern? What are you trying to do?
Dive. Dive. Dive.
Wants it to
Somebody's
dive.
talking to it again.
Still, it's got to be 1, possibly more. It's a bit of a save there.
And over on rank 1, Hillcrest hold a couple.
So it's 17-2 across there for Martinborough after 8 ends. So, yep, I think to use the old term, you can go to the back of the tote
Yep.
with your ticket. Looks like they're going to be paying out on Martinborough to get through. So it just proves that Rozanna, if you're listening, you might only be first best bowler in the Muriwai family. Looks like the old man goes pretty good as well. She was quite happy to get through there, Rozanna, and remind me and Gary at the time that she enjoys when people ask, Gary, are you Rozanna?
Yeah. Yep.
All good.
They've done a great job with Wairarapa Bowls, and in particular the Martinborough club, since they've returned to this neck of the woods.
Yeah.
Gary's the chair of the Wairarapa board.
He's chair of a lot of things. Very smart man.
Yep.
Good bloke. Just
Girls
needed to bring
qualified
some of
this
his
morning,
wine. Grows wine too.
The Martinborough girls qualified this morning, I think, too, did they not?
Yep.
So if the men qualify, they've done well. They had both teams in the triples for Wairarapa.
Yep. Yeah, well, that was...
Tanya Weele won the singles.
Yep.
So for a little club in the Wairarapa, they've done really well.
Certainly have. And it was Tanya Wheeler, Janalle Frew. My book's...
Yvonne.
Riley, is it? and Rozanna Muriwai. They went straight into post-section play. They lost their first game to the Kensington side and did it the hard way, winning the last 3. So, well done, ladies. Right, she's tight right up here at Tolliga Bay. 5, Para Umu. Not Para.
I'll leave you on that game.
After 8 of 15 ends.
After 7 of 15 ends, playing 8. And Ray Savage has done it again over here. He's got drawn shot.
Hello. We've got a measure here to see if the jack's up. So
one of the umpires' various jobs, measuring to see if the jack's up.
Yep. Done a sterling job here. In the new uniform.
Yeah, I think it looks good. The purple strip across the back.
Oh, wasn't that chocolatey brownie thing that they used to hand out? You know,
green shirt.
Green shirt. It was a shocker.
It's an umpire for a number of years and never bought one.
Oh, okay.
And the jack wasn't up. Back she goes. That one up 23 metres from the front edge of the mat.
To the front of the jack.
Yeah, from the front edge of the mat.
Yep.
To the front of the jack, correct.
It's one of those anomalies in the game where the jack can be 99% out, but in.
If it's touching, it's in.
Yep, and the jack can be 99% up, but short. Actually saw one day where the jack was on virtually, like it was on the outside line of the rink.
Yep.
And they drew, the opposition player drew a side toucher, but it was out.
It was out, yeah.
It was resting on the jack, but it was out.
Yep, and unfortunately, being a toucher, it doesn't keep it live on the sidelines. It only keeps it live in the drain.
That's the one.
And on rink 1, it looks like Ray Savage is holding one, but Glenn Springer's just said it'll be one light.
Oh, she's all even. 7s and 5s. How's he looking for shot?
In here, he gets onto that bowl, which must be the shot. Yep, must have one now.
Good bowl. He's doing a Marcus impersonation there, yelling at it. Big difference is he got it.
Been a couple of people yelling during this event.
There's Steve Liddington.
Not a bad bowl either. He's just going to cut across inside the head. Could be a couple more.
It's hard to say with those angles, isn't it? Could even be shot.
Well, that back one looks much closer. They must be measuring this one out to the side at 9 o'clock.
They're measuring Liddington's bowl, Stevie's.
Mm.
And I would suggest by the look of that,
About
may
looks
have
like
held
it's
it.
shot. Yes. Doesn't this one look closer though on this angle?
Yeah, but
as you say, the angles are pretty hard to read on this.
yeah. I bet you.
There
Great
you
shot
go.
then,
The last
Stevie.
bowl's
Well
the
done,
shot.
Mr. Liddington.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I've told you before, Dave, there's, for the North-South match coming up in September, folks, we're going to have a giant bullseye on the green. It's a sticky label. It'll have the Somerset colours and logoed up.
Yep.
And it'll certainly give us a better indication because it's going to be two-coloured and with a white stripe around it, so you'll get that depth perception you don't with these camera angles. There'll be two games streamed live at the same time.
Side by side like
Side by
this.
side like this. those that have been listening, Dave Edwards' side will be announced next week. So listen out to the Bowls Hour, run by Aaron and Alex, and they'll have Dave on to announce his side. And then after that, they have to work out their playing order like the Ryder Cup. So you know, I'm not too sure who starts first, but arguably if Dave puts up his player, then Sharon gets to think about it and put up who she thinks she wants to put up against that. Then she gets first pick, and then Dave gets second pick. And then Dave first pick, Sharon second pick, all the way through the disciplines. And it's the same then in the team of disciplines as well, where yeah, it's all mixed. So it'll be interesting, some of the combinations or possibilities of who do you put with who, and who's the skipper and who's the lead.
I know you told me there's got to be a couple of under 26s and a couple of over 65s, and
yeah, well, each side must contain a player 25 years and younger.
Yep.
It must contain a player who's 65 years or older, and it must contain a player from the disabled community, whether that be para, blind, deaf, or whatever. So in the North Island side, sorry, it's 4 men, 4 ladies.
Yep.
So those ones that have got a condition on them, so to speak, you know, conditional old age or disability, they can come from any of the genders. It's, you know, there's no specification. So I think Sharon's chosen Seamus Curtin as her
under 26
player. Was it Linda from Auckland?
Carlton Cornwall.
Yep. Linda Ralph, not long turned 65, so she's only been on Jacinda's payroll for a short time, but has made the cut.
I hadn't heard that side announced. When did that again?
It come out on Thursday, Dave.
Oh, Thursday. Well, I was in transit. I got somebody ring me on Tuesday to say, could I please help them again?
Wonder who that was, Dave. It might have been me.
Could well have been.
Well played. Number 1.
Ray Savage just draws another close bowl.
Sorry? You're not playing tight.
Yeah, well, Mark Noble on his way to, we'd be in Birminghton now. He's the disabled player for the north side.
Yep, played a few things with Mark when he played at Silverstream in Wellington.
Yep.
Got to the semi-final of the Taranaki Open with Mark.
Yep. He's had a bit of TV time with the Bowls 3-5 and the likes there.
Yep.
And the rest of the side, if you haven't heard it, folks, is me and Mike Galloway. Obvious choice there, Commonwealth Games.
Yes.
Tony Grantham, New Zealand side, Blackjack, Commonwealth Games. Seamus Curtin, the under-26 player. And Mark Noble was the para. And the women's side, there's Nicole Toomey, Commonwealth Games.
Under-26.
Selena Goddard, Leanne Paulson, and of course Linda Ralph.
Good side.
Yep, but I think the South will win whatever Dave picks.
Yeah, well, they've got a number of good players around Canterbury and around Nelson, haven't they?
There's one or two. I understand Joe Edwards was asked. Dave pleaded at the kitchen table, but God bless Joe. She said no, and thought it was more appropriate that one of the up-and-comers and those in contention got a hit at that. So I totally understand where she's coming from with that.
Sydney's done her share for New Zealand Bowls.
Oh, has she what? Has she what?
That's about that far short, our bowl. You want to play weight through to me, mate?
So, yeah, I know Joe was has donated some stuff to Merv Brown here with that suicide prevention tournament that he's doing.
Yes.
Joe being Joe, she in Wellington dropped off a couple of shirts that she found lying around, and I do know she's been very generous over the years in what she does in that sort of space, Dave. She always sort of takes something down to Southland Charity Piers, and some of those tops of hers have been going for quite a significant amount of money. They're well sought after, and I know Joe, she's running out of stuff to
Give away.
be available and give away. But you know, she stepped up. Shannon McElroy, he donated one of his blackjack shirts, so that was all good.
Talked briefly to Merv this morning, and he was saying he's overwhelmed by the number of things that are being donated to his cause.
Oh yeah, like I managed to have a rustle round in the stuff that I had at home, and I got one of Ryan Bester's shirts from the 2016 World Bowls, so better someone might want to pay a few dollars and go to a good cause, so they've got that as well, so only too happy to do that sort of thing for a good cause.
Played a running shot, got a rub, took the shot pole out, followed through. Hillcrest number 3.
Okay. And it was interesting, you remember the Cobden boys at Wellington?
Yes.
And Nigel Keller and his 2 sons played in that event. And I think I was mucking around helping tidy up on the Sunday, and he comes up and says, you know that thing you're doing with the suicide thing? And I'm going, yeah. He says, how'd someone like a weekend away in at Greymouth? So he's putting up a weekend for 2. 2 nights accommodation and breakfast over there. So just, the bowls community, looking after the bowls community, looking after community in general. It's so if you're listening in, Nigel, absolutely outstanding gesture from you, and I know Merv really, really appreciates it, and well done you, mate.
Yes, I think he's been getting overwhelmed with the generosity of what's coming forward now.
Yeah, well, I'm sure everyone's heard, Kevin Nicklin's good mates with John Kerwin, so there's some wine coming there.
Yep.
But I think he's challenged, put some challenges out. One thing with Kevin, he's well connected.
Yes.
You're not afraid to tap some people on the shoulder. So I know Kev gets a bit of flack at times from some people, but mate, he does an absolute sterling job for us, for those that are listening and thinking that otherwise. He turns up to these events at his own expense, doesn't get paid, and gives us some sterling effort. And
would do more
I
if you let him.
killed him in Wellington, asked him to go a bit long in the commentary, and oh man. So we've cut his hours back here, but he will be back tomorrow with likes yourself and possibly myself if I can't find anyone better than me. And there's plenty out there that are in this commentary gig, to bring you the quarterfinals, semi-finals and finals.
Yeah, I think the allocation at the moment is Kevin and I on the last 2 games of the day.
Right.
But anything could change.
Mate, it's a moving target.
I know the person that allocates the broadcasters.
Keeps changing his mind, eh, Dave? And of course Sue Hodges, while she's an Otago girl in the Bay of Plenty as well, agrees with me, of course the South will win. On you, Sue.
Your phone number's very well known, Steve.
Yeah, not for all the right reasons sometimes, but it's all good. The only one I haven't heard from is John Gray, but he's still be working out whether he's had a good day in the punt today or not, and whether he's got to put the price up at the shop, make up for it. Hope you're having fun, Johnny boy.
Great bowl by the Wanganui skipper.
Yep. John and I off to the Rusty Mac down in Oamaru tournament. So he went away just recently, and over to Australia with Possum, caught up with Cabbage, and he went away as a 3XL shirt, and he's come back as a 4. So those boys play hard.
Yes. Yeah, John's very generous with his sponsorship as well. You and I
Yes.
were given the benefit of that about 5 weeks ago in a fundraiser for Life Flight Trust, which raised $227,000 in one afternoon.
That was magnificent, wasn't it?
It was a great afternoon.
So, yeah, no, it was another side of John that people don't see.
Yep, I said so again.
You know, he's certainly a character around the greens, around the club. He's done some really good stuff since he's got to Pookie Club. That club is ticking along just with good decisions, good people doing the right thing and the right jobs. They're even sending someone to the Greenkeepers Conference, so Whitey, look out. I'll see you soon, mate.
I've met John only a few times, but I'm very impressed by him.
Oh, don't say that.
You introduced me to him when you came down for Nationals and state. They both stayed with me.
That's right.
And both got away with that, my dog having a go.
Oh, folks, he's got a wolf that just hates me. Even with a muzzle on, he has a go. So we're very grateful for this event to be brought to us by Somerset Retirement Villages. Really appreciate what they do for the bowls and bowls community. We have many of our bowlers, of course, in their retirement villages.
Our little club at Silverstream's got about 4 couples in the one at Trentham Racecourse.
Okay.
So
So if you're looking at that sort of particular option for your lifestyle, as you're getting a bit into the shadier end of your lifespan, give them a call.
It's a big industry. The one at Trentham, you can't get in now till both partners are 70.
Yeah.
And there's about 450 residents in that complex on the Trentham Racecourse.
That's huge.
But everybody seems to enjoy it. They have happy hours at the community centre in them. And they've got little carts that run around and get those that aren't too mobile. So certainly provide a lot of service.
Those soon.
Just about have to get home, won't I?
For those that don't know, folks, Davey's got a touch of Parkinson's, so it's every day's different for him.
The other night we were sitting here and I said I'll go and get something. I started to get up and Steve said, you stay here, I'll go. He was back before I could have got up, I think.
You have to go to a bar now and report in as you arrive, saying, I always
breathalyzed me because I staggered in the door but I haven't had a drink.
about a metre.
At least we can laugh about it at this stage.
Oh, mate, yeah. Christine watching at the moment?
I would doubt it. Tony's up here as well, so he won't
Brother
be watching.
Tony?
And
Okay.
Mark maybe, but probably not because he's just escaped isolation, so he's probably out and about.
Oh, he was under house arrest because Sharon got COVID, wasn't it?
Correct. He was meant to play last week, and I think there was a real bugbear to him that he wasn't allowed to.
I blame you, Sharon.
He ended up outside the window.
He's looked like one of those lost kids looking in the lolly shop.
I went out to talk to him, being my brother, and he said he'd gone stir crazy being isolated at home, so he was now isolating outside the Nine Eyes Bowling Centre to have a look at what was going on.
He rat tested before he came out, didn't he?
Yeah, what makes it worse for Mark is that he never ever got positive.
Oh, right. So Sharon
So he isolated with Sharon for 7 days and he himself didn't cop it. So
I'd like to say, Mark, you deserve that, mate. horrible thing, that COVID. It's affecting a lot of people differently. I know it bit me hard for a week and then hung around for another 6 or 7 for me, just mainly with a cough and feeling really tired. So, phew.
yes, I saw you go down very rapidly.
Yeah, I was at your place, wasn't I?
You were.
Didn't know what hit me. For one minute
came
fine.
on real quick.
Oh, yeah, 1 minute fine.
Took him home on Saturday night, saw him again on Monday when he got out of bed.
Yeah.
Of course, I then took your place the next day and played against Tony, my brother, and a couple of other Upper Hutt guys, and they all copped it because I was probably positive from the night before where we had our break up at Silverstream and 30-something of us got it out of the 70 attendees.
Super spreader event. Actually, we've had a few out of here too. You know, like Wellington, I've had about a dozen people report that it's coming, so it's not a matter of if, I think it's just, not of will you, it's just when.
Well, I think it's going to be like the flu in years to come. We're just going to have to put up with it. It's another viral infection.
Yeah, it's a bit more lethal though at times.
Yep. It's interesting how it gets to different people, because my wife and I both got it after you left, Steve, and she had it much worse than me. She had headaches and sore body and all sorts. I just had a bit of a runny nose and a cough, and that was my lot.
Sorry, Chrissy.
Getting back to the bowls here, we've got Hillcrest ahead 9-7 over Wanganui, playing 10 of 15 ends. And Wanganui holding a couple of shots with Ray Savage there yet again with his blue bowls.
And Tolaga Bay snuck ahead here in the end 9. They're up 8-5, holding shot by the look of it. And old classic there. When you're down, you got to be up.
Correct.
Who put that there?
Yeah, Vern, you heard him. He wasn't happy with that. Oh no, didn't get the thin slice and running. So Parapara one down.
Comes Steve Liddington's bowl into the head. Going to pick that jack up and take it to his other one. One or two shots now to Hillcrest.
Tom. Oh, same speed, different line basically. So that didn't change things.
So get it down here, my forehand.
One to Tolaga for sure.
I favour them rough, but it's that close I couldn't tell.
Play down here.
Doesn't look like Marcus can afford a measure.
Looks like the Parapara Umu in your case. Three-handed the measure and said, "You want it, you measure it."
Yep, fair enough. But like Cookie from Christchurch the other week, he wouldn't get down and measure. He didn't have a measure, or he reckons he did have a measure, he just didn't like measuring. So, but he's had plenty of offers for new measures. Hope you got plenty, Cookie. We're not going to get as good a view of the measure, or are we? One to Tolaga Bay. That makes it 9-5. Playing the 10th of 15.
Steve Liddington playing the last bowl of the 10th over here on rink 1. Looks to be a little wide, but if it drops under that black bowl, it may well get to the head, and it does. Here it comes.
He's playing with an old set of vectors, so they'll turn pretty quick.
Great bowl.
Obviously got a wee fan club there.
Yep. They're not measuring, so obviously agreed what it was. Wait till the score goes up. It could well be.
It doesn't look like a big fan club. One of them's walking away, Dave. And the other two making a lot of noise.
Yes, the numbers up there have definitely thinned out during the afternoon. Hopefully we'll see a lot of them back tomorrow.
That looks like Martin McKenzie and President Anne at the end of the rink there as well, in the black. She's had a hell of a run to
yeah, she's
two events she's tried to get to. This is the third.
Had a dose of COVID herself.
And, yep, COVID, Air New Zealand, and almost well, she's supposed to be here yesterday, early, and finally got in at 7:30 last night, so that weather bomb. And
well, you had the same last week, didn't you? I was meant to pick you up at the airport Thursday morning until you rang me on Wednesday night and said your flight was cancelled.
Yeah.
You were driving down.
Yeah, there's a trap for young players too on that one. They offered me another flight, and I'm going, oh, yeah, it's an earlier one, I thought. So I hit yes, and then had a close look later on. It was for the next day. Yeah. The day after. I was instead of thinking it was Thursday, early start. It was actually Friday, so...
cancelled that quickly?
Yeah. So then I had to take the Bowls New Zealand jet down.
Saved me a trip to town in the rush hour traffic.
Yeah. It's a fair wee drive down there.
Yeah.
That transmission gully makes a big difference though, Dave.
Even if your GPS tells you to go the wrong way?
Oh, it kept telling me it didn't know what to do. It's do a U-turn if possible. It didn't know where I was. Lucky there's some reasonable...
good signposting.
Reasonable signposting.
There's a very nice lead bowl from Ralph Mohammed.
And for Trevor's sake, George Tamahana there with the stick. Put a bit too much into that one.
Is Pauline, your beloved, taking photos still up there?
I think she is. Yeah, that's her. We're going on holiday in a week or so, and she's not catching COVID, so hence the mask. Anne and yeah, it is certainly Anne and Martin having a yarn as well.
Yep.
Looks like Boff on the jack for Paraparumu.
Right on it.
And it's the Hillcrest team with one sitting right on the jack.
Probably get it off that.
Call coming, it's sitting right on it, so...
That's fine. It'll bump it out here.
Getting an echo now.
Yep. Pretty good effort there from George, just under the head.
And in the background we can see Martin's computer looks like it's gone off.
Yeah. It's a good system that they've got here. They've got that TV you can see flashing in the middle of the screen there, folks. It's you can hook a computer into it, and when we've got it going right, it's got all the scores and draw and all that for players to go to.
Yep, down there, sit the bowl. Have you come through? It's all good.
But the thousands that we've turned away as the crowd there, Dave, I'm not too sure it's needed at the moment. In fact, I know it's not.
Yeah, just another enhancement of the Bowls NZ's technology. Been talking about it for a long time, about bringing you television games, shorter versions, and that came with 3.5.
Yep.
Now we've got the ability to bring these Champ events to you. And one of the things about these Champ events that we didn't used to do was they're now coming through from Club Champs to Centre Champs and through.
Yeah.
Whereas previously in Pathways it was the Open Champs that would come through.
And we had people grizzling about, coming through the other way. Is that finished? Not finished. Martinborough still hanging in there with the Arapahoe boys. Typical Northlanders, not surrendering.
Well, they're getting closer, Steve. They were, what, 17-2?
Yep.
16-2.
16-2. So how many ends they got done? 12, is it?
12 done, yep.
Excellent.
Yeah, we've got
Thanks, Crash.
We've got a couple of seconds either side, so you're looking to sit it, but if you miss, because these are theirs, you'll stop that trail that they could have, okay? So
see the bridge on the back of Vern there.
One light, mate. Try to get onto Ray.
Out of the road, Vern.
Give me that.
Please.
Play through to that.
Vern.
This other rink's been really good this game. We've hardly
There he
anything
goes.
like that. He's gone.
Oh, he's sneaking back into.
Got it all the way, man. Great ball. Great ball.
Good ball from Marcus Merrick. Did what he was told and asked for. Delivered. Lucky Vern got out of the road. We've never seen how good the shot it was.
Yep. And you were mentioning the bridge on his shirt.
Yeah. Well, that's the pier that goes out about a mile.
Tolaga Bay, yep.
If it's not a mile, Trevor Mills will certainly tell me. Apparently some good fishing to be had. The old crayfish down the bottom as well, I understand. Fair effort here, isn't it?
Bomb, yep.
Oh, man, what a great bowl. What a great bowl from Tom Henderson.
No, one time he's marking it.
Oh, that's okay. So that'll be Shane then.
Yep.
Right.
Now they're changing over.
Looking for that one.
Wish they wouldn't screw the scrum on these teams without telling us. Great bowl anyway.
We got caught last week too, Kevin Hickland and I at 9-9. We're saying what a well-known bowler Kristen Stamper was, and all the time we didn't even have the right player. She tipped her team upside down.
Yeah. Have to put a neon necklace around them or something. And,
It's the next step in technology. Please respond to your name. Press the button on your belt.
yes, at times there with this, Davey, as you know, it's especially the last round where originally we were set down to have 5 games.
Yep.
Going into this round. Oh, Vern, you just about got lucky there. And as it happened with this particular one, the Hokanui girls were to play because we could find an opportunity for them to play. And then as it works out with who beat who didn't have to play, and moving a couple, we've ended up with 3 games. I did try and manage it mainly to give the team here a bit of a break, day 2, because we've got to be here bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for 7 o'clock for an 8 o'clock start for the round of 16 for the ladies and potentially for the men, because we're now up to 7 qualified.
Tolaga Bay are just ahead in your game, so that could be 8. And Montgomery are still close enough to qualify as well, so that could be 9.
Yeah. Because the women's draw has a round of 16, I'm not too worried about how many come through now, to be honest.
No.
Ideally, it's a round of 8. That just allows us to start a wee bit later and finish quite a bit earlier, especially with the extra quarter of an hour thrown in and just the lag that you get with it.
Yeah, we weren't mucking around yesterday, but we certainly got behind time with the extra quarter-hour time limit. And
Just having that first game, I think it just leaked from there, where there was an extra end and got curled. And
well, the last game was due to start at 7:40. I think we started just on 9 o'clock.
Yep.
Nothing we could do about it. The game's for the players.
Absolutely. And that's been the mantra. Chris Lander runs the cutter overall. There we go. Prong out. Playing Carlton, Cornwall, Martinborough, Kensington, Tauranga South, Palmerston North, Hanua, Takapuna or Paratoot, whoever comes through there. I know that Hanua game was of special interest to Annie Lomas. That's that was the club that she played for.
Okay, yep.
Originally, so that will be our program. I think I've got to go and rejig the rink allocation after this, because we were thinking of maybe having that Takapuna Paratoot game streamed, but we're only going to be streaming from the
quarterfinals onwards.
So if if you're into the bowls, have a wee sleep in. Come on back in at about 10:30, and we'll bring you live action. Again, split screen. It'll be men and ladies going at the same time. So you'll get
one game of each.
One of each. So, so just by manipulating the draw, that brings the ladies' quarters and semis into play on rink 1, and then move them over to rink 2 for the final.
Yep.
And vice versa for the men. So if you're looking at the draw in the website, it did indicate, will indicate perhaps that we'll be streaming that 8 AM game on rink 1 for the women. Please ignore that until we get that fixed up, or if Crash is listening, you can fix it now for us.
This Wanganui Hillcrest game is in the 12th of 15 ends, and Hillcrest are 4 ahead, so Wanganui have to get going very quickly if they want to make it through. Slightly different heads this time between the two greens, Steve. Mine are all short, yours are all up.
Yes. Good bowl from Paraparumu.
Yep, follow that.
Here's a 4th short one on rink 1.
That must be Shane just drawing shot there. Here we go, George with his arm. You just about due for one of those, wouldn't you?
Sorry?
Wow.
I can't drive them. Can't get the right tremble too much. I've dropped it 3 times.
Oh, blow. Bad luck.
No, I'm still managing to play unassisted at the moment. We'll see how long that goes.
Good stuff. I think you might need like a Kirkow stick sort of thing, just to give you that anchor.
Maybe down the track, yeah. We've got a couple of guys use them at our club now. Got a nice round base they lean forward on.
Yep.
Keep your balance. I sometimes stagger when I go forwards because I have trouble getting my legs to work automatically nowadays. I've got to think about it.
Oh, it's good that you can still play, you know, and that's one of the beauties of our sport, mate, isn't it? That's regardless, there's not much that can stop you playing, and if the mind's willing, then generally it can happen. So, and you know, you just need to look at some of the disabled community, and you know, the Com Games is going to be well worth a look for Bowles' team. And I remember, I don't know which games it was. I think it was the UK. There was a guy had no arms, and on the top of his foot he had a wee cup-like thing attached to his foot, and he would roll the bowl into the cup, and then more or less kick it away.
Yeah.
And man, he was accurate.
Well, Peter Horn's a great example. He's got no hands, no legs.
Oh, yeah.
First time I played Peter was at an indoor.
Yep.
And we had to do a measure, and I said, I'll do it. No, he said, I'm due to do it. And he gets down with the measure.
Oh.
Accurate as hell. Tell you what, he hasn't got a hand, but he won't give you, you put 2 $5 bills in his hand, he won't give you a change. He won't give you the wrong change.
No.
He can split new notes, he can do the lot.
He's sensational, and we did a very good article on just what he's done and what he's done in the disabled community. You know, what he, you know, like he's a true inspiration for anyone with a disability. That man is magnificent. Not a bad bowler as well.
No, sits it up on the plate on his right hand.
Yep.
Gets it away well.
Yep, typical. Trevor Mills was listening. The wharf isn't a mile. It's 660 metres. Not 670, Dave. It is 660. Thanks, Trev.
And the longest in the southern hemisphere, he says.
And, of course, Steve Smith had to wade in as well. The backhand specialist from Carmo. Men, it's a jack, he says. Ladies, it's a kitty. And Dave's calling it a kitty way too often, he reckons.
Another of our ex-colleagues on the CDO team years ago.
Yeah. He'll be into the Chardonnay.
Mr. Bollocks.
Oh. I don't know how Dusty Reader puts up with him when he plays with him. I really don't.
Oh, unfortunate for Wanganui there. They were holding shot. And the Hillcrest main got an inside rub and came back out, played the bowl out.
Even if you pull it through to here. 3 or 4 of it.
Okay, Paraparuma, there's a lot of red bowls in there. So,
Yeah, we've commented back. We'll probably get another message from Steve Smith. He's obviously listening.
oh, yeah. Never short of a word. He'll tell you can play the forehand, but just not well.
Yeah. I think that was the example you used last week when he said he'd draw a shot with the on the forehand, and he drew 6th, and he said, I didn't say I'd draw the shot, I said I'd draw a shot on this.
Yeah, 6th was close enough.
Yeah.
Actually, it was probably 3rd shot on the other ring, though. Love you a bit, Smithy. Speaking of Smith, I haven't heard from Karen. Timaru, what are you doing, girl? Annie Mac. Looking forward to catching up down for the Rusty.
A couple of
and
important
Scooter.
balls here to come for Wanganui here. They need to score.
Certainly do. It's just scoreboard pressure comes into it now.
Bit of justice here if he's got that up for shot, because that's how the previous bowl was taken out, off a rub. Steve Littleton not quite knowing what to do. He's gone for a walk. Have a look.
Okay, that Skip's bowl is a lot shorter than it sort of looks.
Well, from that hand signal, it certainly is. Thank you, Chris. It's now final score for the Martinborough game. 20 shots to Martinborough, 7 to Arapahu. Game over.
Arapahu.
Arapahu. I had to pronounce that last night and I couldn't read your writing.
Oh, thanks. Blame my writing. Kev had trouble with Kahoodia. I only know that because I've been over there a bit helping out. The old CDO dog. So, Paraparu got a couple of shots there by the look of it. Maybe.
Glenn Springer playing the last bowl of this end.
Oh, Vern's got to be careful. He's got 2 in the chute.
For the first time this game, we've got someone blocking the camera on ring 1. He's moved away now. And we'll see what the count is here.
Well, the way the fingers come out, oh no.
Nope. Hillcrest looks like they've got the mat, so Wanganui's got a bit of an uphill battle now.
No, that's Wanganui's got the mat.
Oh, you're right. Wanganui's got the mat. Correct. How many shots did they get?
It'll be interesting to see what Vern plays here, if he's looking to turn his own bowl onto the jack. No, he's coming down that forehand. Looks like he's having a run for it on the basis that he's close.
Very close.
Oh, locked in. Still 1-2 Paraparumu. That was a good clunk. He's 2 down. 1 now. Steve.
Little short bowl on the first one. Nice line, but looks like a metre short.
Okay, Tom, let's see what you can do. Whether you can add one. I'm not sure I'll be coming down the forehand, but...
Malika O'Leary sitting in the ditch. Looks like he's a troubled man.
Not adding there was Tom Henderson. Paraparumi skip. Well, the player that plays last, I'm picking Ray, still running the cutter. He'll be skipping it, but from lead.
Right, the ball I got to draw to.
Good bowl bail and Springer.
Okay, Vern's having a look to see if he can get some movement of that jack. Talking to it again.
Jack! Jack!
Got it on it again, jacked again.
They yelled at it, didn't listen. So that's one more to Paraparumu. Tightens up again, 9-7.
No idea. Come on. I thought I had that perfect.
Oh, Vern's still talking about it. Thought he had it perfect.
Ray Savage about to deliver his first bowl, the 13th to 15 ends.
Probably because they lead 9-7, 11 ends played. Runner out.
11 ends played, 9-7.
Yep. Ray Savage pulls up a bit short.
I had it.
Still talking about it. I hit it.
Yeah. Park it, Vern. Simon Poppleton, legend. Indoor bowl specialist, outdoor bowl specialist, owner of some slow race horses. Can't quite pick your voice there, Dave Hewitt of Wellington. Is that enough info, Poppy? It's Dave Hewitt helping out in the commentary box. Really appreciate what Dave's doing.
Poppy used to play indoor with us in Upper Hutt.
Yep. And
They fell on it, eh?
Smithy, I think's been nailed with COVID. He tells me, no Chardonnay, guys. COVID, never going to Wellington again.
Another one that got in Wellington.
Oh, mate, sorry to hear that. Oh, you'll be the world's worst patient as well. My goodness.
Sorry, I laughed, Smithy.
No, it's not funny when you get it.
Well, you and I both had it, so...
Yeah.
Come on, mate. No, the slip
Hope
around
get well,
there,
mate.
under it, you turn that out.
Karen Smith, I'm too scared to talk to you. Goodness gracious, you've never been scared. Hope it's all good with you, Karen. Bob,
Yep, okay.
we stand boys.
Starting to get towards the end of this game and getting more people standing in front of the camera.
Yeah. They're getting down to...
Because I'm not sure, because it fell down and I don't know if it fell on the deck. They should know in there. That's watching the screen. And there.
Yes, I'm sure I can tell you, Karen, the rat's been behaving himself, so he's been good. Bit of credit to West End, Timaru.
Mathews, mate.
Mind you, he's had an armchair ride because Tom and the boys up front been doing a good job for him.
Got to play there, guys. Well, only one night. So, sitting on the bowl.
Oh, now we've got Lisa White chipping in. And who brought it to Wellington? COVID.
I think I think you got the blame for a bit of it, Steve,
Oh,
but we
mate.
couldn't work it out afterwards if you had or not. Cause
No. Bowls New Zealand does a lot of things. It doesn't do that.
Good weight. Bowl there.
No. Vern wants to know, can you tell us if Ben, their Leeds bowl, was a toucher? No, we can't.
Yes. No, we haven't got a replay version.
We haven't got a replay button.
Nice try, Vern.
Go again.
Mind you, it did happen once with the Bowls 3-5. There was on occasion where, the old out with the square and because I think it was Sky was covering that one, they were able to go back and see what happened. And
yeah, I think I remember it too.
Yeah, it was at New Lynn, wasn't it?
Yeah, in the Auckland, when they had the Auckland series or New Lynn.
Yeah, because whether the jack touched or, was it a toucher that kicked the jack in the ditch or something, but yeah.
Well, they might not have seen either, like me, because it was coming behind it and fell down.
Speaking of Lisa White, she did a great job with Nine Eye and that fundraiser that he did for Foxton and Beach.
Foxton and Beach, yep.
Right on you.
Great to see Foxton and Beach get a good result last weekend by winning that champ triples on the men's side.
Wasn't Ross Ellery on fire?
He certainly played well, didn't he?
Oh.
Draw there.
Didn't seem to phase him. He just stayed calm and carried on.
Like his team went good, but he was just sensational. When he was in trouble, he got out of trouble.
And, there was one end there towards the end where he had quite a number of bowls against him, and he just got down and drew second shot.
Yeah.
Leaned in.
Yep.
Looks like Wanganui are holding one here at the moment.
According to Smithy, we got 2 out of the 3 team. Dusty was the only one to dodge it. Yeah, stay well, guys.
Yep.
Hillcrest on the drive. What's he getting here? White bowl. Oh, might have increased the count for Wanganui.
That's white bowl, white bowl, white bowl, white. A lot of white bowls there.
Oh, I think that's a black. Oh, is that a white up front as well?
That's the blue one, and blue off. Just those orange ones.
Wanganui's got no white bowl, so that's 3.
Just going to turn the game round a bit.
Yep. Well, that's level now. Out come the fingers to have a look-see. He wants to measure on the 4th one.
Good to hear from you, Pete Highland, another legend, ex-Timaru. Yes, going to Aussie, mate. Gold Coast area. If you're over there, by the sound of it, you're going to be. You've got my number. Give us a call.
I think that was a 3, might make it 12 all, playing 14 to 15.
Let's tighten right up, eh? A couple of shots here, and Paraparumu holding. I've sort of lost track where the jack is. I think it's in front of that red bowl that's just in front of the black or purpley coloured. Looks purpley coloured. Yeah. There it is.
So we can still get 9 qualifiers in the men's. Martinborough through. Wanganui equal. Tolaga Bay ahead by 2. They're the 3 teams that need it in this round.
Karen Smith sent me a text I can't repeat on TV, eh? Didn't know you knew such words, Karen. Goodness gracious.
Yes, Kevin Hickland and I shared a text the other day that he laughed at and said we can't broadcast that one.
My mother knew you were talking to me like that, Karen, she'd have a fit. She's enjoying the banter.
Now the graphic at the top of the screen shows it's 12 all over here, playing 14 of 15. So
2-end shootout for you, Dave.
Yeah,
Hillcrest, Wanganui.
A couple of reasonable starters by Wanganui, a bit shy, but in good line.
Yep. Fern Marshall looking to... he's somewhere in the zone. He's been a stalwart player for Gizzy East Coast for a lot of years.
So he got about 30 centre titles up there?
3,000. Yeah, no, there's a bunch of them there. You know, Vern's one of them.
David
File, Robyn Jefferson, Steve Goldsworthy and co. Got about 4 million between them. But I remember Vern back in the day when inter-centre finals in particular were held in Palmerston North, and when Gizzy East Coast could put up a pretty good side back then,
yep.
and would generally qualify, and we would get to see them, and we always knew we were in for a game when Vern was playing.
Yeah, Palmerston used to have great facilities, didn't they? Had a number of 3 green clubs.
Yeah.
Palmerston, Northern.
Yeah.
A few others. Takara, I think, might have been 3 greens as well.
Yeah, the late great Phil Scoglin from there.
Yep.
There's 2 boys.
From Northern.
Kevin Wing. Remember Kevin?
Yes.
Come on, Tom.
Come on, mate.
Yep.
Ray Andrews coming again. Just going to be pulling up a little shy, but right on the centre line.
Now we got the side of Ben Elkington's first bowl. Let's tighten right up. 9-8. In 13. 3 ends to go here.
2 on my side, on rink 1. And again, the head's getting blocked as somebody gets caught up in the heat of the tension of the game.
Steve.
One steps out of the way, the other one steps in.
Whatever you like. That's our here, yeah.
Looks like Ben might have sent that one out a bit high. Let's have a look. Drew shot. Not close, but still shot.
Tom signalling one down.
Good line.
Good bowl coming in here. No, it's going to run on a little bit. Actually sacked that pink bowl back, didn't it?
Yeah.
Back towards the head.
We're like playing Stone Star Weed here, Dave. You don't clap until it
stops. Yep.
Cool. You get found out fairly quickly.
When you're comfortable playing, you're drawing shot.
Well, George has been given free licence to pick his hand. Looks like they're aero bowls.
They do.
Morris Symes will love that. Not. Come on, guys. Here it comes. No.
Get contact, mate. That'll do it.
Help white up a bit. That bowl.
Wanganui.
One in front across and toddled over to the head itself.
Ooh.
Mort Jones's turn on the way.
Last bowl, you'll be pretty close.
Yeah.
Down his forehand side, being a left-hander.
Yeah, no one's really close in the Tolaga Bay Paraparaumu head.
No, and this one's spread around a bit as well.
Speaking of COVID, they're all socially distanced, the bowls. Oh, looks like by the indication there from Tom, they're 3 down. Lots of room.
And 4 bowls to recover with it.
Well, sometimes that's when you do drop a number, you know, like there's a heap of room.
Yep, absolutely.
Seems easy.
Glenn Springer on the mat, on the way down the forehand side.
Oh, I think Shane, you're tight, mate. And he's giving himself a talking to. Not happy.
Glenn Springer is
Sit it on there, bro.
just a little bit through. Full back, it might equal it. No, stayed up. Good line, didn't quite count. Steve Liddington right out to the side, almost to the edge of the rink.
Walking it in.
Across she goes and keeps running.
Tolliga Bay holding 4. Long way away, but yet to be beaten.
I was only just through with my last one, wasn't I?
Shane Duncan.
I was only just through with my last one.
This needs to get back. Oh, got a slide from heaven. Goodness gracious.
Glenn Springer running down after this one. He said, I was only just through with my last one. He looks to be only just through with this one too.
You got to get close.
Sit on that. He'll just about score.
You've got to get close. You've got to get close to it.
Okay, you heard that from
Sit
Vern.
on it, good.
Just trying to manage the pain, albeit one. If he can sit beside that bowl, that red bowl of Shane Duncan's, fattens it up, gives Vern a chance.
Well, there's the last bowl of the 14th end over here. I haven't got a clue what the shot is. They're all looking with fingers. They've made up their mind. Wanganui looked like, no, handed over the other way.
Hillcrest.
Hillcrest scored, I don't know how many. So Wanganui's behind last end.
I can't quite hear him, can you?
No.
Yeah. Gave it an extra flick. See when you let it go.
Okie dokie. Down to the last 4 bowls and the Paraparumu from the Kapiti Coast playing Tolliga Bay from Gisborne East Coast. With Tom Henderson on the mat.
Last 4 bowls of this end, they've got a couple to go.
Is he going to get back?
How come we ended up late?
It was 1 to Hillcrest. We're now playing 15th end, and it's 13-12 to Hillcrest over Wanganui.
Like this, yeah.
We had an extra end on the TV, on the screen, live screening rink yet this weekend.
Don't think we have.
Might have coming up if we get lucky.
Yep. Vern Marshall looking to get handy. Probably looking to come under that bowl to grab a bit of that jack and shoot it back a foot or so, can make a number. So Tom needs to get up and over, get about 2 foot over the head.
Helen Springer again, good line but short.
Looks on a better line, starting to turn now. Oh, had the line but no weight. Well, open the door, Vern Marshall.
Don't stand out.
Play just under that blue is
Stand
my
inside
pick.
the rink.
Grab the jack, move it a foot for 3. So on that hungry line, oh, it's just going to hang high, is it? Yep.
Helen Springer's here this time. Round he comes.
So, Paraparumu with the shot. So there'll be 9 all, 2 ends to go. Oh, here we are, Dave, at, what is it? 8:45, Saturday night.
Yeah, good to 9. Didn't realise it was so late.
And the last 2 qualifiers potentially to be found. Comes down to both of them a 2-end shootout.
Yep, and we've just got a great bowl from Hillcrest to touch it, dragged it back.
Yeah, that makes it tough for Wanganui.
Wanganui, yep.
You've been drawing down here though now. You could use Alan.
Ray Savage with the blue bowls about to deliver.
That's 200 mil.
Oh, I wish they wouldn't use metrics. I've no idea what that is.
Yeah, it's interesting. You talk to young kids nowadays about feet and inches, and what the hell were they?
Yeah.
One here? Yeah.
I'm actually
Use
not
the other,
bad.
mate.
Yeah, when I play singles and that, and you ask the marker how far away they are, other than the toe rope required, you know, they give it to you in metrics. Oh, can you do that in Imperial, please? Ray Boffer off to a fairly good start.
Down comes Ray Savage around the back.
Right there.
All right, last end.
Something to lock.
Time's
Something
up.
to play to. Oh, time went, did it?
So I think it's... So, with this, folks, it's not an extra end, so the end must be completed.
Yes.
So they can kill it as often as they like, or able to, and they keep playing it.
Got to make sure you're up, man.
So, slightly different for an extra end where you can't kill it. The jack keeps getting put on the 2 metre mark.
It's a change of tactics then, and you've got to think differently on that sort of hit.
Wow. I think, you know, one of the reasons we're a bit late there, Vern, they had a game there where I think they had 4 or 5 kills in.
Yeah.
Just trying to make things happen.
Comes Ray Savage down to have a look at the head, see what he's got to do to score here.
Yep. Well, the bell's rung, so time limit sort of rules disappear.
Well, you all got your money's worth. There'll be a charge after we finish.
Vern trying to do a deal there,
Down there,
or like
Ben.
trying to get a free beer.
Yep.
So last end, folks, Somerset National Champ 4s. Last 2 qualifiers to have a chance. We're currently sitting with 7.
Yep.
So depending on the outcome of this, there's going to be a couple perhaps coming back.
Could be 7, or there could be 8, or there could be 9s. All,
That's the
all
one.
3 possibilities
Oh,
available.
man. Great bowl, mate. Wherever it stops, it's a good bowl. Well done.
Okay, George Tamahana putting one in good position. Never unhappy with something just over the head, Dave.
Yep. Always say good leads are they got 2 on the shot, or 1 on the shot and 1 behind.
Yep.
Ray Savage on his back end.
Paraparumu, second. Mike Downer,
Coming into the
coming
area.
short.
Beat that wing bowl. Still one light.
Hard shots on that, isn't it, really?
They've got
You've
a
almost got to
couple
be
of-
under those 2 reds, and
Yeah,
or
with a-
between those 2 reds with a bit of weight.
Yeah, or on the back end, pushing that, getting that kitty to run back.
Yeah.
We'll see
You know,
what
and
happens.
yeah, and
when
if,
the
you,
3
and
comes
if
to
you're
the
playing
head.
the forehand, you've got a chance of getting clunked, where it's a free run on the back end, isn't it? It's
Yep.
not sure that's the hand I'd be playing, but
Yep, well done.
Well, this is Hillcrest playing now, so
Well done.
okay. Looks like Vern was happy there. George Tamahana. Clunking shot. Lying shot.
Up to you here, Mike. Yeah, mate. Got that to use, that one to use. You gave the kitty to here. Make 3 of it.
Oh, we heard what he's looking to do.
Glenn
And
Springer's
Whanganui.
calling. Yep.
Close here. Great bowl.
Very good bowl here. Well done. Well done, Mike Downer. Big adjustment. Front
Yep,
front
you're
toucher.
playing down through there again. That's Ben in front.
Oops, that
That
they
makes
didn't
it-
want.
That makes it tough for Vern. He's got to. We've got George Tamahani. He's just got to open up that front a bit. So give them a look in.
Yeah, well, Whanganui just bunted another Hillcrest bowl in behind the jack, which makes it harder again for them.
Ooh. Fair effort from George. think you really need to hit that front stuff.
Tom only needs one, doesn't he?
Oh, Tom's got to get over the back. He's anywhere over the top. Anything less than, that's just sacrilege. But he tries to play this neat. It's won't end happily on picking.
Hillcrest draw another shot, but that could be help to Wanganui. Gives them something to rest.
Yeah, especially down that. Yeah, it's opened up an opportunity down that forehand now, Dave.
Yep.
You can use that to get to the jack.
One will do it for an extra end.
Yep. That's what you got to look for, isn't it? So one to that, take your extra in. If you get two, you just, you know,
it's
you
a bonus.
It's a bonus.
Yeah, got to be here.
I think Tom needed to get his team right over there with that last bolt. That hanging out there is no value.
Wanganui with 3 bowls to play over here and Hillcrest 2. Back down he goes to the number 3,
okay.
Michael O'Leary.
Really, you've got to play down there. That's us in front, but you've got to find the inside of that bowl so it comes across onto that. If you get the outside, you might get it, but the inside's the best thing. Because if you get that, you open it up again anyway, ain't you?
Yep, good call, Vern. Agree entirely.
You've got to play.
So Tommy needs one, Bird needs one because he's the one that needs it to qualify.
Yep.
This is wide from
Wanganui.
Michael O'Leary. Oops. Pushed the white one across.
Did he cut that in?
Yeah, off the orange bowl.
Oh no. Oh. Goodness gracious, Ray's not happy. Yeah, they're taking the head, as you would.
See what happens with these last 4 bowls.
Yep. Steve Liddington thought he had it sewn up.
Yep, he did.
Wayward bowl high.
It's an edge.
Fine edge, backward a square.
Yep.
Okay, Marcus Merrick. Attempted to change things here. At the moment, Paraparumu holding a front touch up. Well, if he opens up the front here, anything could happen.
Steve Liddington's watching this with interest. Whoops, down she goes, and
back to
now
white.
It looks like 1 to Wanganui.
Still 1 to Wanganui, wasn't it?
Yep, but a different one. We talked about that shot earlier, but I thought Wanganui would play it, not Hillcrest. Glenn Springer's got to be careful here. He doesn't push the front one up.
We didn't have any tactics heard there from Tom Henderson when he was consulting with Shane Duncan.
He's close to getting that pink bowl up into the head. He might have just sold out. One down from his number 3. He sold out.
Oh, did
just
he pump it
mentioned
up?
He need to be careful.
Why was he on that hand?
Yeah, I'm not sure when I said it.
Surely you stay right away from that and go,
You
he's
get
good enough to play it, you got to play it.
Yep.
It's game, set and match.
Looks like Steve Liddington might be going to play onto that orange bowl, push it onto the red, off the blue and on to take the other blue. That's what he was looking at. Really doesn't have to do anything.
He doesn't have to do anything. Why is he going to have a go?
Yeah.
Okay, what happened there? Vern?
Yep, it's calling it again.
Oof. Okay, the Paraparum are holding 2 shots.
Here it comes. Undergrassed it so he did no damage. Now it's all over to Wanganui to get out of it.
Oh, mate, he's just created a huge opportunity.
Yep.
For Wanganui to smack that last bowl of his, come across, take the other one.
Yep.
Any contact, even with any of those reds, onto blue, onto blue. Why would you put that shoulder in?
I'd ask the question of all 3 of the skips bowls to date. Why did they play them? One sold out, the next one sold out, the next one gave a chance.
Marcus Merrick missing badly there. He needed to change things up.
Glenn Springer's missed as well.
It's high. Talking to himself, disappointed
Game
there.
over, didn't quite make it.
Okay, so that's back to 8.
Back to 8 at the most, yes.
At the most. Bad luck to the Wanganui side.
Yes, with Hillcrest running out 13-12. Interesting last end played there. Wanganui holding and then sold out themselves and then couldn't get back out of it. Even though Hillcrest played a shot that could have given them an opportunity. But the game's over now and Wanganui are out of the competition. Hillcrest must win 4 because they'd already qualified. So
Yep, they did. Looks like Tom's going to try and play short, wouldn't you? I think I'd be over the back, but hey, what do I know?
blocks are not an easy shot to play.
Wow. And a lot of times if they're close, they turn against you.
Yeah.
Because Vern's going to be up and at him, so the Jacks...
Well, he's got that forehand runner, hasn't he? You can use that blue one, which is sitting in front.
Yep.
He'll get it clean.
Yep.
A lot of opportunities on that forehand side for Vern.
Yep.
So what's Tom going to do here?
Well, they were indicating he's trying to draw into the heads. I think I'd be round the back, out of the road.
Doesn't look like it's got the weight to go around the back, does it?
Hasn't got the weight to get anywhere. Well, if you can find that lane there, that's about his...
It's actually not a bad block.
Yep. If that was played for, then I apologise. And well played you. It means Vern's got to go up and at him a lot quicker.
Yep.
He's having a think here, team. So we prefer... There we go. He's going, oh, heck, what do I do here? Yep.
Looking with disdain at the Paraparaumu team.
Out of the road, Marcus. Yeah, it's still there.
3 bowls to go.
He's just got to hunt it up there, big time and quick, I think. Just see what happens. Have a dip into one of my lucky bags. That's about all he's got on.
If it kills, he's got another opportunity to start again.
Yep. Because that's looking pretty ugly. You're not going to draw that.
No.
And now you can punch bowl onto bowl and get a kill.
Gone down the skip's head now and still looking to decide what to do.
Yeah, he's got to go big and pick and he will. No, it's more fun run weight.
Yep.
He's not far away. He's got to get under that.
Forehand, yeah, and the block worked.
Okay. Was a block.
Can he put another one there? Or will he bother?
He said one of the Peers final. What was it? Oh, it was the quarterfinals where Leif Selby playing John O'Shea, Lance Tasker, and Selby just put a block in. It was, if you could place it by your hand, it was, you wouldn't have placed it anywhere else than whether he put it. It was perfect.
I watched a bit of that on live stream and he played some great bowls.
Did he what? Speaking of John O'Shea, Kruma sends his regards. He was telling me some stories about you, brother. You're in trouble. Not only does he dye his hair, he cuts his hair for TV. Apparently he was the same when he played rugby.
Tom Henderson's got his bowl on the way. Similar line to his first one. He's not up again. He must be looking
I think
for
he's
the
looking
block
for that
again.
block, I think, Davey.
Yep, and he hasn't done it badly again either.
He's taken that option of coming off.
Might be able to get inside it now.
Vern's got a lane there now to catch that inside of that purpley blue thing.
Yep.
And get it.
There it is, the bowl that's going to count, lying all on its own at the far end. That's the one that's got to make the difference.
Yep. And Ray Boff is sitting there and doesn't care. He's out. He'll be doing it tough today. He's well known for liking a punt, as does
Yep,
Ray.
well known, yep.
Sometimes bowls gets in the way. Okay, Vern, how quick you going, pal? Quite big. He
stood up.
Not a look. Oops.
Seen the
Boy's
result,
face.
didn't get it.
So that is Paraumu of the Kapiti Coast getting up over Tolaga Bay, cutting Tolaga Bay out of the the count there. So at one stage we were looking like, what, 10?
Possible of 9 or 10.
And we've ended up with 7 qualifiers for tomorrow. Those that are interested, I will be putting down the microphone and heading into the chart room with Crash, and we will come out with a draw for the men. Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Tamara and the team. Well done, you got. And we'll be back 10:30ish tomorrow with the quarterfinals onwards for your entertainment. So good night, sleep tight, and we'll catch you tomorrow.